goddamn wrong. Got the wrong. Well, that's cool. Glad to be here in Charlotte. I guess this is my second time coming here. I came here in '95 and rocked them a little bit. We had a good time. I hadn't been back since. You know, like I say, it's, at this particular time, I guess this is very special because the whole Charlotte thing with the black woman thing, you know, if you know the history of Charlotte and Queen Charlotte and that whole 9 yards. Since she was a sister, whatever, she might have came out of a white line, a white family, whatever, but she still got the black thing going. And as a result, it's like Dr. Ben said, that just makes the whole genealogy on down to Queen Elizabeth now and the whole 9 yards a nigger clan. So that's good too. Charlotte, also you deal with the word scarlet. In etymology, it's all the same. Anytime you hear the word scarlet woman or the harlot, it's always positive. Anytime you hear anything that the Bible denotes as bad, always turn to that because we're talking about something on a high level, whereas in the moralistic term, it might mean bad, but then again, what the priest understands, that it would be a source of power. So anytime you hear the word dragon, scarlet woman, harlot, leviathan, Babylon, all this is references to the great mother, or the power of the great mother, later on turned around and degraded as evil, as the epitome of evil when the patriarchal system supplanted, usurped power, and replaced the matriarchal system. And all aspects of the matriarchal system of the great mother had to be turned into evil. So anytime you hear the word Babylon, that's an ancient terminology for the great mother. Comes out of Typhonian Egypt, which is pre-dynastic Egypt, and you have your Babylonians, which were dynastic, which were at the actual place of the Giza Plateau, or what you call the real word is the Restar Plateau, or the Rasta Plateau, which means resting place of the lions, and that's basically where your 3 pyramids sit in the middle of the earth and your Sphinx. The Typhonians were the ones that built the 3 pyramids, and one of the ancient names for the 3 pyramids at that particular time was called the Babylonian Plateau. As your Typhonian Egyptians were kicked out, or basically were replaced by the Ammonites, which would be your dynastic Egyptians, your Typhonian Egyptians, or Typhonian Camites traveled into what is called Mesopotamia and started what you call the ancient state of Babylonia, Mesopotamia, Typhonia, Tyrrhenia, Etruria, Etruscan, Troy, and Greece. So your original Greeks, the Greek language, the Latin language, the original Romans, all black. As a matter of fact, here's how your original Greeks look. So we threw the baby out with the bathwater. The Greek language is a black language. You see what I'm saying? If the white people couldn't talk, how the hell are they going to create a language as advanced as Greek and Latin if they couldn't speak? So it's the same as anything else, and our history is a lie agreed upon. So therefore, when we talk about the Greek language, the Greek mythology, the Roman mythology, all that was black people, mainly the Etruscans. This is the original Greek. And we'll pass this around and let you know this brother looks like Isaac Hayes. And you know it's a brother when the damn lips so fat till they fold in half. Now you know, so this is original Greek, which is the Etruscans. You won't find no more than 2 or 3 books in a store on the Etruscans at one time. That is for a reason, because they understand that's the origin of the Greek. But basically, these are all pre-dynastic Egyptians, pre-dynastic Camites. So you get the word Babylonian, you get the word scarlet woman, or the word harlot. And the scarlet woman, basic esoterically, is talking about the root chakra, which is at the base of your spine, called the beast of Babylon, which rises up. So the scarlet woman, whose color is red, is talking about the red root chakra, and it's also talking about the sacred menstrual blood. You have a lot of oppositions to that at this particular time, even some Afrocentric scholars and all, not dealing with the validity of the menstrual blood and all. But then again, on the other hand, we come at scholarship, and until there's some other scholarship produced, I actually give the explanation why there was a menstrual blood and the menstrual cycle. Because one sister asked the question, well, why the hell do I have to bleed? Well, there's a whole explanation. There's some ancient science that was lost on that, and we'll get into that particular part in a few minutes. But the scarlet or the harlot or the dragon's blood or the menstrual blood or the harlot woman or the scarlet's blood, all of this stuff is representing the nature of the black woman or the essence of what you call the matriarchal period, which predates the patriarchal period. So your matriarchal societies would be pre-dynastic Kemet, which was called your Typhonian or Draconian or Ophidian line. All of this is, can be found in the works of Gerald Massey, which there was abundance of this material around the turn of the century in the British Museum. But after he wrote Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, Book of the Beginnings, and Natural Genesis, somehow these particular books, these particular texts ended up being locked down by the British Museum, and these particular Typhonian texts being locked down by the University of Chicago and different things like that. So anyway, piggybacking off what I'm saying, the whole Charlotte thing, etymology, you're still talking about scarlet. So all this is talking about a realm of the Great Mother. So it's more than fitting at this particular time to even be here, for the simple fact that we're in the height of the summer solstice, the dog days, which starts on July 23rd to August 23rd, and that can be played with because we really don't know what damn time it is. But the point here is, that that particular realm is the height of the realm of the Great Mother. The Sphinx Leo that starts on July 23rd, you know, that Sphinx is a feminine principle. That's why it's a discrepancy whether it's male or female or both. And more than likely it is both male and female, which is called Har Market, or Horus on the horizon, or Har Ma Ku. Because what they don't let you know, if you take it back to the Kamite line, or the Egyptian line, or even the Greek line, because the Greek sheet is black, there was not a masculine Messiah. It was both a masculine and feminine Messiah. That's one of the keys. So for the mere fact you got an all-masculine Messiah, that means it is fake. Because you can't have one without the other. The feminine Messiah in ancient Kemet would be Ma'at, which would be the actual part. Now, the feminine half of the messianic aspect. Now, what we mean by that is this. You have Horus or Heru, which would be your original Egyptian Christ. The Sphinx is called Har Ma Ku. So there you have Heru Ma Ku. So right there you have Heru, which would be the masculine form of the Christ, and you have Ma, which would be the feminine. You get the double Ma, and you get the word mama. But the Ma'at, even that word Ma'at is both masculine and feminine. The Ma means mother, and the At means son. So you get the word Ha Ma Ku, which is the name of the Sphinx, which is both male and female. And basically the name of the Christ, or the Christos, which in actuality is an alchemical term, which means that the Christ never, ever, ever could have been on the planet. So we're talking about a system, and we'll get into that particular part. We're talking about a system that is around the world that is fake in its origin. That is fake in its origin. And what we're talking about here is, and we can prove this based on going into the actual scientific evidence of what the Christ is. Even the actual preacher tell you, well, Jesus is Greek for Christos. Wait a minute, hold on then. And we got a problem here. I thought the damn Greeks were pagan. Now wait a minute. If the Greeks were pagan, what the hell are they doing? What the hell are they doing having a Christ? You see, if you can only give me the Greek origin of the word, you see, and what is this pre-Christianity? You see, if there's a pre-Christianity, then I thought that we didn't know what Christianity was until Christ came. You see, but the Christ is different than the whole Jesus thing, but the Christ absolutely, positively couldn't have come to the planet. That's impossible. That's why most ancient people, and all ancient people, your Hebrews, your Greeks, your Egyptians, your Sumerians, even your Islamic say, no way. No way. Now, this is what we got to do, and this is, and I don't mean to be rude. Let me tell you what's happening. I travel all around the country, and this is what happens. It goes out on the tape, and boy, people complain about the babies. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not tripping or nothing, because normally we say that's cool and all, but these people out here, when they get the tape, it is a learning process. So You know, that's the way it is because we talking about knowledge here. So,
Don't worry about it.
you know, the whole deal on that. So, you know. But anyway, the whole aspect of this is that it absolutely positively couldn't have come to the planet. And no ancient people agreed to this until the Romans took over and made Christianity a ward of their government and forced that upon the people. You see, and forced that upon the people. As a matter of fact, the entire aspect of T.D. Jakes traveling around and basically dealing with the aspect of the black woman right now is to shut down the feminine energy. Is to shut down the feminine energy. There is no way that you can rise to any spiritual heights under the banner of Christianity. There's no way. Now we can prove this because we're talking about an esoteric system. And although that is worship, basically the energy is always initiated on the lower level. We'll get into this particular part. As a matter of fact, I mean, we can open up the floor for a question and answer right now just to break up the monopoly if a person has a question about that. Does anybody have a question about that? And don't feel free. It's not a challenge or anything, somebody jumping on you. I just think that certain things need to be discussed. Does anybody have a question on this particular stuff? And I mean something that's in your head and you say, I'm not clear about this. I need to find out about this. Because this is major stuff right now. And what I'm saying about that is you got the T.D. Jakes, you got Creflo Dollar out of Atlanta, you got this Bishop Eddie Long out of Atlanta, you got Reverend Fred Price, you got this other black preacher down out in Los Angeles on Crenshaw Boulevard. Now hell, they done had more niggas killed on Crenshaw Boulevard in the last 10 years than in the last 100 with the Ku Klux Klan. But yet, they got a black man that Denzel Washington and Magic Johnson and Brandy and all these doggone Negroes go to this church. And he's building a $70 million church. It looked like the Colosseum in Rome. They got another preacher getting ready to buy the Forum. The Los Angeles Lakers used to play. Is getting ready to buy the Forum. You got Fred Price feels so jealous about it, he goes out and buy him a goddamn 747 on DC-10. So what you have here, you must understand what's going on here. First we got to pour libation, and we will, but I'm going to get into this first. And we'll give the gods this. Is that what you have here is you have, this is a universal system now. This means in actuality there's no such thing, okay, so let me just say this one thing. There's no such thing as local nothing now. Everything is by satellite. That means that somebody in China is watching your ass. Somebody in Tibet is watching you. Somebody in Nigeria is watching you. Somebody in Iceland is watching you. Now look at the magnitude of this. You're on Crenshaw Boulevard in Los Angeles, California. And since desegregation, because segregation was a glorious time for us. We had everything. But since desegregation, you haven't done anything economically on a grand scale for an economic system of employment. And you mean to tell me that you got the gall and you have that type of power to get your hands on $70 million and you put it all in a damn building? And you thinking, well, oh, Jesus is wonderful. No, people around the planet are saying, look at these people. These people are at their most savage level, and that's what we are. We are pure savages. Make no bones about it. All which was grand and glorious about black people is finished. Black people are on the lowest level ever in human civilization. We are pure, brute savages. Now, I can say that because I work for the goddamn people. You see what I'm saying? I can say that because I say the white man the devil. So therefore, I can earn the right to know when we're savage and all, because the simple fact I ain't in no Republican Party telling you this shit. We need not be funny with this mess. We have a brain atrophy, which means we don't think at all. We'll get into that. But the point I'm trying to make is this. You need to tell me that you have a person in Iceland. I'm getting ready to ask you. And this person in Iceland saying, well, I done read the history on these people. And these people have had a socio-economic problem at least since 1965. Because remember, prior to 1965, we had it all. You see, if you understand history. And you mean to tell me you people, you go through a damn Holocaust and all the crack and all the murders and all the stuff, and you mean to tell me that you're going to get your hands on $70 million and you're going to put it in a building? You didn't put it in the economic infrastructure of the church. You put it in a damn building. see the mentality? But people are over in China watching this shit. And you got to understand that even the people who financed that was the white man saying, yeah, give it to them Negroes. Give them $1 billion just to throw in the church so that we can prove that these doggone people are inferior and animals. You got to understand the science behind that. What's that, sister?
I was just wondering, what is the purpose of all these ministers trying to shut down the
The whole key to this thing is this. In 1990, they looked up, and there was a resurgence of black consciousness through the rap music, through all the black Afrocentric movements, through the scholar movements and everything, and they dictated it because there was a book by Mark Balfour's book, Sign in the Serpent, where they had a conference. First of all, the white people convened in 1983. And they concluded that the black man and black woman was God based on melanin. And based on the study of melanin, that we were God. You see what I'm saying? Or we were the divine presence, because God is a German name. But you know what I'm saying based on this whole God thing. They concluded that we was God based on melanin. In 1986, they convened in another conference and said that the Kundalini energy, which is the serpentine fire, which is the base and the roots of our spiritual evolution, was rising on the planet at that particular time. And by 1990, one thing would happen. Consciousness would come back in. That's the first thing. As well as the original strain, the energy would be so high that it would kill off the hybrid strain, which is the mutated strain. So as a result, they looked up and on like clockwork, we were back into consciousness. So they went to work because they understood that this consciousness was so advanced until they had gotten above just the old black cornbread eating preacher. You see. So therefore they had to put money into a new scientific element of a preacher, you know, the new 8-button suits and shit. Even filtered it in and out these like the black plays and all the music. And basically they had to take a preacher and bring him up to the level of an entertainer. So they took the basic entertainer or the R&B entertainer or the R&B comedian or whatever of that particular time that's most admired, and they brought the preacher up to that particular level. Because prior to that, the preachers represented a person past 60. Even the whole concept of somebody being able to preach had to be the quintessential Southern Baptist type of preacher. So they had to take a preacher and make him into a particular star. And so this is a form of government mind control. So T.D. Jakes, Bishop Eddie Long, there's tons of them. They're rising out of the just coming out of the woodwork. Like I said, the Creflo Dollar and all those are government inventions. They didn't just rise up. Hell, what would make somebody pay attention to a preacher? And we got one on every damn corner. And these particular preachers become just as great as Michael Jackson. Now, prior to 1996, the only person that can pack 100,000 people in any building other than the Michael Jackson or an entertainer was Mr. Louis Farrakhan. After 1996, you get T.D. Jakes and all these fools. What we're talking about here is a form of mind control. You see, Christian fascism and a form of mind control. You see what I'm saying? What idiot would go and pay money for anybody to tell them some shit about a book they got on the goddamn shelf? This is asinine, and you are world-class people. And they are laughing all over the world about us, about this bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So the key here is we're talking about a form of mind control. And we're talking about, literally, this is the war that was put on against the black conscious movement, where we tapped into our ancient origin and found out the origin behind the whole Jesus thing. You see what I'm saying? So this is what happened at this particular time. And so with this, we're literally talking about a government installation or a government scientific warfare. You see what I'm saying? And literally at this particular time, they have gripped the masses of the people to the point where as the entire conscious level is now 0 point something as far as black people that have any sense. And the rest of the people, I don't give a damn if you are PhD, hee-haw, bourgeois. The majority of the people have gone back into doggone sleep because of this foolishness. You see what I'm saying? So this is the science that's actually going on at this particular time. Any other questions?
What's the name of that book?
Which one? It's called Mark Balfour. It's called The Sign and the Serpent is the name of this particular book. They're dealing with what is called creative physics. Anytime you hear the creative physics, that means melanin. Anytime you hear that word creative, creative imagination, creative physics. These are a code words for melanin. The word shadow in Jung psychology, which is melanin. We did about 1,000 words on melanin alone, just different aspects of it and stuff, you see. We'll go into a lot of that particular information also. Mark Balfour, B-A-L-F-O-U-R. And this particular book, The Sign and the Serpent and all. Where it says, in 1986, however, the scientific evidence for a substantial reality of the universal life force energy field, accordance with the ancient edicts, startled the rationalist view of life and intelligence mere the physical causes. It go on to say that basically they had these rationalists in this particular conference, and this stuff was so overwhelming as far as the information that poured in about this literal spiritual life wave being waking up on the planet, and in so many words they're talking about you. You see what I'm saying? It's just like one sister had a genetic, they had a genetic conference in they had a genetic conference in 98, I think fall 98, and they had one black geneticist come and say, well, you know, based on all this genetics and stuff, the black chart is almost like, there's so much research that has to be done because they can't even map all the aspects of the whole black genetic code. You see what I'm saying? The whole black genetic code. So they call that junk DNA. You hear that on X-Files and shit. That's the melanin aspect that they can't map of the black genetic code. They call it junk DNA. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, the reason why they can't map it is because melanin is always changing. Melanin is called chaos. And chaos is an unorganized state of matter where change is supreme. So therefore, when they map it, they come back 5 years down the road and the whole genetic structure of black people has changed because of the melanin, you see. So basically we're talking about something that's in a flux of always changing and going back to, mutating into a higher form of intelligence. You see what I'm saying? Because it can't go back. See, this is one of the aspects of this whole conscious thing. First of all, one thing, you can take my word for it, or you take my word, I'll come back another 5 years, but hopefully, I don't look to be around, but each month, I live one day at a time. But one of the keys that you must understand, based on the ancient science, and we'll get into that, is we're not getting ready to go back to living harmonious on the physical realm of this planet. You can forget about that shit. That's not happening. You're not going back to ancient Kemet, and you're not going to regain an ancient civilization, or you're not going to usurp power on a civilization, a physical civilization in this reality. That's not going to happen. That means that there is the other paradigm shift into a whole nother dimension. And that is what ancient science and our ancient fragments was talking about. Now, if anybody got a problem with that, we need to deal with that now, based on, let's go into the science of that. Because in order to get to the common denominator of saying, well, where the hell are we going? You know what I'm saying? That old joke, they asked God the ultimate question, when are black people going to get their shit together? And God didn't know? I don't know. You see? When we ask that question, so at this particular time in 2000, we need to bypass all the feel-good shit. We're not going to build a black economic structure. We're not going to build a nation-building civilization and all that kind of stuff. And I know we've been saying this shit, but this is not reality. And you know in your heart that's not the way it is. You look at black people out there. Black people are no different than fucking roaches. And that's beautiful if you understand what's going on. But that's a damn nightmare if you think these people are going to build a fucking future for you. Look at the average black person, 14. And you think a black person, 14, going to build a future for you, and you had common sense greater than him 20 years ago? You going to trust that shit to these motherfuckers walking out here? Are you out of your mind? But they are the right stuff for a new paradigm shift. Something that doesn't resemble the ancient culture. That's That's the difference. If you're looking for something totally different, then baby, we the people. You know what I'm saying? Because we are definitely new Negroes. But if you're looking for something, say, we want to get on civilization like the white man, and we want to duplicate what the white man has, when he only duplicated what we had very poorly, we're going to follow him while he was following us. But if we just say we're going to usurp power and take over America and take over the world like the white man, we are fooling our goddamn self. We are fooling ourselves because the simple fact, number one, we are not a pro-actionary people. We are basically a reactionary people. We are not an offensive people. We are a defensive people, and whenever he strikes, it takes us damn near 25 years just to regroup. But what we don't understand is, this beast understands one thing, and you ought to understand this. He understands whether we talk all the shit we want. He understands that he bred us. You know what it is to breed a motherfucker? You know what that means? When you breed someone, if you breed a dog, I don't give a damn how much dog might come in here and talk all the junk about white people he want to. I know I bred you. So I know what you're capable of because I have the scientific element of what I put into you. Because remember, we took almost 300 years to wipe your brain out. So when I breed you, not only do I know what you're capable of, I can go in and rebreed a new program. And that's what he did for the last 30 years. He said, wait a minute, sit back. He said, hold on. This black man's spirit done got on top of us. But we're going to take a whole new breeding process and rebreed a whole brand new breed of savages. And basically that's what the fuck you got. And you looking at black people saying, y'all screwed up. You don't even know the white man had a whole system to rebreed us. You see? And we can't break that imperial conditioning. Let's not be funny with this mess. We, as conscious people, only represent 0 point something. Of all the thousands, you can walk around down Charlotte for a month and might meet one person that got some sense in a damn month. Now, I'm in big old Atlanta. We had a bigger conscious community, and I meet one person got some sense in a week. Now, when you think about all the thousands and millions of black people here in America, that's like 0 point something. And it's just when we're in the conscious community, we automatically think that consciousness is growing. Like, now that's some bullshit. Consciousness ain't growing, and consciousness is basically obsolete. Yes, as a matter of fact, do you know that intellectual ability is abnormal to black people? Do you know that rationalization, logic, is abnormal? Do you know that thought is abnormal? We even have to look into this word. Do we really think? Because when we talk about this breeding process, what we're talking about here is a series of responses, reactions, and an advanced emotionalism. Put that together, and that's what we think thought is. And thought is something totally different. Thought is something that when you think it, it seems alien, because nobody else ain't thought about the shit. You ever thought that way? You just go and you'll have a thought, and the shit just seem alien. You be like, I can't even say this shit. Motherfuckers gonna think I'm crazy. That's thought. That's thought. If anybody ever thought of something that wasn't there in the beginning, if you got a new invention, 100 years down the road, somebody said, you crazy. People in a damn glass screen running around inside a thing you call a TV, lock that nigga up. You see what I'm saying? That's thought. We could have thousands of black people, and we go on cliche. Cliche and catchphrases. That's what they teach us in the school, in the church, and everywhere. So we even have to even question whether we think. Because 99% of the time, the majority of black people don't even think. So this is ludicrous to think that we're going to raise up. Now, there's a whole other aspect of that. You just got to get on the right paradigm. And the right paradigm is, isn't it funny that the least people is spiritual? Now, as black people, you get a 9-year-old white girl and a white boy, and they know more bad concepts of spirituality than you, and you are the doggone apex and the origin of spirituality. We're more religious You know, this brother, he's talking about Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And I said, you know, the house I'm in is haunted. The motherfucker looked at me like I was crazy. Oh, you don't believe in ghosts, but you believe in the Holy Ghost. Now, that's an oxymoron right there. That's asinine in itself. You don't believe in ghosts, but you believe in the damn Holy Ghost. But yet you say this whole shit about, they say this thing about, you know, faith and the unseen, and you gotta have faith in the unseen. But yeah, I just told you about an unseen ghost in my damn house. You don't believe this shit. Now I know he there, because one brother called and said, you know, I tried to call you yesterday, but I couldn't get through because your phone just rang. I said, yeah, because I just bought an answering machine Thursday. I said, why? I said, because last November, the damn ghost in my house cut my goddamn answering machine. Cut the cord and burned up the damn answering machine. Shorted the shit out. Now I'm up in the house, me and my mate, when I had my mate. That's a whole other story. Come up in there. The phone, she said, damn, the answering machine ain't working. The phone cut off. What's been on? I said, you know, I was up in here all last night. I hear the phone ring, you know. And we looked back there and the wire cut. And I said, well, damn, did you drop something back there? She said, no. And we tried to have all these explanations. I said, well, who gonna break in the house? Cut a damn phone wire. Leave out in the black neighborhood and don't take shit. If it's the government ain't gonna break in the house to cut you off. They're breaking in the house to connect you up. You saw enemy of the state. And who was they saying was the enemy of the state? The black man or the black woman. So I said, well, shit, you know what that's gotta be. And sure enough, we said, well, who is it? And she said, well, my girl's advanced psychic. That's one reason why she left. She said, well, Spirit said it's time to go. So she's an advanced psychic. She said, well, all I'm getting is her name is Josephine. Josephine. So I said, well, what? So I was getting her. So she started going swimming. So she ran and jumped in the pool when she went swimming in the morning. And Josephine came. Said, I'm Josephine. I'm stuck in the house. I saw y'all do a ritual 2 weeks ago, and all these people came. That's what we're going to do before the little libation. All the ancestors come. And I want to go where they're going, because I'm stuck in the house, and today my birthday. So get me out today. She said, no, we got to get her out today. So we did a beautiful ceremony, and we got Josephine out. We just figured she cut the phone just to get our attention. About a week later, here comes this other person, this man up in there. And I said, well, ask him, does he want us to get him out too? She's like, no, he wants y'all ass to go. Oh, you the one that cut the damn phone. So, okay, I said, all right. I said, okay, wait, you come here tonight. I'm getting your motherfucking ass out. You fucking with the wrong nigga now. I kick spirits in the ass. So we got in there and we drug his butt out. And it was interesting because when we moved in the house, first of all, this house looked like a cottage. And it don't look like it's supposed to be on the same street with the two houses in between. It's like a 1930s cottage. I mean, it's real beautiful. And hardwood floors and all this type of stuff. And the architecture would probably be about $250,000. I mean, just a, you know, a mortgage now on a house from 1930s and stuff. And it's real mysterious. Even the way we got it. I said, damn, our landlord owned a funeral home. That motherfucker know that house is haunted. You ain't fooling me now. Your ass deal with some damn spirits now. You cutting over bodies and stuff, put some vomit fluid on it. You know that house is haunted. So, okay, cool. When we walked out the yard, you know you want the house? Okay, I said, well, we got that shit a little too easy. But, anyway, when we moved in, we had this smell. And we couldn't get the smell out. I mean, it was in the kitchen. So for a whole year, we had to buy a refrigerator. I was like, man, we ate out for a whole year, man. I gained about damn near another extra 100 pounds. And all. And so anyway, we ate out for a year. And what happened was, I was washed with bleach, ammonia, everything to try to get that smell out. And the only way we got it out was we left the back door open because it had the burglar bars for a whole summer. And it dried it out. But by the winter, it started coming back. I said, that smell coming back. Man, we got to get rid of this badass house. And one day I said, this shit here is like a ghost almost. But anyway, when we got the person out, the smell left. Anyway, way, the West End area used to be owned by white people. And the house was built, and I believe the person that was in it was an old white man. And they were both, Josephine, who was the black woman, they were stuck in different time zones. He was probably when the house was built in the 30s or whenever, or the 20s. And she was probably either in the 50s or the 60s when the shit went all black and they had to sell. You see what I'm saying? So they were stuck in different time zones. So we was able to get them out of the actual house. But the point I'm trying to make here is, we have become the least likely people to believe in that type of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? When just before desegregation, the average black grandmama would talk about this shit. And now we've become educated, and we've become more religious, and we've become what is basically what they call prosperity religious, a religious prosperity theology, with this bullshit with T.D. Jakes and all these assholes. And as a result, we don't even tap into anything spiritual, and the white people is following our shit and have limited amount of power and can only get but so far, but yet the average one, I don't give a damn if he's ignorant. If you take him and break him down, he can be ignorant, never heard this shit before in his life, and believe in Jesus. But if you take that person and set him down and break this stuff down, mathematically, he'll bear witness every time. Number one, because they have open minds for the simple fact that they see greatness all around them all the time. But a Negro, you can go to 1,000 damn lectures and still end up back in the fucking church. You see what I'm saying? So this type of mentality and all. And I told you, we met two white girls. We met two white girls, a white girl and a white boy in 9th grade back in 1990, and it was dropping all this shit. And I was looking at this was my other ex-girlfriend, and I was looking at her, and she was like, look at this shit here. And yet we got black people and all, fucking 40, 50, running and stuff. Somebody turn on my tape, the woman run in the other room and shit, think the devil come. You see what I'm saying? But this is what's happening with a childlike behavior. This is the mentality of a childlike behavior. Now going back to the particular part about my girlfriend is, she was advanced psychic. So when the shit came down, it was time for her to leave, she said, I'm out of here. I mean, it was like overnight. One day we chilling. Nothing wrong now, so this is what the fucked up thing about it is. It's not like, you know, we going through some problems. People look like these people are the envy of the whole damn community because they don't even argue. Like this, don't even argue. You've been 7 years and we had, what, 2, 3 arguments. And then one day she's like, time for me to go. Wait the fuck up now. It's not even an argument. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's time to go. But then again, like I said, she was 11 years younger than me, and I got her when she was 20, and a virgin. Whatever the hell that means. But anyway, she said, well, you know, I did my 7 years in the 7-year cycle, and, you know, I got to get out here and see what it's like to be on my own. So I'm like, well, how can you argue with that? If I don't let her go, if I complain about it and all that, she's going to resent the shit. And all this type thing here, and also, I was like, well, I guess you gotta go, it's cool. I said, cause shit, I partied from fucking 14 to 30. So I was burnt out when I met you. So, you know, so she just, you know, like I said, she turned 27, I turned 38. She's like, I gotta go. You know, simple as that and shit, you know, and I like the sisters up in Mudville, she cut the titty off. You know, as they say, you cut your ass off from the titty, so, if you know what I mean. So anyway, what we do here is I got a few things. Number one, for those sisters who don't have no man, I guess you ought to be the one to first get this thing here. This is these are some rituals from the University of Chicago. Now, these rituals are stuff. They got rituals that can do anything. They got a ritual in Africa. If the heart stopped working, they got a ritual to start the heart back up, bring a nigga back from death. They had this kind of stuff, you see. So that's it. This one even delivers one from death. You see what I'm saying? They had one ritual, all-purpose rituals. They had one for dream revelation, one for direct vision. They had rituals for different types of visions, dreams. Love rituals, horoscope rituals, This one, and so this particular paper coming from the University of South Carolina, where they have all of this Camite or this Egyptian stuff locked down. This paper has just like tons of stuff, but there's about 4 or 5 love spells up here and attraction spells too. So if you a sister who ain't got nobody, if you a sister who know a motherfucker ain't got nobody, which is damn near every other black woman or every 5 out of 7 black women. We say this way, there's almost 20, close to 15 to 20 million black women in the United States that can't get no man. And that's by government design. Don't let nobody fool you. And we can break that shit down, what we mean by that. Jail, homosexuality, death, deranged ass niggas. You see what I'm saying? So now, it got so bad up in New York, they go, see, this is the funny thing about, back in '96 is no romance, no finance, no romance. Oh no, that shit done changed now. Got them on the run now. Up in New York, it be like, you got a job? No. Okay, we can deal with that. I swear to God. You got a car? No. Okay, we can deal with that. That got bad. Now it is, are you crazy? That's all I want to know. Are you crazy? So the criteria now is not based on no romance, no finances, no romance thing that Gwen Guthrie song. Now it is, are you insane? Because if you ain't insane, hey, we back to work some damn shit. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you this. Look, I'm telling you, I travel around the country. And I'm telling you this shit. That's why it is time to raise up out of here. That's what we talk about here. Let nobody fool you. It's called eschatology, the ending of the world, to go to the next plateau. Because anytime your species have, or anytime the mother of civilization is deprived of her own mate, it's time to get the fuck on up out of here. You see what I'm saying? And it is time for the extermination of the race when the black man, 98% is in retreat from the black woman to the goddamn white woman. Anytime you reject your species have, it's time for extermination. And I ain't telling you no bull. I'm telling you there is an epidemic that's greater than AIDS proportion all over the country where the black man is retreating by the thousands with the damn white woman. Now we might say all the thing, you might see 1 or 2 little sisters, but when you really break this thing down, the sisters that still prefer the black man. But I'm telling you, I go around the country and I see this. You might see 1 sister every 15 brothers with a damn white woman. You might see 1 sister with a white man. That is because one thing about the white man understands one thing. He might be the apex and the enemy of all indigenous civilization. He might be the worst element ever lived on planet Earth. But one thing he has, and he knows this for one thing, he's better than us about. He understands based on it is quintessential in civilization that you marry your species have or your mate, your genetic mate in mass. Now you say what the fuck you want by that white man, you gotta bear witness. He marries his woman in mass. He might have 5 or 6 concubines, some agents, some other prostitutes or whatever type thing, all other races, but the woman he calls his apex is that goddamn white woman. Now I'll teach you some shit, because since we always following white people, well then do that. If you don't do shit, follow the white man on that because he still marries. Why? Because that's quintessential. They say, well look, if we can kill around the world, one thing we got to understand is this paramount if we gonna stay on this planet as a rule, is we got to marry our goddamn woman. And here we are, don't have a pot to piss in, and we are in retreat from our woman. This is an epidemic. I'm not telling you some shit based on, you just hear some shit on TV. I'm talking about, I travel the country and I see this shit. You see what I'm saying? And I'm talking about overnight. I'm talking about, even in 1990, the epidemic wasn't as bad as it is now. This thing is insane. You see what I'm saying? So, going back to this and all, we got some rituals for everything. I think I got a few of those. You know, like I said, we got them going for $7, but like I said, we got a ritual in here that can damn near do everything. I use this ritual here to get this snake cracker up out my house. One of these up in here. I just tell you, well, hell, this guy, I just put together a whole bunch of them. But these are coming from ancient Kemet in the, from the library, there's a lot of stuff that they got out of the Library of Alexandria, and a lot of the papyrus they got in the last 200 years. They got it right there in Chicago, but you will never get to see them. That's the key. You never get to see these things. They're locked down and not for public viewing and translation. So therefore, we do have some of these things smuggled out of the University of Chicago, and these shits work. So I got a few of those left. Now. And then I got a few of these. Now the best thing I can do is when I leave, I'll leave one of these. I guess here either between Darrell and between here when I leave Charlotte. This is the voodoo spirits. We're going to get into this today also too. And these are called bebes. You've seen these things drawn on the ground or whatever. Now let me explain how this works. These are called bebes, and they draw them on the ground in voodoo and white cornmeal and all this stuff. The science on this is very advanced. It's just like if you got a computer and you punch the C key, the C comes up on the screen. If you punch in Charlotte, Charlotte comes up on the screen. Well, it's the same way based on the bebes of the bebes. What happens is whatever bebe you want to put down, basically you put this down and that energy comes and it's drawn to the actual symbol that calls it. You see what I'm saying? And whatever symbol is calling is the symbol that the energy is coming. So we're talking about a very advanced science. You see what I'm saying? So advanced, so the white man went on a campaign in the 1950s to make the whole world scared of voodoo through the Hollywood shit. Yeah. Sticking the dolls and all this kind of stuff. So right now, there's a mere fact we're talking about voodoo up in here. You be like, oh, man. Dangerous shit. Yeah, there ain't nothing more dangerous than fucking Christianity. Christianity done killed more people on the damn planet than bubonic plague. You see what I'm saying? JC and the boys. Shit. JC and the boys. And JC done took more people women than Barry White or Dracula or who the hell ever the hell. You see what I'm saying? So we're going to pose to these particular entities. Darrell Rice, Brother Darrell, has a libation list also. Did you bring those? Mm-hmm. He has a libation list. So for some of you who want to purchase a libation list, you can do that. Now I got a few of these bebes, the people who ain't scared. You know, I got a few of these left and all, and you can purchase some of these also too. Not that I used to just sell nothing, but the people get mad when you don't bring them nothing, so I had to start doing something. So, and they have different ones like this also too. And this is a good one too. The one with that heart, that's Urzuli. And she works to get you a man too. You see what I'm saying? We're going to give you one of the rituals for that. We give you a couple of rituals tonight, some money rituals. We'll give you some money rituals. We'll give you some if you want to make. Let's see, we got a lot of, we give you some healing rituals. We'll do all that for the people and all, you know what I'm saying, you know. And just don't use the shit on me. I give you a damn love ritual, don't use the goddamn shit on me, cuz I'm the brokest nigga in the Western Hemisphere. Serious business. Only money I have is in my front pocket. That's it. No bank account, no nothing. So you'll be down in Atlanta working and taking care of my ass. Because I'm the brokest nigga in West Coast. All I got is some sex and some buffalo wings. I can't afford no goddamn buffalo wings. You see what I'm saying? It's a buffalo wing. That's all I got is some sex part now. You see what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, we have this particular thing also too. We got a rare book on Osiris. This is interesting because this is a thing called Melanin People, How to Eat and Devour Their Energy. And this is a white Luciferian group out of New York. I got about 6 or 7 of them left. I'm sorry, but I've been on the road, California, Detroit, Cleveland, and just been depleted. And anyway, so I just got what I got. But anyway, this is white Luciferian group reveal their secrets. And it's also because I even got on some of my tapes how when you go up in them churches, that's what this shit is for. That's to zap the energy, and that's to keep the white boy civilization alive. They feed off your energy. So that's why there's a church on every corner. That's a battery for them. And in this particular information, they explain all this. So the best I can do, if we run out because I'm limited, I'll leave a copy of each one of these with the place, and he can go out and get some Xerox, and you can come back and, you know, get him and pay him whatever he needs to, you know, for the cost of the Xerox and this stuff. You see what I'm saying? Our brother Darrell, that's the best we can do. So let's post some libations right quick. Let's post some libations right quick and all. And he has a libation list, as well as we have the voodoo one and the stuff that we'll get into. Y'all all right?
Hey, the question about this.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, what's that?
Again, I want to welcome you to
Mhm.
Nubian Roots Profile. I'm enjoying your the discussion with us. I was wondering if at some point that you could go back to the menstrual cycle. You mentioned the menstrual cycle earlier.
Definitely.
Really interesting here.
Definitely. Well, I'm going to go back in as soon as we pull the libation and come back that way.
Thank you.
What we're going to do is we got so much information to cover until, like I said, I'm going to be here for a while, so, you know what I'm saying? Until they put me out and shit, you know. I did 10 hours in L.A. No problem. 10 hours was like 3. Especially after you pour your libation. 10 hours is like 2. 8 hours is like an hour. And that's the most magical part about it. Because actually you go into a whole other dimension. And what you do is, we'll explain this also too. Because what you're actually doing is, these are no different than electromagnetic force fields and stuff, or energies that we call the ancestors, which is pure raw energy. And what they do is they come to fill up the room, and in so many words, basically, time stops. So you might think it's 2 hours, it'd be 8 hours. Now how the hell I do, basically, I roughly do 8 hours each time I speak, a minimum of 6. Now that's almost impossible for you to have an 8-hour shift at the top of your voice. You see what I'm saying? I did 10 hours in L.A. That's impossible. But that lets you know that it's spiritual. You see what I'm saying? It's spiritual. We're talking about doing this shit here. We're talking about getting up in the morning, pouring these doggone libations. And if you pour these libations, and usually what I did is I'm supposed to spit the rum, but I messed around. There's a liquor store off the street anyway.
Is that it on the table on your left laying flat? That's not it.
What?
That's something else under the paper.
What you mean?
It's a bottle.
No, that's not it. No, that's not it. I'm gonna explain what that is in a few minutes. Usually, we get the rum. You spit the rum in 4 corners, and you spit the rum 4 directions also too, and that fill up the room also. But you can pour these particular libations and stuff, and the energy will literally change the atmosphere. Now, how is that? What is gunpowder? Gunpowder is nothing but a doggone charge or a reaction based on certain energies crossing up each other, crossing up. Certain energies crossing up, basically, coming together, fusing together, and have a reaction. Well, basically, you can change the atmosphere, whereas the gunpowder won't even shoot because the atmosphere is changed, and the properties that is needed in the atmosphere around it is solidified, is neutralized. So therefore, the gunpowder won't even work. That is why when they shot up the mosque I think they shot up the mosque in New York and Harlem in the 70s, and the goddamn bullets got caught in the curtain. The bullets got caught in the curtain. So what it is the white boy has convinced us that his laws or the way he explained the universe around him has to deal with his reality. And so therefore, you don't think that there's a reality outside of what the hell he is shaking on the planet, so therefore you think you can't defeat his ass. So therefore, you're always going on the defense. Why not go on the offense? We're going to deal with some of that today by going on the offense. That means when a cracker ain't doing shit, but loving you, you still goddamn go on the offense. Because that's what he does. He sit back and says, now let's go on the offense on this damn nigga ass. And you don't know what hit you. He's been on the offense 10 years, and you still be like, you know, white people are all right. Motherfucker been kicking you in the ass for 10 years. And you think they'll do that? That's the first thing. When something happens, the first thing we say is, they can't do that. No, nigga, you can't do that. You are trying to think with your mind and his mind. They're 2 different species. You can't fathom the depths of how the hell he thinks. And so you're taking your mind and trying to put it in him and say he can't do that. No, nigga, you can't do that. You see what I'm saying? And that's why we fail. We think the white man thinks like us. And it's a whole other species. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, when this thing happens, we baffle. Take us 10 years just to figure this shit out. Because we're still trying to think human. And we don't understand, and we're talking about something that's not even human. So therefore, we can't understand the depths of what he will do. You see what I'm saying? Just like you can't understand what you can't tell me the roach is politics. You're not a fucking roach. So you can't say the roach can't do that. The roach can do what the fuck he want to do. You see, and this is the concept here. This is how we are not able to doggone bounce back from stuff. You see what I'm saying? So, but he does this stuff all the time. So go on the offense. Go on the offense. So let's change the atmosphere and get this going. So I say Ishu, which is the opener of the gateway. Anytime you do some stuff, what's that?
We need, Sister Jerry, can you play the drum for us? You have a djembe, maybe you can play for us while he does the libations.
I mean, you know, you can put on one of them CDs or whatever. Ishu, or Legba, is one of the gods to call on, who is the opener of the way. It's Ishu in one part of Africa, it's Legba in another part of Africa, or it's Ishu Legba in the same part of Africa, but it's also Tahuti in Kemet, or Anubis in Kemet is also an opener of the way. Elijah in Christianity, John in Christianity, Ibris in Islam. There's several names, Zarabanda, which is in a stuff called Palomeombe, and there's different names, but basically Ishu or Legba is the opener of the way, so we'll do the libation to Ishu, and that open the way, then we'll call out the other libation. Y'all all right? Okay, Ishu Oro, you go Ashe as loud as you can. Ishu Oro, Ashe, Ishu Iku, Ashe Ishu Oku, Ashe Ishu Sorry, Ashe Ishu Oro, Ashe Ishu Oro, Ishu Oku, Ashe Ishu Ashe, Ashe Ishu Oku, Ashe Ishu Jorasu, Ashe Ishu Ogadan Goba, Ashe Ishu Iku, Ashe Ishu Urabi, Ashe Ishu Lelu, Ashe Ishu Pakawasi, Ashe Ishu Kodishu, Ashe Ishu Legba, Ashe Ishu Ashe, Ashe Ishu Ashe, Ashe Ishu Ashe, Ashe. Okay, hold on a minute. Agasu, Ashe, Agasu, Ashe, Edawalu, Ashe, Evain, Ashe, Parasalati, Ashe, Ashe, Bridget McCruff, Ashe, 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 Grand Lotus, Ashe, Lossery, Ashe, Legba, Ashe, Laco, Ashe, Ashe, Michigan, Ashe, Ogun, Ashe, 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 Okay, hold on 1 minute. Keep on, let's see here, hold up. Bear with me 1 minute. All right, okay. Chad, Ashe, now y'all go as loud as y'all can. Knock out. Ashe, Ashe, hold on, let me get a few more. El Cristo Negro. That's okay, let me give you some more. Gotta get these boys down here. Zarabanda. One more. El Cristo Negro. El Cristo Le. to be John Mercury.
Ashe.
Hold on, a few more. Sam Simon.
Ashe.
Madila Luna.
Ashe.
Frankiso D. City Mayor.
Ashe.
Mama Kala.
Ashe.
A few more. Yeah, that's not it on that. Okay, let's see, there's a few more here. Who's got my head? Nakumba.
Ashe.
Unaringa.
Ashe.
Kulu.
Ashe.
I say, Texas.
Ashe.
Texas.
Ashe.
I say, Sudan.
Ashe.
I say, Melchizedek. I say, Melchizedek. I say, Metatron.
Ashe.
Atan.
Ashe.
Atan. Ashe. Elijah.
Ashe.
Hootie.
Ashe.
Portobello.
Ashe.
Lucarelli.
Ashe.
Shingle.
Ashe. Ashe. Ashe.
Ashe. Goa.
Ashe.
Ashe. Okay, hold on a few more. All right. Velocity.
Ashe.
Wakala.
Ashe.
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 Arugula.
Ashe.
Baboon.
Ashe.
Shingle.
Ashe. 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 Ashe.
I say Setmaya.
Ashe. 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 Ashe.
Ashe. All right. Okay. I guess that's enough. So, now, the key to this is these energies are inside of you. Everything that is in the universe is inside of you. As a matter of fact, that universe out there is a series of emanations that don't even exist. It is only a backdrop on what's going on the inside of you. That's called the petty universe or the holographic universe. You get that information in your book, Michael Talbot's book, The Holographic Universe. It's basically what they made the movie The Matrix. Basically, it's based off of that particular information. As well as all of your books on the, your Rig Veda, your Upanishads talks about it, your Rig Veda talks about it, your Mahabharata talks about it, including your Bhagavad Gita talks about it, your Gnostic text talks about it, several ancient texts, just about all the ancient texts talks about this world being only an illusion, a series of events that don't even exist. The only thing that exists is your inner self, or your higher self, and basically the brain that is put on you, this brain tells you that this outside world exists. But in actuality, it's only an illusion. You saw all that in the movie The Matrix. You saw that in the movie The 13th Floor. In The 13th Floor, as well as there's a few other movies and all, but one of the best ones ever made on that, and you saw that in The Matrix. But basically, that's coming straight out of Sanskrit text. And so basically,
Who's the author again?
which one?
The Holographic Universe.
Michael Talbot's book. That's the scientific book on it. Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot. T-A-L-B-E. Huh?
D-O-T.
B-O-T. Yeah, Michael Talbot. And that particular book. There's other books based on the ancient India. That's just the white boy's explanation of it, based on his scientific analysis. And he even proved that based on these eyes is a cheat. You see what I'm saying? So these particular eyes is actually a cheat. There's other stuff. It's called Maya in India. It's called Maya in India, which is illusion. A series of events. What's that?
How you feel about what they're saying about Sababa in the holographic universe, how he manifests objects out of thin air?
Oh, that's no problem. Basically what it is he is tapped into the faculty of the brain that can do that. At one time, that was the maximum level of all black people on the planet. Detailed files. And which give you a good example. When we ask the question, well, how is it that we have all these beautiful monuments in Africa, in Egypt, we don't find it nowhere else in the rest of Africa? So we automatically thought that the rest of Africa must be primitive. That's because we're thinking from a physical perspective. What we didn't understand is that rest of Africa didn't need the large monuments. In actuality, they have what is called detailed files. And detailed files is you come equipped to the planet with everything there is, and you're able to manifest everything there is based on these faculties being open. The Egyptian thing or the Camite thing comes into view. Let me see if my pants will zip, because I'll tell you what happened. I was in down Detroit 2 weeks ago, speaking, pants unzipped, and Mother's just standing up, and I'm like, God damn! It's 30 fucking minutes! shit. Next thing I know, y'all standing right here. I just had a fucking flashback for some reason. But anyway, when Kemet comes in, they're basically recording all of this particular information because it was a race against time, because they knew that our faculties were shutting down based on the vibratory rate and being down here on the planet. Whereas what happened was, is as we say, and even in the book, Rudolf Steiner's book, Universe, Earth, and Man, which is an excellent book, Universe, Earth, and Man. Get that book and get his book, Cosmic Memory, by Rudolf Steiner. Universe, Earth, and Man, and Cosmic Memory. Now don't ask me how to spell. You know what I'm saying? You see, even in college, motherfuckers, don't ask that nigga how to spell. You see? So, Rudolf Steiner. Universe, Earth, and Man, and Cosmic Memory. And even in those books, it tells you how, in the beginning, the spiritual world was visible, and the physical world was a faint little dot. About like them little black spots you see now in the spiritual world. You be like, wait, something just passed by. You know, little shadows you see of the spiritual world, because you're in the physical world. But the physical world was little shadows, and the spiritual world was visible. As the vibratory rate shut down, the spiritual world becomes invisible, and the physical world becomes visible. You see what I'm saying? So we had a race for time to record all of this ancient information of what was on the inside of us before our memory and all of our psychic abilities shut down. So when you have a psychic, that's just a minute ability of something even greater that we used to have. So Sai Baba is able to manifest things out of physical air. He's just tapped into that particular part of the brain. Now, the white boy tell you we only use, what, a third of our brain? 10% of our brain. That's because he can only use 10% of his brain because the other portions of the brain is separated by the pineal gland. And because his pineal gland is atrophied or calcified and don't work, he can't use the other portions of his brain. Meanwhile, we are born in a European society. And the European society is based off of the 10% of the brain. So therefore, from birth, we end up only using 10% of our brains. You see what I'm saying? For the normal function, and then the rest of the shit kicks in when we do all the spiritual stuff that black people used to do and just baffle the damn white man. You see what I'm saying? Even crazy-ass Tiger Woods fucking him up on that one. You see what I'm saying? He might not know who the fuck he is, but that nigga know he can measure a damn golf course like you measure a damn free throw line. You see what I'm saying? And fucking these crackers up. You know what I'm saying? Especially because the British Open was the highest shit. Well, it was the Masters, well, he got that. 97, and they changed all the golf courses. So he said, let me just chill in 98, and he just went around, won by 2 Opens, until he learned how to play all the shit they changed up. Then he came back and started winning down, should be undefeated on the ass for like a month or so. Then he went to the U.S. Open, which is their top shit, and made mockery. Then they said, oh, no, that's all right, we got the top shit, the British Open. Even Jack Nicklaus and them caught hell on the British Open. He went there and made mockery. They like, well, they talking about killing this motherfucker. This shit is saying, we got to do something. They got to sit on the internet saying, we got to do something. We got to take this motherfucker out. You see? So he might be dead with his little white girl and all that shit. But something that's, you know, it's just like the whole Venus Williams thing. And the whole, and Serena. So Serena killed him last year at the U.S. Open, and so in Venus it was all confidence. She was clearly the best player for the last year, but they used to psych her out, and her emotions used to get better. Now she done won Wimbledon, you done won the top shit now, so now, hey, your confidence is there now, so now she started killing her. You see what I'm saying? And after the 2 white people that lead sports, and they're getting dogged out, you see what I'm saying? So that's some stuff that just kicks in also too, but we used to have detailed files. So therefore, the whole Kemet thing and the whole thing where we started recording stuff was to record this stuff so we could have a memory or a record of it years later after we go totally into slavery. And that's what we're doing now, reviewing a record of that ancient stuff. You see what I'm saying? But meanwhile, as a result, religions come into play. And religions basically is something that comes in, which is a fragment that comes in after the advanced civilization is torn down and the spiritual educational system has basically dwindled away. Then you have religions, and religions are based on moralism. You know what I'm saying? Don't bump into nothing and behave. Make sure you don't bump into nothing. And moralism has nothing, as a matter of fact, when you get into the spiritual realm, moralism has nothing to do with spirituality. The gods can do what the fuck they want to do. As a matter of fact, it's so bad until in actuality, you're going to find out that half the gods who ain't in the spiritual aspect is assholes and don't even like you. You see what I'm saying? It's a whole jungle in the spirit realm of the hierarchy, and especially the ones you worship in the whole Christian thing. Them ones don't even like you. You see what I'm saying? The whole archangel, we'll get into that particular stuff. They hate you. We'll go into that particular science also too, but we're not talking about some stuff that just like, you know, this ain't the days of the nation or somebody coming and giving you a whole bunch of shit and don't give you no scholarship. You see what I'm saying? So this is the good part about it. Now, it's not one of those kind of things where I come and run off in the damn mouth and you just got to take what I say. No, we'll give you shit in back. We got a damn pound. Look at all that shit there. You see what I'm saying? Now, we got the books. We know you ain't gonna read these motherfuckers, but we know we got them. So this is the day out for some dumb stuff out, you know. I don't know whether to believe that nigga or not. No, we got the scholarship for your ass. So that's how you screw it. That's how you mess them up. That's the buck stop here. We'll put the book on your ass and let you see it for your own self. So you can't front them and say, that nigga crazy. No, goddammit, you need to read. You need to study. You see what I'm saying? So that's the kind of stuff we talking about. So when you go deeper into this thing, you'll find out that it's really a zoo going on. Just as you got a zoo going on down here, you got a zoo going on in the other realm too. And it's survival of the damn fittest. You see what I'm saying? Who you appease, but you got to line up with the ones that's going to deal with you and all this kind of thing. So they have trained you against what is called the dark side. And basically the dark side is nothing but your own inner regions of your own soul. So right now, if you come up and the white man, if the white man, you come up and you think you about to die, because the white man comes, and you say, I got God on my side. White man say, that's when you go ahead and kill. He don't know what time it is. See, you can't just be guessing at this shit. You go ahead and take his ass on out. We take the ones with God on their side all the time. You better say, I'm from the dark side. Or something that he knows. That nigga dealing with some shit. If he ain't lying, we might not fuck with him now. Because he dealing with some stuff. You better say something other than I got God on my side. First of all, that's a German deity. You gonna say you got God on your side? That's a fucking German deity. You gotta call on something other than some goddamn God. Ain't that some goddamn God? Because they know, first of all, you don't know what the shit you talking about. Because there's fields, the universe is vast. There's astral planes, salt planes, underworld. You see what I'm saying? Microscopic world, and you gotta become correct. That white boy, because he done studied this shit. You tell me I got God on my side, they say that's an idiot. He's dealing with the Christian shit. And he don't understand and all that that's religion and moralism, and that ain't got shit to do with the spirit world. So you better tell him, look here, I'm gonna come up from the dark side. You know what I'm saying? Some deep shit, you know, I'm gonna, I got some Legba, you know what I'm saying? I got some Zarabanda, or I got some Satan, which is an ancient Sumerian deity, which is the Christ. One of the most true forms of Christ is Satan. You didn't know that shit, did you? Called Christomelos. Oh, we'll get into that type of stuff. And we'll debate anybody on. Y'all motherfuckers want to... See, this is the thing about it. We can't be niggas no more. We can't sit up and say, this nigga crazy, and don't ask no questions. If you got a question, then ask the question, because we in the year 2000, so you got to get shit straight. You see what I'm saying? Now, right there in your book of Isaiah, no, what's that? Isaiah 45. No, what's it, Isaiah 45? 45:3, I will give you the powers of darkness.
Treasure.
You see? I will give you the powers of the treasures of the living. They say powers. They said power. And we evil power. They say darkness is a damn treasure. You know, Lucifer fell like the morning star in Genesis. Then Jesus come and say, God damn it, I am the morning star. You don't get it. You don't draw the parallel. Lucifer and Christ is one and the same. Both of them are light bringers. Christ is the light bringer. Lucifer is a light one. Lucifer just means the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? Just means Lucifer fell like the morning star. He fell into a physical body. Fell into a physical body. Just means the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? These are ancient terminologies that even in the Compass of Nicaea, which is one of the main compasses, they had to take the word Lucifer out and relegate it down to one time or two times in the Bible, because if they put it throughout the ancient text, you say, wait a minute, this shit ain't talking about no good and evil. It's talking about polarities of light and darkness, yin and yang, inner, outer, as above, so below, bleach, water, milk, kerosene. You understand what I'm saying? So you would draw the parallel. So they got to spook you into what is called Lamarlism and inspirational ceremony, as well as fear. You see what I'm saying? So all that particular underworld stuff, or the most spiritual aspects of what you have to go through to get to the higher self, is taken out. Do you know that the word Satan, if you break it down, simply means melanin? If you break it down on the origin of the ruler of this shit, it means melanin. Ain't that a bitch? You up in the church, scared of Satan, and Satan only means melanin. Prince of darkness, the dark side. All of this is talking about the regions of the subconscious mind, as well as the deep core of your soul, the dark night of the soul. You got the Christ, which means light, Christos. You got the Antichrist, which means the dark substance around light, the shadow. You ever see Antichrist is you got a light, and then you put your hand in, you get a shadow. The shadow would be the anti-light. But darkness is only light that these two eyes can't see. If this is an illusionary world, and it can only see light particles that the brain says it can see, and it's an illusion, then what would darkness be? Darkness would be a form of light that these two eyes can't see. You see what I'm saying? So the only true light there is darkness. That's why the system don't work for your ass. You scared of the dark side, and the dark side, they say, is the treasures of darkness. Now, what do we mean by that? The first thing you do is, when you get confused, you shut your eyes, and you go, oh, shit. Then you go, oh, I got it. That means you had to go inward to come out with it. Anything you know yourself, that it can be almost terrifying. Something come down, and it can be terrifying. If you just sleep on it, the next morning it's a lot less terrifying. You might still have to go through some bad shit, but this day is better than the day before. And then when you go back and sleep again, it gets better until it damn near disappears. As a matter of fact, you might even look a week later and be laughing at the shit. You could even look down on it and thinking about the same thing that you was terrified of, or so traumatically imbalanced about. A week later, you can laugh at the stuff. That is because you have gotten clarity on it. And you do that through the dark side, what they call the sleep realm also, too. I'm going ahead of myself. But anyway, and so these libations, when you pour them, you're only activating the inner aspects of your own being. You see, of your own being. So therefore, the entire religious structure doesn't help you. Some people say, no, Bobby. I was on crack. And I came to Jesus and I got off crack. Yes, you did. But you didn't get off crack because of Jesus. You used the focus of a deity, which is an image. And you believed in that image so much until you tapped into the subconscious mind. And you tapped into the subconscious mind enough to heal your own damn self. It could have been Mickey Mouse if a motherfucker trained you from a child and told you Mickey Mouse was King of Kings, Lord of Lords. You just used the image in which you believed in. The damn Muslim would say something else. The Buddhists would say something else. And they say this is the only way. And they get healed based on the same thing. That is an archetypal image that you use to conjure up the healing process that is inside of you at your core collective unconsciousness. You get it? So they're saying you just because you ignorant, you attributing the shit to Jesus. You see? That's the thing about it. We cannot break our empirical or our imperial conditioning. Just like my aunt, big time school teacher up in D.C. Oh, she analyzed every damn thing. She analyzed everything. Everything is rational, logical, and all that shit. She woke up, she had severe arthritis. And she woke up one morning, she had a dream, and she woke up one morning and she was healed. Now, because she's from Mother in South Carolina, and the only kind of way of the spiritual aspect she ever came by was fucking Jesus, when she wanted to think about it, she knew it was spiritual. What happened, she knew there was a process that went on. But because she was only trained in a tradition, it's just a tradition, she turned to goddamn Jesus. You see what I'm saying? And I'm saying, so the next time some shit happened to you, you probably die from the shit. Because you don't know the science. You know what I'm saying? Just like I got another aunt. She prayed at Christ Church. She get advanced warnings of doggone breast cancer, but no, she gonna play it around with the shit. No, she praying away the lumps for Jesus. Her ass died. See what I'm saying? Kill the woman. But that's the whole concept. It was a metaphysical act that went on. And so the next time some shit go down, she gonna die because JC ain't around. Because it wasn't JC that did it anyway. That was her explanation. She just assumed it was Jesus Christ that cured her. It was a metaphysical act. Number one, she was cured through a dream. And the dream, Jesus was nowhere in the damn dream. You see what I'm saying? It was the dream. She just automatically attributed this advanced healing to some damn bullshit because that's the only way she was trained. And we can't break out of our doggone training. Y'all all right? Yeah. Okay, let's go into some things. I'm going to get into some stuff right now. We got to cover a lot of stuff. First of all, this is interesting here. I want to read this to you. This is coming from white people now. Now, in spite of how the hell we act, this is what white people say. The African Americans, for the most part, are the heirs to the earth. This is about a week ago.
Where article? Where it come from?
This is coming off the internet.
What's the site?
It's called Julia article. Let's see. Julia, let me see. You said you tried to tap, you couldn't get it? Down, this woman by the name of Jelaiila is her name. And it's a white woman. Here's a picture of the white woman here. See, right there. Exhibit number 8. White woman. All right? Okay. The website, she has these particular links. Let's see here. All I have is www.therapeuticdimensions.com. Therapeuticdimensions.com is the number, is the only thing that comes attached to this particular page. But she says that the African Americans, for the most part, are the heirs of the earth. Their soul group came from Sirius B and had polarized the light. And that is why they were etheric when they arrived. Now, that's interesting because there's a piece in these reports called what's the name of this stuff here? This guy by the name of Robert Shapiro, Zoosh, S-O-Z-O-O-S-H. He got a book out called Explorer Race. Explorer Race. And in here, he also says in 1995, talking to a whole bunch of white people, the dark races hold the feminine principle but are now going home. These are the same white people and all talking about us. I would say, generally speaking, that the southern hemisphere is one-third likely to have extreme experiences, but I must exclude Africa for some reason. He said, in Africa, India, Pakistan, the populations have been exploring for many years. These people are actually returning home to their home planets. First of all, this is our home planet. There is no such thing as space and time. We'll get into that in a few minutes. And it says, I have said for many years, if there is not enough dark-skinned people on the earth, it is not likely that the earth human population will be viable. I know this is hard to imagine. He's telling the white people this. Now, how it is possible, but the people of dark skin, regardless to how they express themselves, act as a link to the star system Sirius, from which the feminine principle radiates and supports humanity. If the population of dark-skinned people falls below 7% of the Earth total, I don't think that it will be we will be able to go on. And it is more likely that our reproduction will go into decline. You see what I'm saying? The people with the dark-skinned people of the earth radiate the feminine principle more than any other group of people. So he's also saying, telling these particular people that in actuality, this does not take running to the southern hemisphere, going and retaking Africa, which they're doing. We'll go in that in a few minutes. But saying the only way that you're going to actually get these people to save you is love. Well, we know goddamn well that ain't going to happen. Because white motherfuckers ain't going to love you. You see what I'm saying? It don't look like we're going to save white people. And that ain't part of the shit either. But anyway, which goes to the next question, because your boy Richard Noon wrote the book Ice the Ultimate Disaster, 5/5/2000. And the book was supposed to be about this ice age coming, but it's a code word because he was an advanced mason out of Georgia. And Ice the Ultimate Disaster, it means the ice man, the ultimate disaster. And what he was talking about here in Ice the Ultimate Disaster was that in actuality, they are going to retake Africa by May 5th, 2000. Well, May 5th, 2000 came into what we knew. We got the movie Kim Basinger wrote had a movie called Africa on My Mind. Came out for about a week. They were like, why you gonna make a movie? You know, we already had that Out of Africa. The one with that one with Robert Redford and them, Meryl Streep. Why you gonna do this Africa on My Mind? I believe the name of not Africa on My Mind. It was called I Dream of Africa. Is the name of the movie. Same time, this woman Jane Goodall wrote a book, Africa on My Mind. Then you got all this reinvesting in Africa. So in so many words, basically, we're talking about the retaking of Africa. To the point where as the whole AIDS thing, where you got 75,000 Africans dying a month. Remember, anytime they tell you 75,000 Africans dying a month, you got to count that 9 times, because they always give you the lowest estimate. So count 9 times 75,000. And that's how many Africans you got dying a month. And so basically they take the major cities like Ghana, Nigeria, and a few, and those particular cities, they will keep a certain amount of count. And basically Africa, you can fit America in Africa 5 times. So therefore, when you have this, in actuality what you got here is, you basically got the whole continent of Africa cleaned off. As a matter of fact, they have a whole state-of-the-art city over in Africa to make New York look like goddamn Mayberry. And this shit is beautiful. And it's right in the middle of Africa, but no African can go in 200-mile radius of it. As a matter of fact, I saw the city spiritually in doing the Million Woman March up in Philadelphia in '97. I saw it spiritually. But in actuality, some brothers asked a sister from Kenya, said that she had known about the actual city, and said there was even a book on this thing. So even when Bill Clinton went over to Africa, and he went to christen this city, you see what I'm saying? When he was over there, that was the reason to give blessing for the city. So in so many words, you had thousands of them that retreated to Africa. You see what I'm saying? Doing this whole 5/5/2000. So to Africa. So the book, he even talks about them retaking Africa. You see what I'm saying? During this particular time. During this particular time. A few other things I want to cover right now, because this is paramount. We can get into the esoteric thing, but we need to cover this because this is at the top of the agenda. What's that?
That emerging viruses by Leonard Horowitz, is that pretty valid in reference to what you're talking about?
No, when they give you the virus shit, that's the only thing they got to do. See, first of all, they can't be kicking these viruses out because they can fuck around and wipe off all white. White people be the first to die from some disease shit. But them not having no melanin, or the lesser degree of melanin, they'll be the first to die. So they can't be fucking around with these viruses things. So, but this is the key. When they come out and tell you about these emerging viruses, and they give you the doggone mind control, that means that they can automatically go in there and start killing all people. So the key is with the AIDS thing, there is no such thing as no AIDS. What it is that they're killing the people off and calling it AIDS. Now over here, which is very key, because the black churches get ready to kill everybody else. Because we are the most idiotic people. That's the thing about us. We are dangerous because right now, in actuality, I have no respect for dead people. And I'm not really looking at this thing as an elite thing, but I know that dead people are dangerous. People that don't know what time it is. So I'm not really looking at this as an elite thing. I just understand that a person that don't know who the fuck they are in this world is subject to all kind of evils, even if they inadvertently doing this shit. You see. So, they get ready to get the black church in on this shit over here. What they saying now? Now, first of all, they said in '96 that the #1 person with AIDS was a black woman. Most conservative, I don't give a damn how much things, still the black woman is still the most conservative person to giving up some ass. With her attitude, fuck, you might wait a goddamn month if that motherfucker get mad the wrong way. So you know damn well, that's why the damn black man is flocking to the white hole, because she easy. So we know the most conservative person on the planet of giving her some ass is still the goddamn black woman. Depends on how the fuck she feels. So how the hell is she gonna be the #1 recipient of AIDS? You know what I'm saying? In the world. Not unless they killing them off. So she was the #1 AIDS carrier in '96. Now all of a sudden they done turned around and said that the #1 AIDS carrier is the black man. Shit, we don't even know where the fucking black man is. Depopulation? Heck, where the fuck is the damn black man? You know what I'm saying? But yet, now he the #1 person. No, wait, you gotta make up the goddamn mind with this shit here. You see what I'm saying? Plus, they tell you that even if there was a disease, it's almost impossible for the male to catch it. You know, the hole is so damn small. They even talk about that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So, in actuality, what it is there's no such thing as the shit. What's happening is this. That's why they made it available for the AIDS test, that you mail in your AIDS test during the time of 1996. So what they're getting ready to do is basically, they're going to storm the streets, tell everybody to put their blood on some damn paper, the black churches. Or if you're a member of the church, you got to take an AIDS test. Only thing I got to do is tell you Jesus wants you to take an AIDS test. And they mention Jesus and shit, and they tell you Jesus wants to stick this up your ass, nigga sticking up his ass. That's how idiots we are. So the first thing they got to do is say, Jesus wants you to take this AIDS test, and everybody take the AIDS test. Now, #1, they look at this thing, and they already know they're going to say, well, we're going to put this batch for HIV positive, and this little batch over here for HIV negative. It depends on if you're a functional Negro. Well, I mean, you might have a job that's and all that. We need that motherfucker right there for that shit there. He punched them buttons the right way. So we can get another nigga to punch them buttons, or some Mexican motherfucker we gotta train. We'll let him live. And it's simple as that. So then they come back and say, you HIV positive. How in the hell do you know? Do you have a damn AIDS test machine to know what the hell it is? Or do we take the white man as validation? You see what I'm saying? So basically, they just come back and say, you HIV positive. First thing you do, you go into panic. And when you take the AZT, that's the shit that kills you. Because once you take the AZT, they literally give you something that you can't get rid of.
That's right.
That's the germ warfare.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? And that way they can administer who they're giving the germ warfare to. So they even had Jesse Jackson and these assholes go and take their AIDS test. Right on TV. You see what I'm saying? Right on TV. Mark my word. The Nation of Islam, Farrakhan, they're going to start doing that shit too. Now mark my damn word. I said it first. Because everything they do, they get everything. He get ready to announce a candidate in the Million Woman March, Farrakhan. He going to announce the presidential candidate. Now the Nation of Islam is built on talking about the devil, and you mean to tell me you're going to tell the people to vote for a cheap devil? Like it makes a difference whether it's Gore or Bush? Do you know that if either one get up in there, Bush done killed so many damn black men, and Gore is a shoot. Gore wrote a book on Africa in 1992 saying Africa is finished. You see what I'm saying? Fucked up and finished. Well, either way you get it, you're going to get burned. So Farrakhan getting ready to endorse a presidential candidate with another million family march. Anybody that goes to D.C. to march in 2000 is a damn idiot.
That's right.
That's the first thing. So, watch the nation. You hear me on this. They'll be the first niggas to start doing that old AIDS test shit along with the black church, because they all went in the same year. Whenever you seen Farrakhan holding down Martin Luther King's son's hand, you see this shit on the final call? Holding Martin Luther King and Al Sharpton's hand, Reverend Hoover, it's over. Everybody done sold the fuck out. Because, you know, Al Sharpton, big time government agent. Al Sharpton got a building in the Empire State Building. We don't even know if how this nigga even make money. We don't know how this nigga even make money, but you know his building, his office is in the Empire State Building. Do you know that the Empire State Building is some of the highest office space on the goddamn planet? A world icon like the Empire State Building? And his office is in there? So you know he government agent. Then you got the damn Martin Luther King son? You know that family ain't did shit since they shot Martin Luther King in the goddamn head. You know what I'm saying? Ain't did a damn thing. Them some of the biggest Uncle Tom niggas you know. That's one of the sorriest families ever God ever put on the planet. You think about Martin Luther King's son? Shit, I'd be raising hell. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the most pussified, punktified families you ever want to put your hand on, is them damn sorry-ass niggas. You know, but you see Farrakhan and he holding Martin Luther King's son, anytime you see that shit, you know can't nothing good come up out of that. That's a damn marriage made in hell. But the key here is, they getting ready to doggone do the AIDS test with the black church. And the only thing they got to do is say Jesus, and TV Jakes will shoot up all these people, but they know that our people are subjects to the United States government and will do anything they say do. Because the white man is king. So the whole key here is, they are killing these people up on the continent, and they call it the AIDS. Mark my word, if not by the end of damn December of 2000, by the end of December 2001, there won't be no black people on the continent. As a matter of fact, let's cut all the bull out. I don't even think there are that many black people left on the continent, period. How the hell would you know? You know what I'm saying? And you got to realize most Africans, the continent that's not like the United States where you get on down I-95 and go across the country. You see what I'm saying? I-20. Africa, you got to catch a plane just to go to one state to the next, or one country to the next. They might be next door. You just can't. It's a jigsaw puzzle. You know what I'm saying? It's not the type of continental system that you can just travel like that. So how the hell would an African even know? You understand what I'm saying? They are subject to just the area that they're in. You see what I'm saying? And the whole concept of the African, he's not even built on the concept of understanding world enemy. They're on a level of survival. You understand? Indigenous people around the world are tapped in such a level of survival. And so the whole concept of genocide and world enemies, to especially the darker skinned people on the planet, they can't even fathom that. Hell, we got problems with this shit in this country. And yet we know that the crap kicks us up the ass. We got a history of him kicking up on the ass. But if anybody that's going to be privy to the information that the white man might be the devil, it's going to be us. And we got serious problems with that. Can you imagine places where all the faces that you meet is all dark-skinned? And most of the people, some of the enemies is dark-skinned too, based on the white man being in there, making them the enemy? So the whole concept of revolution and liberation, or even looking at a conscious level of who your enemy is, they can't even fathom that. They're not even socialized in a system to fathom that type of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So therefore, that's why they look at you and say, man, you crazy. That's some alien shit to them. The white man, all right. You a racist. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, they can do what the hell they want. They can wipe out all the Africans. And I'm telling you, that pretty much by the end of the year, damn this time next year shit, by the end of the year, ain't gonna be no Africans on the planet. This is why we got a strike now. We don't have 10 years. We got to go on the offensive now, and that's what we're doing. We in a long wrap-up, you see what I'm saying, of some spiritual warfare to take it to the crack of ass. You see what I'm saying? And whoever we're going to throw up in the mix, this is the time. You understand what I'm saying? This is the actual time. Now let me give you some other examples because we need to deal with this type thing here. Because what's happened here in Atlanta is they closed down all the projects. There are no more housing projects in Atlanta. And they didn't relocate them. That's the key. That's the mystery. They didn't relocate them. They exterminated all of your underclass in Atlanta. So we're not talking about some shit in the remote future. The King Alfred plan that they gave us was a distraction. See, when you give a people something that you say you're going to do to them in the future, you can start doing the shit to them right then. See, that's what they do, is they're able to distort time. That's why we never really look around us and say, hey, man, this has been insanity. Because you're looking for the future. I'm conscious now, and I notice how black people go, what you gonna do? Well, 20 years from now. Well, goddamn, 20 years from now, my ass, you might get a wart on your dick and be dead tomorrow. But that's the white man giving you, he's able to fuck with time. He gives black people these goals in the future. Now, if I give you a goal in the future, and you right here, and I give you this goal, and you looking into the future, I have eliminated the amount of time between you standing here and the future. I have eliminated that time. Because the future is always the goddamn present. The now is the only thing that ever was. There's no such thing as space and time. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, black people, they can do what they want with us because we're thinking someplace in the future. So therefore, when we get these plans about how they're going to do with black people, that's 10 years before. So what they did was they moved in to Atlanta and they got rid of all the projects. Why Atlanta? Because first of all, the origin of the projects is Atlanta. That's where your project comes from. The word project comes from the Atlanta project because it was an experiment. Just like Manny P. Hall tells you, America was a great experiment. Well, they experimented with these projects. The first one is Techwood Homes and University Homes. Is the ones by the AU Center is your first projects in the country. And from those, they built the Great Society programs and the New Deal programs of Roosevelt. They built later on under Truman and all, and they built high-rises and stuff in the major cities. From the projects from Atlanta, South Carolina, and North Carolina, they built the big high-rises, but the test pattern was in Atlanta. That's why it's still called the Atlanta Projects that Carter is over. Here go Carter and did shit when he was the president, but it's the international man of mystery for the last fucking 20 years. You know what I'm saying? So basically, but we're trying to understand how is it that we look up and they've closed down all the projects in Atlanta. And they've had this mass exodus to extermination camps. And nobody knows. I mean, I'm not just talking about you living in Buckhead, the elite, ritzy, white area, and you going to the black area and find out the project's closed down. I'm saying you living across the goddamn street from the project, and you wake up the next morning and everybody gone. All of the East Coast. How did it happen? And this is the greatest mystery of all. How is it that you living right by the projects, and you ride by the projects, and they're empty?
Come on.
And nobody seen these motherfuckers get out of here.
Come on.
This is some shit. If we have to deal with something, we can deal with this stuff tonight. This is major shit. How is it? In Atlanta, September of '98. This is the most amazing thing. The sheriff comes. Now, you know when the sheriff comes, somebody's shit getting put out. You know the routine. So the sheriff came. This wasn't one sheriff. They had a sheriff, 2 or 3, 4, 5 sheriffs with big trucks. The niggas on the back, setting out 100 families. Now wait a minute, hold on. Let's look at this shit here now. This is some amazing stuff. This needs to be on 2020. But then again, on the other hand, Because it don't come on TV, it's not reality in this country. That's the mystery. It is only valid when it comes on NBC, ABC, or CBS. Okay, let's look at that. They come up, they take 100 families and set their shit out. Well, what happens, what is the criteria in America when the sheriff comes to set your shit out? You don't pay your bills. Now, how the hell 100 families not gonna pay their bills? You understand what I'm saying? And we talking about what, $30 a month? Or whatever project shit is? How the hell 100 families don't pay $30 a month in the damn projects? I don't know how much that shit is, but it can't be much. Otherwise, they defeat the purpose. The point I'm trying to make is this. They came and they set 100 families shit out all on the street. People running all over, man, just grabbing stuff, just picking up stuff. People go, man, y'all are wrong. That's some wrong shit y'all doing. And people are like, hey, these people ain't been here in four months. You understand what I'm saying? How you gonna set 100 families out? Somebody got to be 100 damn people and nobody home. Somebody got to be home gathering up their shit, calling their friends or something, with a truck or something. Or getting on the bus and say, we'll save some lamps or something. My picture frame. The families ain't there. All stereos, mattresses, beds, all kind of shit. You know niggas got new shit. That easy rental shit, you know niggas ain't sleeping on no ragged shit. That's the people in the project, that shit top of the line. You be fucking around here with some more ragged, broke down shit and all, working 4 and 5 jobs. No, niggas in the project. And I learned that shit firsthand and shit. In the 70s, my mom up there, school teacher, and we got some fucking lunch meat and that mug, and the mugs right there with them food stamps and straight up steaks. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying and all? Straight up steaks and shit. So when my mama got a chance to get some food stamps, big time school teacher, damn right we were rolling with them shits. You know how it is, in summer programs, you got some friends in the food stamp office, start hooking up school teachers. What I'm trying to make here is, there is some nice shit up in the projects. TVs, VCRs and shit, cell phones, whatever. We're the #1 consumers on the planet. The point I'm trying to make here is, how these people shit getting set out on the street and people running to it and the people ain't even around. You understand what I'm saying? The people been gone 3 months. But the point I'm trying to make here is, now I go to Milwaukee, New Jersey, Trenton, New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey, even down Atlantic City, Columbia, South Carolina. You see what I'm saying? Memphis, Tennessee, Jacksonville, Florida, and everywhere I go, St. Louis, even at Indianapolis, everywhere I go, the projects is cleaned out.
Charlottesville?
Charlotte!
That's right. Go to Oaklawn Avenue if you don't believe.
But this is the point I'm trying to make. How is it a mass exodus and nobody, #1, know where the people went? Because I'm in all these cities. I know one sort of people leave. So I'm up in Newark. Where the people went? Oh, well, they built some condos around. It's always one little old section of condos. They done closed down 20 goddamn projects. But there's always one little old house and some little condos they built. There's one little old section, some little townhouses. Oh, they built some townhouses around the corner. Wait a minute. That's all the white man got to do is give you one example of an excuse. And see, our minds are not made for genocide. So as a result, we cannot deal with genocide or Holocaust. So when the white boy just give us one explanation, it is our psychological conditioning to believe the explanation because other shit is too horrible. Not in this society. Not with T.D. Jakes and all them motherfuckers on TV talking about Jesus is the way. You understand what I'm saying? So, here it is. I'm up in Trenton. They said, well, they built these houses around the corner. One sister said, well, I'm up in them houses, and I came out of them projects the other year. And then a damn person that was living with me in the projects is in them damn houses. I'm the only one, because I got out a year before they tore down them shits. You see? But everybody explanation went to some places because we automatically think relocation. You see what I'm saying? But that's the plan. The plan is to physically relocate 15 families, 20 families. You see what I'm saying? Which a family is already small, 1 or 2 niggas and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because a man can't be up in there. So you relocate them and you give the people an explanation, then you go in and you take the rest of them out. But how does this happen? How did they close down these projects across the street and the people next door didn't see nobody leave? That's the key. And how is it done? That is because there's a system. It was a project from the beginning. So when they started one, they started all on the same structure. And basically, they built the projects with underground passageways that leads to railroad tracks. So the project itself was a miniature concentration camp dormitory. You see? A concentration camp dormitory. You get it? So therefore, when they was ready to call in the marker, they just basically opened up the doggone doors, went up inside of the buildings, and cleaned the people from inside out. You see what I'm saying? Other than outside in. So therefore, when the people woke up the next morning, the people was already cleaned out from the inside of the building. So it might have been a month before you even knew some shit was happening. Meanwhile, you keep the ones near the street, you see what I'm saying? You keep those particular ones occupied. And you clean them out from the inside and work your way out. I don't know. I don't know. It might be new. There might be some science to it.
I think that's true.
But this is the key. I do know this part. When I went to Milwaukee, met a brother into consciousness. I met a brother that was into consciousness. I met this brother that was into the consciousness. He was still living in the project. His mama and them was one of the mobile ones that didn't end up dying. So he took us in the project and he took us downstairs and took us into underground passageways and said we used to play down here underground when we was children. And you can walk from one side of the projects to the other side of the projects underground. You see what I'm saying? So they was able to take all these people. Now, in Atlanta, they got a railroad track and they got one place and it's always a construction thing. Let me tell you how this thing goes. First of all, anytime you see some vacant buildings around town, it could be an old building. They tear down damn near new buildings. But you'll see an old building, they just won't tear the shit down at all. It just be an old building, but on the inside of the building be fully operational. Now they got one downtown, and it's a cloning center, because that's another thing we can get into. And it's right downtown. And it's a building, and every building around the area is built up. I mean, they just got fabulous glass buildings. But they got this old raggedy-ass building that they won't tear down worth a damn. But one day I was up there with some cold-ass water, freezing water, leaking from the damn building. A building that's supposed to be not operational, and some air conditioning coming out that bitch one way or another. And I felt it. I said, wait a minute. This shit is operational on the inside of this building. And that's the key. They got a lot of places that you think is closed down, they're fully operational. You see what I'm saying? So, now what did they do? Basically, what they have done with those particular people is basically they strip those particular people of all their melanin. And that's your melatonin pills, as well as all your stuff in your health food industry, and because just about everything, all your suntan lotion, that's what the brother just gave you. That's what the bottle is right here. This thing here, the brother Negrito, from Trigonometry, you'll hear him on the tape, bought me this. We went by the store to get this at Walmart, just to show you this thing. This is an optimizer for serious tan. This is for serious tan. And it is it's exclusively formulated for tanning bed. It's a melanin spray. So these motherfuckers ain't saying no melatonin. They straight out saying melanin spray. And it says what contains melanin. Now only one damn way you can Now, we have to stop this shit and put it on Exhibit 8 because, see, we got this problem here with a doctor, black-ass doctor. Ignorant-ass motherfucker gonna tell me, oh, that's coming from cows. I say, man, you know, this white man is amazing. The only thing he gotta do is tell you some shit, and you'll believe it. Even if he don't tell you, you go and find out some shit yourself just to validate that the white man is all right. So I don't even think the cracker told this white man that shit came from cows. I think that I just think that the nigga just said, fuck it, I'm just gonna go in on it. And just basically make up some shit, or I'll find half the truth and say, okay, white man, all right. So he gonna tell me, no, man, that shit ain't coming from black people. Well, see, that's the first thing already. Number one, he's educated. Now, I got 8 years of goddamn education. So I already know right now, anybody that's prone to believe anything with the white man is an educated damn nigga. Who basically, I'm still trying to figure out how I can go for 8 goddamn years in college and then learn shit. And I remember this shit standing out right on Billings College yard in Columbia, South Carolina in 1986. I remember this shit. I was speaking to the coach, and I didn't know then. I was like, man, I said, I've been in this damn school 4 years, and I done hung around 2 more fucking years, man, working with the college. And I said, man, I don't feel I know shit. I said, man, I don't feel no different than fucking junior high school. He's spitting out a whole bunch of cliches. And I said that shit in my damn mind. And I remember I went back to Clark Atlanta University. It was Clark College then, and back in '88, I was still saying to myself, man, I don't know shit. But I was a proud nigga. Proud as hell now. Like I say, I'd rather, when I went to go do the shoes, the design the shoes, the cracker told me to go back to Atlanta to get some black investors. He said, take about 6 months. I was back that motherfucker, I needed a job, man. And shit, I said, well, how am I gonna get a damn job in my field in art and shit? Now, you know, you just can't just go and get no shit like that. So I needed a job to pay some damn rent. I was so fucked up in the head, I would rather go and take the dishwashing job so I can be in the back so nobody wouldn't see me waiting tables out front or see me working in a menial job. I'd rather just, I said, look at this goddamn, man, you got all this shit, you want to, you know, they say, man, you can make more money as a waitress. I'm like, no, put me back there with the dishes and shit. you know, but this the mentality, so I was proud as hell. You see what I'm saying? But the point I'm trying to make is that automatically makes you a man of cured food. So naturally, the doctor is not going to bear witness to genocide in his profession. And that's the problem. It's the damn career. The career is the problem.
All right.
That's what slavery is. It's the career. So, he said the shit was coming from cows. This was the doctor arguing with me. I'm like, look at this idiot. Lo and behold, here's the book. Your body's own natural wonder drug, melatonin. Your body's own natural wonder drug, melatonin. Now, by Russell J. Reiter, R-E-I-T-E-R, Ph.D., and Joe J.O. Robinson. Now, in here, in the chapter called A 3-billion-year-old molecule, well, hell, they already telling you how old niggas is. Sound like some Elijah Muhammad shit that we didn't believe. 66 trillion years. Well, the chapter, 3-billion-year-old molecule, right there is showing you how old your ass is. You know what I'm saying? Now, see, you gotta read between the damn lines. Cracker telling you straight up. 3-billion-year-old molecule. You understand what I'm saying? Well, number one, if your ass was not a part of this, for the mere fact that you got a 3-billion-year-old molecule in your ass, means you got to be God. But to say the least, if you was around that time, then damn, that's all there is. But God, and that still proves you God to be around 3 billion years old. You see what I'm saying? No wonder why we senile and fool. You talking about some damn senility of being senile. You 3 billion years old, you really a fucking asshole fool. You know what I'm saying? Now, here it is. Proof. Because every learner and the people who discovered this thing by mistake in 1953, once they discovered it, they had to go and get enough melatonin or whatever at the particular time to study it. So the first thing they did is they figured that the cow had a pineal gland, which it does. That's all you got to give the doctor an explanation. Well, we get this bovine, we get it from a cow. So they went and got, and this is it. It took them 2,500 cows. 2,500 pineal glands from each cow to produce 100 milligrams of dried extract that would amount to salt that you would sprinkle on an ear of corn. So, 500 milligrams of damn vitamin C tablet, hell, they tell you any damn shit you get, if you ain't getting at least over 500 milligrams, you might as well damn well ain't like the damn shit. 500 milligrams is a damn tenth of a fucking aspirin. So that means, in order for them to produce 1 bottle of melatonin, they would have to kill every damn cow in fucking Charlotte. You see what I'm saying? To get 1 bottle. You see, it's impossible. That means, and the cow is supposed, that's a big ass animal, that means a shit. If an animal only has, if it took them 2,500 cows to produce 100 milligrams, that's like a tenth of 1 aspirin. That means there's only one way they can get this shit. From your ass.
Is that what the Atlanta child murders was about?
That was an experiment on it. Now, in the movie I Come in Peace, 1990, Dolph Lundgren, where they were shooting cocaine, heroin in his heart to make the endorphin levels. Endorphins is only another word for melanin. Endorphin glands is your pineal, pituitary, and all those glands. So they call it induces endorphins, which was melanin. And it's basically any type of drug like herb, marijuana, cocaine, heroin heightens the melatonin level, LSD and shit. So they were shooting this thing in the chest, and they were sticking this thing up the nose and pulling out all the damn melanin. And they was calling it endorphins. So when Dolph Lundgren went to his girl that worked into the medical profession, she said endorphins is nature's own ecstasy. It gives you your own heightened awareness. Well, that's your whole pineal gland and third eye. She said 1 ounce will make 1,000 doses. 1 ounce will make 1,000 doses. You see what I'm saying? So obviously, if it took 2,500 cows to make some pineal extract, some dried extract, to make 100 milligrams, then you know on the movie they say 1 ounce will make 1,000 doses. That means that you are a hot commodity. And then you can understand why the churches, why the white people started buying up black funeral homes. You see what I'm saying? Now, it's interesting because I was in Baltimore, Maryland, doing a lecture in '97. Brother was taking me back to the airport, and he said, you know, he said, it's interesting you talking about the pineal and the melanin stuff. He said, I saw a friend, I graduated high school in 1969. He said, I got a friend that I haven't seen since, what did he say? He said, I hadn't seen him since graduation. He said, I saw the brother in 1990 driving a hospital truck from Johns Hopkins University. And he said, hey man, what you been doing all these years? And he said it was reminiscent. The guy said, well, you know, I drive this truck. He said, man, what's all them bottles in there? He said he had like 1,000 bottles. And in those bottles, he said, oh, those are pineal glands. And he said, well, every time they have a homicide victim, Johns Hopkins takes these pineal glands out. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute, hold on. He said every weekend when they have homicide victims, Johns Hopkins take the pineal glands out. Wait a minute, there was 1,000 goddamn bottles up in there. Even in the height of DC's trauma, they was doing what, about 5 or 6 a week? In the weekends, you might have 2 or 3 or 4, 1,000. I mean, they had a whole bottle, whole shit full. That means everybody who died, everybody who came through there, they killed. Or the people that came through, they killed the original host and the clone came back out. You see, they was taking these pineal glands. Now, Johns Hopkins is the hospital, a guinea pig hospital for the George Washington Masonic Memorial and the Skull and Bones. And in your book, Peter Moon's book, Black Sun, which is the epilogue, the last piece of the book, he's telling you, black ass, what this shit is about on how they eat live pineal glands as their ritual. Huh? Introduction. So my point is how is it he gonna tell you, Peter Moon's book, The Black Sun's gonna tell you how the Skull and Bones eat these damn pineal glands, and yet here's John Hopkins and here's the George Washington Masonic Memorial right there in Alexandria, what's that, Maryland or Virginia? Virginia. Right there in Virginia. And in here, the Skull and Bones, they got your whole shit on the bottom floor. And all this whole Masonic shit with the Europeans, they was not taking this shit to no John Hopkins. They was taking that shit to these elite crackers. Because that's how they get high on this shit. Get the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. They was on the hook for the ultimate high. When that nigga ate that pituitary gland, all the same shit, pituitary produces, it regulates the amount of melanin that goes through the body. When the nigga ate the pituitary gland, the white boy, he went on the ultimate high. The room was totally fucked up. He was out for days.
What's the name of the movie?
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Johnny Depp. It's a famous book. And said, what's that, sister?
I know some people may have a problem with processing some of your information. I just wanted to add to that about 10 and as far back as 15 years ago in New York, vagrants were disappearing off the streets.
Right.
And they were disappearing, they were being returned, missing their organs.
Yeah.
They would be drugged. Their organs were removed.
Right.
From them, and some of them even were used literally as enslaved people, and they were taken down to places like Florida,
Yeah.
working on some of those farms
yeah.
and things. So these were the target group, and they were African Americans. They were targeted because they lived in the streets, and it would be not very likely that people would look for people.
Exactly. You got your whole movie on that
Extreme Measures.
Extreme Measures. Deals with that whole thing. Also, the movie Harvest, The Harvest, deals with the whole thing where they get the organs. Now this is interesting because in 1981, I saw a brother that I went to junior high school with, and I never saw this brother. No. This was elementary school. I was in elementary school with this brother. I was just finished my first year in college, and we was working. We go down to Mullen. And we work for the tobacco industry for the summer. Yeah, I work for R.J. Reynolds, or we work for Winston and all that shit. But basically, we took the tobacco and shipped it out to North Carolina, Winston-Salem and shit. We packed the shit all up and, and ship it out. So I was working with this brother, and I was like, damn, man, because he make big money in the summer down there. So I saw this brother, I said, damn, I ain't seen you, man, in almost 10 years. And the brother said, I've been in a slave camp. He said, I've been in a slave camp. We looking at this brother like he crazy and shit. You know, he said, yeah, I was in a slave camp. He said, but I escaped. He said, I was in a slave camp for about 10 years. He said, but I escaped recently. And he said, he named a couple other people that we knew. He said, they in slave camps now. And we never saw them brothers no more.
And some I can't call the guy's name, but there are some states that are trying to pass some bills that people who are on death row, if they donate their organs and things, that they'll take them off of death row and just give them life imprisonment.
Oh, it's even worse than that. Basically, in actuality, what's happening is this here. When you go into prison now, that's it. First of all, because they had cloning since 1945. That's the first thing. That's what the whole concentration camp shit was about, Joseph Mengele and that whole thing, how he came to Yale University, and they never found him until 1985, he was dead. Because he held all the cloning secrets, and the eugenics program, and George Bush family, and all that shit was over that shit, his grandfather, and all that. So they've had the cloning shit since 1945. They have problems cloning black people. That's what your Atlanta child murders was about, to get that shit under their wraps. Do you know when I was in I was in Atlanta doing a lecture, and one of the sisters whose child got killed in Atlanta child murders showed up at my lecture, and the sister was telling me, she said, look, she said in 1981, she said they came and got me and took me to see my daughter. And she said, my daughter looked like, she said my daughter was 8, and my daughter looked like she was 85. Wow. And she said, we couldn't say shit. You know how it is with a nigga, man, you can't say nothing. Somebody got your daughter looking like they're 85, and based on what they tell you, say, well, you know, we're going to kill your mama, your grandmama, and everybody in your fucking state, your ass won't say nothing.
That's right.
So she was telling me this stuff based on the experiments that they was actually doing. See, it's all, see, what they do is this how they fuck a nigga up. You go get the book, The Guide to Star Wars Universe. A guide to the Star Wars Universe. And they talk about the Clone Wars. I don't remember the name. Just The Guide to the Star Wars Universe. You can get it by either the name in these things, or you can get it by the author. It's still anything. All you have to do is go to the sci-fi section. It's coming from a series and all these different authors enter their particular aspect. This particular stuff is written by a guy by the name of Timothy Zane. Is the guy that wrote a series of novels. And his particular novels was explaining how when they first was cloning, they couldn't clone people with the Force. The Force just means melanin, the Jedi warrior. They couldn't clone people with the Force until later on. So in so many words, when they cloned people at first, they couldn't clone people with the melanin at first. But then they found out how to clone with the melanin. Now, one of the keys here is, I met a sister who said that her cousin said that they came and got him one night. You know, I'm hearing these reports. I'm hearing these reports coming in by the dozens of people in the prisons. They're saying that one night people just came and got them out of their cell and took them somewhere, but they don't know where they took them, and they don't know what happened. They just ended up back in their cells. So basically they went in and came in and got these people out of their cells, took them somewhere, cloned them, but the thing about the clone is the clone does not suspect itself to be a clone. It's all in the movie Johnny 2.0. Johnny 2.0, what's the guy name of? Jeff Fahey. As well as they got a new Arnold Schwarzenegger movie coming out where he's a clone and don't know he's a clone. It's all like the whole movie Blade Runner. You see. Which boy, Philip K. Dick wrote Blade Runner and ended up dead. Always coming down with some brain cancer or some shit like that. You know, but anyway, they said, I'm getting reports all over. I've gotten these reports by the dozens of people being in prison. And people coming getting them out of their cells at night. And they don't know where they took them. They just ended up back in their cell the next morning. What they thought was the next morning. It could have been the next fucking week. But anyway, they clone them. That's why they tell you they started the shit in the mid-90s that you got to give a vial of your blood when you go to prison. Now it's on the jobs. Don't give no blood. Don't give no damn hair samples. That's your new shit. Well, you know about the vaccine, but now it's about hair samples and blood. Any doctor tell you to give blood. Any organization, now they're going to be black conscious organizations telling you got to give blood. You see what I'm saying? That's what they're doing with Eatonton, Georgia out there. How many people with the Dr. York thing? Huh? Like nobody in this stuff, do they have to give blood? Anybody heard about this thing?
Yeah, it's on the application.
Yeah, you got to give the blood. So anytime they're telling you to give blood, that means it's a cloning organization. Do they have to give blood in the nation? I mean, we need to know these things. Anybody who's in the Nation of Islam? Do they have to give blood? Okay then, well that's safe right now. Do they have to give hair samples? Okay, we need to know now, because this is what time it is. You see what I'm saying? This is what time it is. Jewel Pookrum, you heard of her? Because you gotta give blood. All this blood when you're sick. You see what I'm saying? You don't give your blood or your hair samples to nobody because if they got one strand in your hair, they got a new you. If they got some blood, they got a new you. See what I'm saying? They got a new you. What's that?
What if you go to the doctor?
Oh, first of all, you don't even need to be going to no goddamn doctor, period.
Well, if you're having a baby or...
Either you have your baby in your... Look, my damn brother had his baby in his damn bathtub, him and his goddamn woman. It ain't hard. You did it for about a billion years for the cracker. Told you you gotta go to a damn hospital. Now, you did some shit for a billion damn years. That means the only thing you need to have a baby is a goddamn tree. That's it. A fucking tree. Like the Native Americans. Go hug that tree and the baby come out like he's taking a shit. That's it.
Well, I heard they squat like in a lot of...
You squat. You squat like you're taking a shit or whatever.
Right.
That's all it is, having a goddamn baby.
This don't back.
You see what I'm saying? So, that's the key. Or the midwife or whatever. But my point I'm trying to make is, you don't need to be fucking around no hospital. Right now, if I get sick, either two things. Either I'm gonna heal myself spiritually. You understand what I'm saying? Or I'm getting the hell on off the planet. You know what I'm saying? Something like that, no. I might cost you, I'm gonna have a going out orgy or something. Some freaky shit. I'm gonna do some freaky shit. Spank some motherfuckers shit. And then take my ass on off the planet. Because I let you in on a little damn secret. Every day you wake up down here should be a bad day. Serious business. This ain't nothing but some bullshit. It's all routine. And because the white boy created luxury is the only reason why you don't understand that life is the most worst thing you can do every morning is wake the fuck up. That's it. Now we'll go into the science, and that's what the ancient people were saying. That's what the ancient Egyptians were saying. The ancient Egyptians said that our planet Earth that we live on is a graveyard. It's something that's left behind of some people that used to live years before. Remember I was telling you they said at one time the vibratory rate used in the spirit world and the physical world was dim. And as the vibratory rate slowed down, the spiritual world disappeared. But what happened was as you became encased in a body, your higher self and the God self, you died. And this is what's left behind. So the Egyptians looked at this as the graveyard. That's why the Egyptians say foolish is the long to live. Think about it. Motherfucker die right now, he your age. You go to the funeral, you got people that you grew up with, y'all remember the music that y'all was dealing with, you remember certain people. You get a person die when they're 90. Everybody that was around with them is dead, and the people at the goddamn funeral don't even know who these assholes are. You know what I'm saying? That's why the Egyptians say foolish is the long lived. Before I let a motherfucker pin some diapers on me, or a shit sack, homeboy gets some straight up poison and ain't waking up. Because death is life. Life that you call life is death. That's the key we're going to get into in a few minutes. Now, going back to this particular thing, don't go to no doctors, because doctors is bad news. You die when you go to the doctors and stuff like that. That's the key. Most people who have great health in this country don't fuck around no doctors. You see what I'm saying? Don't go to no doctors and stuff like that. That's the worst thing you can do. That's the worst thing you can do. So, now, let's go on. Number one, so they're dealing with this particular stuff with melanin wars, and basically in so many words, we are the guinea pigs. Now this is interesting because, just put all this on the table, this is very important stuff. So Christmas of '98, had a friend named Rent, told me, well, this is January, he said, well, I just went to a cousin that died, and she was pretty young. She was married and she died, and we was over to the house. We rushed over to the house when she died, and the morgue called. And it was because she was an organ donor. So don't fill out no organ donor card. Don't get nobody your damn organs. So she, you saw the movie on Body Parts. You receive somebody's shit, and then the next thing you know, it's some consciousness. Because you don't understand, melanin is pockets of consciousness. Your genetic memory bank is in the melanin. So you mess around and you mess around and get a new body part up in your ass, and next thing you know, you be seeing some shit or doing some shit with somebody else. The body part you took. All that shit is the way it is, because I'll tell you my experiment on that. But anyway, she said, the organ donor people called and said, you know, and they was putting down the type of organs that they were supposed to have. So, the guy asked the husband, said, well, do you want to donate her skin? And the lady said, what the hell are you talking about? You know, we cussed them out and all on the phone and all. But I said, that's interesting. Because see, what they do is basically, they take all the skin off the body, but probably the hands and the head. And they put on the dress and all this type of stuff here or whatever, or the suit. But they go up in there, they take the pine needle and they take all that stuff off. See, when you go to the mall anyway, they get all that shit anyway. You see what I'm saying? They get the stuff anyway. It's just that, in addition to them getting all that, they need that skin too, because they can take that skin and use all of that stuff with the properties of melanin, dry it out, and get all the properties of melanin also too. You see? So this is very key on how they do this particular stuff. Now, it's interesting because one of the keys to melanin, what's that, sister?
So that's why the white folks are buying up the
Funeral homes. Yeah, all of that too. The funeral homes and all that. You see, now it's key because number one keys to shutting down melanin is dehydration. If they can dehydrate you, they can keep the melanin dormant. That's why sink water dehydrates you. And most people in the projects, you see, drink sink water. Or most poor people drink sink water. Or they socialize them where they just drink sodas. I met a sister who was Section 8. She said, I ain't drank damn water in 10 fucking years. I hate water. All she drank was Coca-Cola. Now, sodas and stuff like that dehydrate you. And if it dehydrates you, melanin works through water. So if they can dehydrate you, they can keep the melanin dormant. So what happened was, this summer and last summer, man, they came in Atlanta, it looked like they had a helicopter at Kroger's down there. And looked like they had a doggone helicopter. And they came in and they doggone dropped, I mean, almost like a pyramid, tall as the ceiling, of 12 packs of soda. It didn't even have no damn brand, it just had like soda, grape. Big white bottle of soda on it. And they had them up in there, and it was, these sodas, they were selling 12 packs for 99 cents. And niggas had like 2 or 3 baskets full. But they know dehydration is the number one thing. You see what I'm saying? They know dehydration is the number one thing when it comes to shutting down melanin. Another thing is sleep deprivation. If they can deprive you of your sleep. That's why the jobs, career, you see what I'm saying? All of that type of stuff. You see, plus, they already know that you socialized it from a child. The prize of being grown is sleepless. You see, I can get to stay up as long as I want to. But one of the keys here is that they can deprive you of your sleep. That's why you gotta get you some valerian root. It's not necessarily how much sleep you get, because sometimes if you sleep real too much, you feel bad when you wake up. It's not based on how much sleep you get, it's what type of sleep you get. That's the key to the melanin. And it's based on if you get a deep sleep, you go deeper into the melanin realm. Because guess what melanin is? It's a form of sleep. You see what I'm saying? That's why you get the movie Matrix. Morpheus in the Greek is the god of sleep, which is the consciousness. So it's based on what kind of sleep you get. So it's not a matter of, if you're going to get 4 hours, it's best to get 4 hours of deep sleep. You see what I'm saying? 6 hours of regular sleep, because the simple fact, doing the whole time of night, you wake up constantly. It's just that when you wake up in the sunlight, you got to get up. So the key is to get sedated and go into the Deeper sleep, because in the Upanishads it tells you when a person sleeps, and when a person goes to a deep sleep, a person goes to their higher self, or they go to their own. You see? So sleep deprivation is the key. Now it's interesting because they used to have the tryptophan, which is in the turkey. That's the shit that make you go to sleep. But they had pure tryptophan, and they had to take that off the market. Because the pure tryptophan was driving white people crazy. You see. Now this is the point. You know that melanin has something to do with sleep. Because they're building the melatonin as a sleep aid. Now here it is, they're going to take melanin out your body, give it to a cracker, and the cracker fall asleep. That means that melanin is based on the properties of sleep, and sleep deprivation is what shuts down the doggone melanin. Now, in here, they give you, this particular book is an excellent book. I slept on this book for 5 years. It's a real small book now, you know, but it gives you, and it's interesting because I was telling you how you go into the black community and everything is based on the sodas. And they dropped off all these sodas. This year, they said, well, fuck it. We can't give them damn Czech sodas from Winn-Dixie or them Kroger sodas. These niggas is sophisticated now. So Coke said, fuck it. 12-pack, 99 cents, Coca-Cola. Had to give them the premium shit. This year. It's 2000. They couldn't have no niggas saying, I don't want that old domestic brand shit. I want some real deal premium shit, some Coke. So this year, because of being 2000, Coca-Cola said, damn that. 99 cents, 12 packs. But it's interesting because here is the brand sodas that deplete melatonin, or melanin. Joe, Mountain Dew, Tab, Sunkist, Orange, Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper, Pepsi Cola, Diet Right, Diet Pepsi, Coca-Cola, 7-Up, Sprite, Diet 7-Up, Fresca, Root Beer, Diet, this goddamn every damn soda, shit, soda. They got a whole list of sodas and stuff on here, you see what I'm saying? So, this is interesting, but they also talk about foods that's high in melatonin: oats, sweet corn, rice, ginger, tomatoes, bananas, barley. You see what I'm saying? All of these high. Foods that's high in tryptophan, that's the shit that puts you to sleep. Spirulina, seaweed, soy nuts, cottage cheese, chicken liver, pumpkin seeds, instant breakfast, I don't, you know, that's the white man shit. Turkey, chicken, tofu, watermelon seeds. You see what I'm saying? Watermelon seeds, almonds, peanuts, brewer's yeast, malted milk, ice cream, yogurt. Well, that's supposed to be for white people in the non-lactose shit. Yeah. But anyway, they're talking about high in tryptophan, because tryptophan is what puts you to sleep. What's that?
What's the name of that book?
This is the book, this is an excellent book, Your Body's Own Natural Wonder Drug, Melatonin.
Okay.
By Russell J. Reeder, PhD, and Joe Robinson. It's an excellent book, you know, but this is interesting here, because even Dr. Delbert Blair talked about some shit called electric disease. Now, this is interesting here because they give a section in this particular book on electrical appliances that shut down melatonin, or melanin. Shit. Every goddamn shit is electric, based on what they got in here shuts down melanin. So the white boy already know just the society itself is not conducive to black people. Everything, for damn near everything. And this is one of the keys, too. I couldn't understand how is it that now I can study in my 30s, I can study like crazy, and shit, all 18 years in high school and college couldn't study shit. And it's because of the damn fluorescent lights. And them crackers already know it. That they can put white children in there with them fluorescent lights and black children gonna have a learning disability based on them fucking fluorescent lights that depletes melanin. You see what I'm saying? This is one of the keys to this particular stuff right here on how this thing goes down. So damn near everything in the society can shut down this shit. And the white boy got this thing down to a damn science. You see what I'm saying? Got this thing down to a doggone science. Now, let's go into some other stuff right now. To show you the kind of mentality. First of all, don't pick nothing to protest around that come off that TV set. Now, they had thousands and thousands and thousands of niggas to march on South Carolina to take down a damn flag to please tell the white man that we know you're a racist, but we don't want to know you're a racist. That means we want you to stick the poker up our ass, and we are not warned of it when you do it. You know what I'm saying? But this is the key here, is you're world-class people marching over a... Now, just look at the science on this. Here's a man come and put crack in your goddamn community. You know the crack is killing you people. You know you didn't invent the crack. And we're trying to show you how you can be a savage like people. Here's a man come in your community in the mid to late 80s and the early 90s and give you a crack epidemic. You know the crack killing the people. You see the whole black community devastated off of crack. You go to mother and ask mama, how many people on crack? She said. The question here in this town is not who's on crack. The question is we trying to find a motherfucker who ain't on crack. That is the question. Because just about everybody walking is on crack. Whole town, mother in South Carolina. She said the question is not who on crack, who ain't on crack. You see what I'm saying? That's the question. Now here it is, they can put crack in the community, wipe out entire generations, fill up the jails. Now look at this, now look at this. Look at this. This is amazing. From 1875, from 1776 to 1990, 214 years. It took them 214 years to get 1 million people in jail. From 1776 to 1990, 214 years to get 1 million people in jail. It only took them they only took them 10 years from 1990 to 2000 to get another, did I say 100 people or 1 million people? 1 million. It only took them 10 years to double that million. Now wait a minute, it took them 214 years to get 1 million people in jail from 1776 to 1990. And it only took them 10 years from 1990 to 2000 to double that million. And you know that was all niggas' ass, based on the crack and all other shit. Now here it is, these people put crack in your community and give you a warfare. And you don't, then they come up in 1996 and tell you, hey, we put the crack in your community. What you do? You go and tell the damn people who put the crack in the community to investigate themselves. You see why we savage? And then the people go and say, hey, guess what? We didn't find no wrongdoing. Here you got the man that came and told you, hello, you black ass, ignorant ass, stupid ass, stupid ass niggas. I put crack in your community. And you turn around and say, hey, Mr. Man who put the crack in my community, will you investigate yourself?
When did this happen at? I'd like to know about
To tell me. This happened in 1996. Where? It's right here. It was the goddamn CIA. California, my ass. It was the CIA that they had to do the shit in Washington, D.C. But they wrote the paper. And the nigga saying that to you, Mr. Man who put the crack in my community, can you investigate yourself to find out whether you had some wrongdoing? They're the stupidest motherfuckers on the planet. And he goes, oh, guess what? We didn't have no wrongdoing. You go, okay. And you don't do shit. You don't have no protest. You don't have no march. You don't have nothing.
Oh, Lord.
But yet you will get in the street and march by the millions for a damn flag?
That's stupid.
I'll put crack in your community and wipe your ass out. You know what I'm saying? Fucking your boys in the prison right now for behind some shit. And yet you don't say a goddamn word in 10 years. And the motherfucker tell you, hey, we want you to protest on the flag. And you do the shit. And you ain't figured the damn shit out yet. You still ain't, you don't get the shit, do you? This shit is this. If they had 100 black people that would march down to the State House to protest the flag, and the media say, we ain't gonna cover it, guess what will happen? No one in the country will know. And the protest will be a day, and that will be it. You're not getting the way America works. For the mere fact you saw the shit on TV in Arizona, it means that they goddamn did the shit. You don't understand. Listen what I'm trying to say. The damn government is the motherfuckers had you marching for the damn flag. You getting the shit?
Got it.
Do you get how America works? Look, last year they had a nigga in Atlanta jump off the damn model train station. He in Lindbergh Station. He said, I'm gonna kill my. This nigga jumped in front of a moving train, subway, and wasn't nothing but just a splatter of blood and guts.
Ooh.
I'm just like this. I'm standing right there looking at the shit. I said, I know this don't make the news. Didn't even make the damn news. And the people that wasn't at the station don't even know about it to this day.
Damn.
You understand what I'm saying here? They got shit that happen every day. I'm sitting there on the damn steps in 94, 95, on one of the streets in Atlanta. Helicopter come by and shoot a nigga 14 times. Don't even make the damn news. But yet you think that they can go and shoot a nigga 45 times in New York. Giuliani land. And you think that shit made the damn news and the government just so happened to get caught? Are we that crazy? They got a policy, if you go into prison, like my man said, Dave Chappelle last night, was sprinkling some crack on his ass and, you know, and that would be the excuse. If you go to jail, they got a policy, they can kill you in the jail and say, well, Bobby just grabbed the damn officer gun. And all the officers say, yeah, he grabbed the gun and we had to shoot him. But here it is, they go into jail and they take a plunge and stick up a motherfucker ass. Right? And then they go, oh shit, we did wrong. What we gonna do? The media coming. And you believe that shit? Do you know that this whole flag shit was some shit to deter you from something else? Number one, the key is this. The only spiritual system that was developed in the United States was only two. Number one, by black people. Number one, Marie Laveau and them popularized voodoo from Haiti in New Orleans. The other one, but that came from Haiti. The only spiritual system in the United States that was developed as a high advanced spiritual system was your blue roots, or what you call root worship, in down South Carolina and North Carolina full of this shit. What you call roots. Every motherfucker in here know about some roots. I hate to bust your bubble, but that shit is real. Now they got the Gullah Festival down in South Carolina every damn year. And Dr. Buzzard and all that shit is based on that. Hell, they even made a movie, the Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, with Clint Eastwood, and they even went to Dr. Buzzard's grave. And they got a Gullah Festival every fucking year. And the white man say, hey, wait a minute. We're in the year 2000. We fuck around in that Gullah Festival, although it might be commercialized. If it go off, there might be some spirits unleashed to kick us in the ass. Because I just showed you the paper that said that the African Americans is the heirs to the earth. So what they did is they staged this whole march and boycotted everything. And in the process, this is the first year the Gullah Festival didn't go off when they started this shit. In the year 2000.
Except the bike ride, they had that though.
Well, they had that after the shit, they done. And then what the cracker do, he go and sneak the shit behind the State House. Hell, they could have done that shit months ago. But this is the point I'm trying to make. All these niggas did all this rallying for a fucking cause of a damn flag. And the American flag done killed more niggas than the Confederate flag ain't been operational since 1865. But the American flag done killed no niggas in goddamn World War II, World War III, Vietnam, Revolutionary War, and the goddamn Civil War. You understand what I'm saying? And you're gonna rally about a flag that ain't been activated in years. You see what I'm saying? And yet the cracker doing all kind of shit to you every day and you don't even damn hit your bitch about nothing. You see the mentality, how they can get you to do shit? What I'm trying to tell you is this. Anytime you see some shit come on TV, that's the shit to get your reaction. The first rule of mind control is you can distract the conscious mind, the conscious mind, you leave the subconscious mind wide open. And whenever they do some shit here and get you focused in, that means they're doing something over here they don't want you to see. So the whole shit with the Cuban thing was some stuff with the little boy. Like I said, how, like Dick Gregory said, you can't even hold on to the motherfucker you love for 52 hours without falling asleep. How a little baby boy gonna hold on to an inner tube in hostile waters for 52 hours and don't fall asleep? And then get up there like he just was let on a damn Sunday school room. Right now, if you ain't fell asleep in 52 hours, somebody said that nigga look like death is clinging on his ass. He gonna look 60-year-old boy, hair all combed and shit. And I the niggas who found his ass, the same motherfuckers in the closet with his ass when they came to get him. You understand what I'm saying? And you know it's some fake shit. They sent him back to Cuba, and them goddamn asshole Cubans in damn Florida ain't even damn rioted or burnt down nothing. But yet they claimed that they wanted this boy to stay. That was all a part of a ritual. They found him on Thanksgiving. They came and stormed Easter weekend. Same time they got the doggone Ten Commandments going. You know, the Ten Commandments play ritually every Easter weekend around that time. That's the vernal equinox. You see what I'm saying? Moses is what? One who's drawn from the water. Eliana is found on Thanksgiving, drawn from the water. Rescued and put back to his family, his father. The son meets the father. That's that Jesus shit doing the Christmas, doing the Easter thing. A whole damn ritual going on. But meanwhile, they got some shit going on at a point where they don't want the people to rise up. So they got to distract the people's minds because they know now this is the last days or something subconscious can tap in and you can go to your God level. So they got to distract you because they know spring equinox, fall equinox, winter solstice, summer solstice, some shit going down. So you just watch it. Something big gonna happen in about a week or so, maybe 2 weeks, with some black people to get you all riled up. And you best believe this fall, something major gonna happen. Something major gonna happen this fall. Because the energies from the summer, they culminate and they call the great harvesting time in the fall. So something major gonna happen this fall, and that's to distract your ass. You see what I'm saying? That's to distract your ass. You see, that's what all this stuff is also about. So, hey, how many hours is that? What you want to do? Daryl?
You want to take a break?
You want to take a break? It's up to you.
But we can take a break. You know, I know people's booty. You know.
Okay.
Now, stand up, Blue. We take a break.
Okay,
yeah. Okay. Well, let's finish off this with the Princess Died, then we're going to go to a break. And then we're going to go into the advanced metaphysical shit. Okay.
I know that was a ritual.
Yeah, the Princess Di thing was a ritual. First of all, Diana was Greek for Isis, Aset. You see what I'm saying? So the Princess Di thing was a ritual also. Number one, they wanted her to name her child Arthur, after King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, and she renamed him Philip. They was pissed about that. But you know, she was going to marry that sand nigga, and they couldn't have that either. You know, that Arab and stuff, you know, they couldn't have that either. First of all, this is another thing too. You can't go by European terminology. The word reptilian means black people. It means the Jedi, the Kundalini race, the serpent race, the serpentine people. So this whole new shit that David Icke and them got, that's government shit. You know. Now, the Kennedy boy, that was all elaborate government ritual. First of all, Osiris is standing, if you see Osiris, he's standing between two women, two sisters, Isis and Nephthys. In the Jesus thing that they transferred that Osiris, he's standing in Bethany, he's standing between what Mary Magdalene and somebody else. And Martha. That, see, the shit just transfers. You see what I'm saying? So, Osiris is standing between Isis and Nephthys, two sisters. What's her name gets killed with two sisters, his wife and the damn sister. Okay? Now this the shit. First of all, two things come out of this that you gotta know with some stuff. First of all, they got a watch called a Breitling watch. That's the one that they gave, if you saw the movie Skulls, the Skull and Bone, when they went over, they gave them a Breitling watch. This is a knockoff brand of the Breitling watch from New York City. So this cost me about $50, but if it was real, it cost $7,000. You see what I'm saying? It cost $7,000. Then they got, if it was real. So this is a knockoff version for $50. Well, that's pretty goddamn good. 50 versus 7,000. Depends on what day you will get for 35. So I got them for 35. Now, they got one I got cost 50, costs about 10,000. Now, this watch is a pilot's watch. Show you two aspects of this shit, what's going on here in America. This watch is, if you go down in the water, they got the technology, you pull this button off this shit. Just in my $50 watch, the button don't work. But it got the button on this shit though, so I can front. So you pull this button, and wherever your ass is on the planet, they come and get your ass. Got a homing device, I don't give a damn where you are on the planet. You can be in goddamn Madagascar. They come in to get your ass in a matter of fucking seconds or minutes. So therefore, that damn Kennedy boy ain't fucking around with not no Breitling watch on his damn hand. And they gave it in the skull and bone shit. That's the first thing. Now, this is the other thing also, too. Here I had a Breitling, but now I'm going to show you something else, too. This Breitling watch, the one that's got, is called a Breitling Emergency. Sold everywhere on the planet, except the United States of America. It's some jail time and $5,000 fine if you pull that button in America. Now, wait a minute here, hold on here. Now, wait a minute, here's a watch. If you go down in a damn plane or a boat, you can pull this device and somebody come and get you. But in America, it's $5,000 fine or some jail time, depending on what, if you do it so many times, they'll lock your ass up. You see what I'm saying? And if you're a nigga, they probably don't see you no more. But I wonder why is that you got a watch that you can pull this device and be rescued, except in America. You can get it in Britain, you can get it in Canada, you might go to the islands and get it, but you can't get it here in America. They tell the cracker, you can't sell the shit in the store. Now, why is this? Because America is a penal colony and a prison. And they can't have somebody coming from France to come rescue somebody in America, and America got these motherfuckers locked down over here. That's the key. This is a penal colony. There's a book called Occult Technology of Power, which is the damn Illuminati handbook. And in this book, it tells you that if you tell the people that they're free, you can automatically put them in slavery. See, that's how the shit goes. See, the key here is, I'm still with the Kennedy thing, and this is how the key goes. But the first thing you do to put a person in slavery is you don't give them a king or a monarchy. So if you give them a king or a queen, they get jealous of it. We get jealous of royalty. So what you do is you give them a damn leader, and you make them think that they elected the leader. Then you always have a leader where he got some flaws. You know, like Bush threw up on the damn China, on the Japanese people, and you go, Bush threw up on these people. Or either, what's the name, put the cunt on the dress, Clinton. Always do some shit where they're vulnerable and you laugh at them. That makes you think that you're in control. When you start talking shit about your officials that you elect, I'm in control. I'll put that motherfucker up in here. He ain't shit. It gives you the sense that you're in control. And once you think that you are part of the process, then they can put your ass in slavery. So America is the most, it's an experiment. That's what Mander P. Hall told you in the Secret Destiny, America's Secret Destiny. That this is a doggone experiment. So therefore, it's a penal colony for great experiment. So when they had this damn watch, oh, hell no, not in America. You can't bring that shit. We got these motherfuckers in prison. You see what I'm saying? So that's the key. Now, your boy, he goes down. Number one, they tell him, number one, you can't drive at night. You got a green license, you can't drive at night. And you damn sure can't drive with a hurt foot. He goes down, when he first came, when they said he had an instructor up in there that morning. Well, the instructor was with him. So they had to get the lie straight. Okay, now this is the deal. They spend, number one, he goes down doing the fucking summer solstice and doing the rising of Sirius. That's to get your mind off the shit. They lock you into something. And here it is. They spend all goddamn weekend. They spent $10 million looking for him. And they spent all weekend, can't find him. Then all of a sudden, they said, well, we'll find him tomorrow. And the next day, they found that motherfucker like on a Monday or Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? They ain't found Harper ass yet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they got people that died years, they ain't found him yet. They said, we're going to find him tomorrow. They find his ass. What's called? Okay. This the shit. You find a person. You spend all weekend to find a person. You bury his ass in 24 hours and cremate him and bury him in 24 hours. Wait a minute. You spent all goddamn weekend to find this man. You don't know what the fuck happened. Everybody deserves a damn autopsy. You don't know he might have been screwing up in there and hit the wrong fucking wheel. That's some good news that you want to put. Yeah, motherfuckers, they're boning and shit, you like that, daddy. You hit the wrong damn wheel. Shit, you're cutting out on the news. You're cutting out on the lie, the possibility of the lie to sell some books. No, they find him, they don't even wait 24 hours. They find him in less than 24 hours, they got him cremated and ready for burial. Now, he go to fucked up shit. He did some community service. So that automatically qualify him for a congressional burial. Now, wait a minute. Hold the fuck up here. You got people like Charles Drew create blood plasma. You don't even tell the white people to this day there was a black man that created the blood bank. And you killed his ass by not admitting him into the hospital. To this day, most black people, most white people don't know this. But here go a motherfucker sell some newspapers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Sweep off some damn courthouse steps in D.C. or whatever that motherfucker did. Gave some homeless children a ride home. And yet, he qualifies for a congressional burial. Now, here go your boy, Ron Brown. He's working for the goddamn government, the Democratic Party. They shoot him in the head and bury that nigga. So like you bury a goddamn nigga out here, you know what I'm saying? With some pallbearers with some big ass suits on. All of a sudden, Mr. Cracker qualifies for a congressional burial of honor. Okay, he is John. With a head full of fucking hair. That's the key to the new shit. Oh no, not the goddamn 90s and the 2000s. You didn't get this shit, man. This shit is mind control. You don't think there's not a link between from 1980 on up that all the goddamn presidents had to have a head full of hair? And then they said, no, fuck that Reagan shit. The reason why you like that goddamn Clinton, because that nigga represents that Camelot shit from that Kennedy shit. He got a head full of hair. That means if somebody say, in my mind, I might fuck that nigga. That's a part of mind control. You don't think that the goddamn, that Bush boy and the other, he might have a little spot. Them motherfuckers look like players. You ain't got this shit yet. John got a head full of hair. He an icon that a motherfucker say, I want to fuck him. That's why he damn qualifies for a burial. That nigga's a player. And he's a Kennedy boy. So, okay, we'll give him that, because we know y'all into that shit. But this is the point I'm trying to make out here. What about the wife? What qualifies her for congressional burial? Oh, she fucks her husband now. No, so now, damn John Drew. Damn Ron Brown. This bitch gets something because she fucks her husband. You know what I'm saying? Then they got a heap of niggas and a heap of crackers that died without a congressional burial. They did complete service to the government. But she gets into the congressional burial because she fucks her husband. She ain't been married 2 years. That is his damn wife. But wait a minute. We got a sister. What she do? Hold her life? While the other sister fucks her husband? What the fuck she doing on the damn boat? Wait a minute, now you done got two crackers. You got three of them don't supposed to get one. But we can give the John boy, because we know y'all fucking over us like this with this dumb shit. But here go two hoes up in here now. They ain't did shit. One screwed the husband and one came to visit the motherfucker over the weekend, and both of them get buried on the damn boat. With the husband. Okay. This is some crazy shit now. Alright. Osiris dies at 28. They buried him on the 28th, or he gets missing on the 28th. And somewhere, some numbers is up in there. There are 28 goddamn people on the boat. 28. Oh, we just invited family members, but it just so happened to be 28 goddamn Kennedys and these other sideshow people that in-laws. 28 people. This is a mass ritual. But then it gets funkier. I'm watching the TV. I said, no, you better go home today and watch this shit. Because they buried the John boy. That's the way my mind works. They're going to say something on the news. I get on the news, click on NBC. They say the arcane ritual of the Congressional Burial of Honor. I said, wait a minute, I didn't hear this shit. The arcane, that's so ancient. The arcane ritual of the Congressional Burial of Honor. I said, I can't hear this shit. I hit goddamn CBS. CBS say the arcane ritual. They made sure that this shit, you know, I said, well, that might just be the way that NBC wanted to do that shit. No, CBS said the arcane ritual of burial of honor. I said, I can't believe this shit. I turned back to NBC. They say, they played this tape of Kennedy saying, we all came from the sea. The salt in the water is the same kind of content of the salt in the blood. He was talking this metaphysical shit. I turned back, NBC, CBS, they said, Kennedy, we all came from the sea. The salt contents in the sea is the same salt contents in the blood of the body. Damn. Look at this shit here. Okay. Then I turned back to NBC. They say, first Kennedy boy, buried by horse and buggy. That was John F. Kennedy. The brother, Robert F. Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy in 1968, buried by train. Here's the other son, now buried by sea. I said, man, they got this shit down to the teeth. I turned to CBS, they say the same thing. I said, I got to wait 30 minutes and see that they can repeat the arcane ritual and this buried by sea and play the tape and buried by train on CBS and come on 30 minutes later, they said the same damn shit. I said, not only did they do a doggone ritual, they had people locked down in the country here watching this shit and grieving. Like the Princess Di. Princess Di was calling that the New Camelot. This here was calling the New Camelot, and that shit was all a ritual. A year apart from each other. When one died in 97, the other one died in doggone 99. Guaranteed 99 going on into the whole 2000 thing. And that was a whole ritual shit they got going on. This Diallo shit, that shit was staged, man. The Louima shit, that shit was staged. That Mumia shit is government. Let me tell you something about something. This is what you're going to do if you're going to be a respectable person. If they get old Bobby Hemmett up in the damn prison, two things. If I'm coming on the thing saying, y'all, they got me, they going to electrocute my ass, y'all protest. You know they cloned me. Straight up. You never, ever beg your enemy to spare your life. You just go get the movie on Thunderheart. That's it, Thunderheart. When fucking Jimmy, who was a protest on the doggone reservation, say, we have to die. This was a goddamn 200-year-old resistance. Sometime we have to die. You never ever, if you in warfare, that's the first thing the cracker teaches you when you get in his goddamn army. is you never sell your people out based on that. You die first. Don't give up no secrets. Don't buck dance. This is warfare. The mere fact that you got a nigga up in prison ain't figured that shit out, the goddamn, they probably killed Mumia back in the fucking 80s. Come on, man. Y'all got to be some dumbass motherfuckers think I got a nigga on death row and he got a damn radio show. How asinine can we be? Goddamn, we some stupid ass idiots. Man, you know we some dumbass motherfuckers because we don't analyze shit. You on death row and you got a goddamn radio show? Now here I am in Atlanta. I'm flying around the fucking country. And when I come into town, the radio motherfuckers is high. Motherfuckers high. Now wait a minute. I must be going crazy here. I go to Harlem, New York, most conscious place on the planet. Somebody set up a radio show and the damn radio man is hiding. But yeah, we got a motherfucker on death row with a radio show. Are we stupid? Can we believe this shit? Now we got a damn Georgia Free Radio in Atlanta. And Georgia Free Radio says, y'all can say what the fuck you want. It's just one thing. If the Ku Klux Klan want to come on here and say some shit, let them say it. That way you get to say your shit. That's cool. That way everybody get to hear the information. All of a damn sudden, 99 comes, they got some people up and they tell us we can't talk no more. But yet, Mumia's on live in death row. Come on, man, you believe that damn shit? You think America worked that way? They let a motherfucker on death row speak, and you walking around and can't get a goddamn radio show, now unless you a fucking preacher? Or some Master P nigga? Come off the dumb shit. You ain't figured the shit out yet? That that's some distraction, and you don't even know who Mumia was, the government didn't give you. Hello, they got people in prison right now that you don't know nothing about because they won't put them on a TV set. Anybody that you see on the TV set, no matter how conscious you think they are, they're government. They got white people in this country, they don't even mention their names. Have you ever heard them mention Alistair Crawley's name on the TV set? Have you ever mentioned Mavlovsky? They got modern day white scholars. You don't even hear them mention their fucking names on the TV set. And you think they're going to give you a nigga like doggone Mumia and give all these news shows and NBC and all this shit, and all these crackers walking around here trying to save his ass? But they know all you want to do is show somebody out here you conscious, because that's your ego. You throw some bread and lobster, you put on some African shit, and you want to just go on the TV set and all the black man, all that kind of shit. Real revolutionaries, you don't know who the fuck they are. So that's why right now, motherfucker, Harvard called, Yale called, Princeton called, and I done turned down $200,000 a year since 1994. Come on. Because I don't go to no private schools. And Harvard say what? 13,000 first time out of the box. We're going to give you 13,000. Can't do it. So you mean to tell me you think that this motherfucker sitting up here and they protesting and shit, and you thinking that shit is real? That means real shit is a fucking damn distraction. First of all, you don't never beg a nigga to save your life. Because to beg him to save your life, and for some kind of reason he does, is to prove that the white man has some form of humanity. And he's not as bad as what he said he is. And he done killed enough damn niggas to know it's time to die when the motherfucker gets you up in there. Because the other people out here got to know that this is a fucking vile, cold beast. You see what I'm saying? So for the mere, you don't never beg nobody to save you. That's the #1 rule of warfare. So for the mere fact that Mumia got people marching around for his ass and distracted and ain't telling them, hey man, this ain't about that shit. You understand what I'm saying? It's some bullshit, man. But then again, on the other hand, they never give you the real revolutionaries. Now, why is it that people just as simple as John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, and all these people, you've never seen them on national, nothing, but Listobel Middleton PBS special out of South Carolina, and Listobel Middleton ends up dead. Y'all ain't figured the goddamn shit out here. Him old one that got through the cuckoo's nest, got through the cuckoo's nest, escaped from the crazy shit, and happened to have a PBS special, South Carolina Public Television, because the goddamn crackers in South Carolina didn't know what the Afrocentric shit was when he put that shit out. You see what I'm saying? And you ain't heard no other fucking scholars out here ever on the damn TV set. You see what I'm saying? But yes, you're gonna have some fools up here that they televising all the time. Yeah? Like that asshole bitch, Malcolm X daughter. Now look at this idiot. She's gonna get on TV and say that her father was not killed behind the grassy knoll. That 3 black men killed her father, and we need not look for a conspiracy. You understand what I'm saying? Now everybody and their grandmama knows that them 3 black men was not the key to killing these people, and it had government input. That's why Malcolm X, Spike Lee was able to make the movie, because he didn't implicate the damn government. Just show him sitting there watching some damn shit, watching some real tape. You see the key? But this bitch gonna get on TV and tell you that you need not look for her father's killer. And call Mike Wallace Uncle Mike.
Oh, hell.
And why is it that every time some shit ever go down in the Nation of Islam, here comes Mike Wallace. Mike Wallace always showing up. This motherfucker still showing up. Every time it matters with the Nation of Islam, here comes Uncle Mike, who was in on having Malcolm as killed too. You see what I'm saying? And this bitch gonna get on TV and tell the black people in 2000 to give it up for any government conspiracy other than the damn 3 men sitting in the damn prison. And you don't think this shit is fucking pathetic? But you know what's her name was a Boule member? Betty Shabazz. Yeah, get the book, Lawrence Otis Graham's book, Our Kind of People, and in there they got her part of the links. She was a Boule member. She's a part of the links, and the links is a female Boule, and that bitch is on the front damn row. That's why she died a horrible death. You see what I'm saying? But even the government killed her ass, because even if you sell out to the government, they still kill you. Do you know the Elijah Muhammad? Do you know that when Martin Luther King came to Elijah Muhammad in 68, and he met with Elijah Muhammad made him bear witness that the white man was the devil, and Elijah Muhammad. And Martin Luther King bear witness that the white man was the devil. People don't know that. Do you know in that meeting, Elijah Muhammad told him, he said, hey man, he said, get your wife and your children and come to doggone Chicago. He said, and I will give them safe haven. He said, because if you leave out of here today, I will never see you again. The same people that, oh, Martin Luther King, and they didn't even know Elijah Muhammad. Help offered to save his life and told him psychically and spiritually they was going to kill him. He said, you'll never be seen again if you leave out of this house today. And don't have your children sent here and your wife. And Martin Luther King turned around and said, I know, man. Because he was a government agent, he knew they was going to kill him. When your time up, they probably called him on the damn thing and said, hey, man, I'll come around about 2 weeks and we're going to take your ass out. You know the damn agent know where he's going to go. That's why that woman tried to stab his ass. She knew he was an agent. She knew he was an agent. And the bitch got paid, that's right. You hear that out damn mouth. Rosa Parks got paid off to step on that goddamn bus.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Because when she stepped on that bus, that ended the black nation. They went in the 1950s and they figured it out that if the black people went into the doggone 1980s segregated, they would be the #1 economic system on the planet and they would not be able to break them. Meanwhile, the system of America would become so technologically advanced until the segregation would have had to fall down anyway. But if you don't desegregate them and put them in government subsidies and put them in these schools that brainwash them and doggone kill the children, and they keep their own institutions they had built up since 1865, in 100 years, they would have an economic powerhouse that couldn't have been broken. And they paid Rosa Parks' ass off to get on that bus, and the Martin Luther King shit, and all that shit was to take the power from Adam Clayton Powell in them up in New York City, and this nigga down in Mississippi that was starting some shit. The Nation of Islam, the fucking Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish Science Temple, and a whole bunch of doggone revolutionaries was rising up in the goddamn 50s and the 40s. To take that shit off. And it was a counter-revolutionary movement. That's why he's on every damn thing. And this is another thing also, too. We're going to end off this. The reason why they give you Martin Luther King every 5 minutes, do you know on the continent of Africa, they got places where people don't even know their world leader, and the only 2 people they know in the world is Jesus Christ and Martin Luther King? Now, hell, Martin Luther King ain't got a damn thing to do with Africa, but they know Martin Luther King. See, the key here is that's a form of mind control. If you get the people here in America, we are world-class people. We got a history of being in America out of slavery 135 years, 135 years out of slavery. And if you somehow tell a person in Switzerland that the only world leader that they had was Martin Luther King, because that's the one you keep showing over and over, it will let you know that those people are inferior. Because they don't show, the concept is that they keep giving you him over and over and over and over again. And the reason why they do that, that's a form of mind control. It means that in actuality, you are a people that's so inferior that you can't produce no other world leader. Yet we know we got thousands of them. And that's a form of mind control, is to give you one person. And then him being a damn wheat nut. Telling you that if that they blow up your child, your daughter, in some damn church, and you talking about any damn blood be spilled, let it be our own, and we gonna weigh them down with love.
Good.
You see what I'm saying? That lets you know that in actuality you are a doggone savage people and a domesticated animal. So this is a form of world mind control why they even give you this Martin Luther King shit. He fucked up everybody. You see what I'm saying? So this is some stuff that's going on. When we come back, we're going to go into this, deep into this metaphysical stuff. You want to take a break? I got a few.
Hold your place for a minute.
rituals?
You on?
All right, we're back. Let's see here. We got a couple of things we're going to go into. First of all, go back and get that movie Superman 1978. The movie 1978 Superman. They're going to be a part of in there where he's going to tell Superman, the first hour of the movie is dropping. Especially now if your consciousness has risen to a certain level. If you get the first movie, the first hour is dropping on a whole bunch of shit that is going down, especially to the point where he tells him, his father tells him, not the father, his father on earth, played by, what's my man's name? Glenn Ford, tells him, he said, I know that you special, son, and I don't know what your gift is or what your doggone destiny is, but one thing I'm sure of about your destiny, it's not running goddamn touchdowns. You see what I'm saying? And in so many words, it was telling black people with all the talent you have in spirituality, it ain't about no fucking sports. Sports is an idiot game for a grown man to be running up and down a damn court. Better yet, for us to be watching that dumb shit. Especially this NBA playoff this last time, which was foolishness, because the simple fact that they literally just was playing with people's minds. Any fool can tell that the doggone Reggie Miller, who hadn't scored under 20 damn points since 1988, and go scoreless than a damn half, you know that that's some fake shit. You know what I'm saying? You know that this is some crazy stuff. It just don't happen that way. Portland, Oregon can't beat the doggone L.A. Lakers. Come on, man. This was a suckers game. That let you know that other than even the college sports, this shit here, this professional stuff, man, is just straight up fake. It's about big money. You see what I'm saying? It's about big money. That's what he was saying in the movie. Whatever your talent is, it ain't about running no doggone touchdowns. Now, you know at the time that they had this census, because the census is all about stand up and be counted. They need to find out how many people that they killed during the 90s, in the late 80s, so that they can find out how many people they can finally kill, take a tally of how many people they can kill during the year 2000 on in. Do you know the same time they had the census this year, they had a census in Africa during the same damn time? They had a doggone census in Africa also. You know also, just drumming up some of this stuff here, you know they had a girl that was found from Haiti, just in the water, just like the Ilion shit, and they sent her back. Brother Dad was telling me about that. Ain't that interesting? Now, one of the keys with this type thing is this here, which is lining up metaphysically why I even mentioned this thing about Haiti. And that is the reason why they don't accept people from Haiti, you know, ain't got nothing to do with them being black. Somebody from Nigeria come over here thinking they're British and get right up in the damn country and everything. You see what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with that. The reason why they ain't accepting them from Haiti, hell, the people from Jamaica and every place else can come over here. The reason why they ain't accepting them from Haiti is because they only accept the people from Haiti who is indoctrinated, based on educated, and they gotta be French, fucking Catholic, or even British. But whatever they do is they got to be indoctrinated people. They don't accept people that's like on the low end of society. Because that means that person, by him not being indoctrinated or educated, that means his mind is free to explore. And he might get over here and start liking that damn hip hop and shit, and just not indoctrinated enough to say, hey, these motherfuckers over here ain't that bad. And the next thing you know, be teaching you some voodoo. And it's all based on the voodoo thing, that they don't want the masses of them to come that's poor, that's not indoctrinated. Because indoctrinated means you gotta hate the niggas that's over here. That's the #1 shit on the planet. Now all of a sudden the doggone rap craze has done got so popular till you getting Africans now that's being affiliated with it. And so in order to be affiliated with the rap craze, you got to like a nigga over here. To be the icons of it. So all of a sudden, now we got Africans coming and saying, hey man, guess what? When we are little children, they come over and tell us how savage you all are. And come over and tell us all kinds of things about you. And they indoctrinate us and tell you about you dangerous and all that. You see what I'm saying? So, on one hand, they can't get nobody from Haiti to come over here who's not a part of that whole fucked up mentality of the educated and thinking they doggone white, French, and whatever Catholic, and it's all about Jesus and shit, and will come over and start teaching you about some voodoo and stuff. You see what I'm saying? And that's one of the keys on what this whole thing is going down right now. Now this is interesting here, a lot of things based on a play on words. Now I often wonder, why is it that they got all these movies in the 90s about dinosaurs? Dinosaurs. I'm like, my goodness, about dinosaurs. And I'm wondering why they got all these movies in the 90s about the dinosaurs, and the key here is they ain't talking about dinosaurs, they're talking about black people. Jurassic Park, Lost World, even a couple movies and all, even the Borny thing. If you look at the word dinosaur, you get the word Dionysus, which is Osiris in Greek is Dionysus, a Dionysus. The Greek word for Osiris is Osiris, but the Egyptian word is Osar. So you put the words together and you get dinosaur, which means Osiris. And that's what this shit is about. So the whole thing of replicating this ancient person is to also replicate these dinosaurs, to clone them is also talking about black people. You see what I'm saying? Also talking about black people. I want to say one other thing, that I want to put this on the actual tape. And the reason why I had to start doing this is to see what happens is, when I pour these libations, in order to get this energy to a certain place, and we go, how many hours we went the first time?
Tonight?
6:30.
Tonight? It went about 4 hours.
That's about 4 hours. See, that's about 4 hours. You said 2. No, it's about 4. You see what I'm saying? And that lets you know that the spirit is crossed up time. But what happens is when these motherfuckers get up in your head too. So if you be talking and all, they start getting up in your head, so I have to take some drugs on their ass and shit, cool them out and all and stuff, man. Cause it's some real deal power. That's how I'm able to go 10 hours and stuff like that and all. And usually I don't do this, but what's happening now, since the summer solstice is 2000, I noticed that the power is getting even more. So I have to damn do the drug addict thing with some goody powders on their ass. And shit. Because that's the way they roll. You know, I just realized that for the first time this summer. I'm like, damn, man, this shit is getting even powerful now. So I got to do the drug addict thing like Jimi Hendrix and them. But this is my version of it. Instead of some cocaine and shit, I just do some goody powders on them. But anyway, I was going to get ready to say something. But Anyway, that lets you know right there, when I was talking about based on that, you thinking it's 2 hours, it'd be 4 hours, and stuff like that. All of a sudden, that lets you know we're going beyond time, and we are going beyond time and stuff. But this is what I'm going to get into. First of all, we want you to also see the movie Gladiator. Don't miss this movie Gladiator, as well as the movie X-Men. How many people saw the movie X-Men? You got to go see the movie X-Men. This is the key right now in your training. First of all, if you can read, joining a group is a circus game. That's the thing about it. Because they already know that we are very lazy people. We would rather somebody lord over us and tell us to damn stick our foot in under a damn car tire than to read a damn book. And that's where we always fuck up, because we are very lazy-ass people. And if you can read, you don't have no business in no organization with no damn black-ass leader over you. A leader ain't gonna lead you no damn well. Number 2, this is how you know a motherfucker ain't got no power. Nigga say he righteous, he ain't got no damn power. This shit here is about reading some more advanced stuff, and like I said before, the white man already knows, if you say, I got God on my side, he know to automatically kill your ass. Because it ain't about no doggone good, it's about straight up usurping power right now. And we're going to get into some of that in a few minutes. But I want you to go see so another thing also too, at this particular time, any movie is metaphysical in nature. You don't need to be skating on it. You got to go see this shit. That's how they teaching their people through these damn movies. So any movie that's a horror movie, a sci-fi movie, whether it's good or bad, you don't need to be skating on it based on no $2 or $3, $4. That's what makes us a very inferior people, is we don't even know how to recognize the damn signs. So any shit come out, X-Men, you need to go see the shit. Gladiator, you need to go see it. This movie is one of the biggest epic budgets. They ain't had one since Cleopatra, 1965. You think they got this shit out here just to damn team, motherfucker? The new mythology and the new science is in the doggone movies. In the 1990s, they done brought everything. You take all these movies and get you a library, you'll find out that 98% of the shit I'm talking about here, they done showed the shit in the movies. So any doggone movie that's coming out that you think halfway got some science in it, you need to be going to see it. That's what we need right now. We need scientists. We need people to wield power, but you can't be waiting on no black leaders to lead you no fucking way. Farrakhan is not going to damn liberate you. I don't give a shit. You see what I'm saying? Ain't going to liberate you. Fucking Jesse Jackson ain't going to liberate you. None of these niggas is going to liberate you. I don't give a damn. Nobody. The only person that can have direct power over your soul is your own black ass. And you shouldn't trust your shit to another individual, not even me. Like I said, I ain't got the 2 eyes on my goddamn stove. You be a fucking asshole to follow me any damn way. Motherfucker cut off my hot water 2 weeks ago, and I said, fuck it. I'll take cold showers. And I've been taking cold damn showers because I got pissed. And I paid the damn bill, and it was a discrepancy and a typo, and they cut my shit off. So I said, fuck it. I'll get a new damn energy carrier before I go back to them black bastards. Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is we are all human. You don't need to be fucking around following another individual, man. This is about the science. That's why we come with scholarship. And that's the problem now. We got too many damn groups and organizations. And these motherfuckers, and that's the thing about it. The goals and the objectives are good at first, but all organizations fail in the end within a 2-year period. That shit is down to some bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So anybody telling you that you need to be in these organizations so much you ain't organized, that's some dumb shit. This shit is about the magical realm. And it's about being invisible on somebody's ass and to something. It's about secret societies. So we're talking about, and a secret society shouldn't be a whole bunch of people, 20-something people in a group. It's supposed to be 2 or 3 boys rolling, or 2 or 3 women rolling. And I know 2 sisters up in Philadelphia doing rituals on shit, bringing down goddamn airplanes with menstrual blood. So we don't need to be doing no dumb shit about some righteous dumb shit. We talking about wielding some damn power. You see what I'm saying? But you do your shit, and you ain't got to be affiliated with well, I'm a part of this organization. That's ego. You see what I'm saying? So this is the type of science we're dealing with right now. If you can read, you don't need to be following nobody. And anything fall off in the movies, you need to be going to see, because that's how they drop it. Or any metaphysical video you can get your hand on. That's how they dropping this stuff right now. That's what's going down. The movie Gladiator. The key to the movie Gladiator is the African brother taught him about death. That's one of the keys to this whole shit. And after he learned about death and fell in love with death, because his people was on the other side, his wife and his child, he could go ahead and kill up everybody in the doggone place, doing the whole shit in the arena, because he didn't mind dying. That was the key. Everybody else was scared to die. And once you're scared to die, that's the key to this whole thing. You see what I'm saying? That's the key to this thing. Even the white man, when in his greatest armors, he got a damn fool, a nigga, into saying, I'll give my life for my country. You see what I'm saying? So the key here is, that's one of the keys is, we are scared of the mysteries of death. You see what I'm saying? We are scared of the mysteries of death, and death is only the transformation. It's only the way out. You should long for death and love for death. And that's the problem. They have trained us against death. And you know, the ancient man, that was his main shit. Think about it. You live in a society where your main shit is, and the Egyptians used to love this shit, where you train a person from a child that death is the greatest thing you can do. You see what I'm saying? See, we just turned this shit all backwards. Even in the movie Photographing Fairies. Anybody see this movie? Go get that movie, Photographing Fairies. A lot of shit going on in the movie. You know. But even the guy, when the movie first comes, his wife falls through the ice. He just got married. She falls through the ice. And when it came time for him to die, he was like, shit. They said, well, why don't you say something and save yourself? He like, shit, death is only a transformation. That's the process. And that's one of the keys of what we're talking about here right now. Also, too. Let me just give you a couple of movies that you need to go see. Go get all three prophecies. But Prophecy 3 is a very interesting movie, because, you know, Prophecy 1, the angel Gabriel wanted to come down here and tell some shit. By Prophecy 3, angel Gabriel done sold out, because he done came down here and incarnated down here and done got his driver's license and learned how to drive. So he gonna sell out the whole heaven crew off some bullshit, because the angel of death is coming to kill up some niggas down here. And there's another angel coming to kill the angel of death, and he wanna stop the angel of death too. He gonna get on the other angel shit to kill the angel of death, because he got his damn driver's license. People down here suffering, and he gonna Gabriel, he done learn how to drive, and so there he gonna sell the damn people out. You see what I'm saying? Very interesting how they did that, because that's just like a damn nigga now, you know it. You gotta break people down here suffering. Angel of death is coming to kick everybody down, including the damn white man. And now all of a sudden, I don't want to go because I got my driver's license. Drive around an old ass fucking Chevrolet and stuff. You know that ain't nothing but a damn nigga now. Go back real key and look at the movie Ben-Hur. Go get the movie Ben-Hur and look at the movie Ben-Hur. Because the movie Ben-Hur is talking about basically the black structure of the black community. And Ben-Hur and the whole Jewish thing there was talking about the black people. And the key here is Rome wanted him to sell the fuck out, sell his people out. He was like, I ain't doing this shit. And that was the whole face of the movement, is he went through hell because he wouldn't sell his damn people out. And even when he ran, here you go, he wins the chariot race, he runs the football, and they make him a citizen. That's how they do us. We get privileges. And he wins the chariot race, and they make him the highest aspect of Rome you can get. And he still wouldn't sell his damn people out. You see, we run the damn football and sell the fuck out. Because we get doggone privileges. You see, this is like the thing that happened with Wesley. Now, ain't it funny now, I'm living in Atlanta, Georgia, and I got to go all the way to doggone New York to find out some shit that's happening in Atlanta. Let you know some shit. Wesley done went down to Eatonton, Georgia, and moved over the land west of Snipes and opened up a damn bodyguard school down there. And training people with guns and shit, fighting, martial arts and all this stuff here. And it's totally legal. And so the cracker stepped to him on the movie set and said, how could you? We gave you all this stuff because that's their privileges. They give you these privileges. How could you go against us and shit and be human and not be a slave? We done gave you all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they're all talking, you know, But then again, that's what I'm talking about based on the whole privilege thing. We get privileges and stuff like that, and they don't want you to violate them doggone privileges. You see. Get the movie Full Eclipse. The Mario Van Peebles in it. And then they're talking about these people, they get superhuman strength because they make them into werewolves and they're cops. But that werewolf thing is also talking, the wolf means the dog star. And they make them into this, into these particular, into these werewolves and stuff, and they get these superhuman strength. But the whole thing is based on, the whole key to the movie is that shit is all talking about doggone melanin. Because when they find out where the serum is coming from the guy's brain. And he's giving it to the other people and they become a superhuman strength. But that ought to let you know that they're talking about the whole melatonin thing again. You see what I'm saying? And that whole key. So that's also in that particular movie. In that particular movie. So get that particular movie. Now I want to deal with some stuff right now. I want to deal with some stuff right now that's going down. That's going down. And that's right now, and that is, first of all, I want to deal with some stuff we call the doggone dark side. Now, the dark side basically is the side of light that the physical eye cannot see. If the light of this world is an illusion, because we all know that this is called the Matrix, is a series of events that don't exist. You can get that in all your Hindu scriptures. You also get it in a book called Dreams, Illusions, and Other Realities by Wendy O'Flaherty. This is a book that's coming from Sanskrit text, Dreams, Illusions, and Other Realities by Wendy O'Flaherty. And that particular book deals with all this shit, but you're talking about the Matrix and stuff that you think it was a fake movie, but was basically the basic concept of the ancient Egyptians, ancient Camites, and ancient Kushite. Later on, Indus Kush is what you know as ancient India. In ancient India. So if this world is an illusion, then light that you see has to be an illusion also, then that means darkness has to be light. It's all turned around. So when somebody's telling you to stay away from the dark side, they're really telling you to stay away from the light. And when they tell you to go to the light, that means go to the fucking illusion. Now what does that mean? Even when you die, don't go to the light, go to the damn darkness. Well, some people say, why when you go to the light? You figure the light is the kingdom. But they say the kingdom, even in the Bible, they say the kingdom is supposed to be founded on earth. And if you die before the kingdom is founded, then obviously that's not the kingdom if you're going towards the goddamn light, because the kingdom hasn't been founded yet. So obviously when you die, the light you're going to is a prism and a trick for reincarnation and snap you back down here. See, reincarnation is very, very bad. Let's say it's me, a person with all this wisdom, and I didn't have the wisdom to go to the darkness, and I got a lot of profound wisdom, and I die, and I go to the light. The first thing happens is it snatches me back down here, and I become a baby again, and I'm a person with all this wisdom, but all of a sudden I'm a baby down here looking at this Bible. And I might grow up on the street with some bull can in my hand, and previous incarnation I could have been a master. That's a form of incarceration, and also it can be a trap. And I might not get my consciousness back over the course of the millennium. You see what I'm saying? So this is some things also too. So basically, when you die, you go to the dark. And what happens is when you go to the dark, you become this particular entity that is waiting to break through when the end days come. Well, that time is upon us now. I'm going to get into that in a few minutes. Remember that. Because it's got so bad to damn ABC News had to come out and say, hey, this shit is pretty bad now, and we in trouble. Hold on a minute. Anytime this shit hit the news, it means that somebody's ass is in trouble. And I'm telling you, this shit has to go down now. Why is it has to go down now? Because I'm telling you now, and you can know I'm right. 1 out of 10 black people you meet is all right. The rest of them fucked up. Now here it is, the most spiritual, the most ancient people on the planet and shit. You don't want to know no black people. It's time to hide. You skeptical about anybody knock on your door. Not because you think somebody gonna kill you, but you know some nigga gonna come to boy the wrong shit or impose at the wrong damn time. It's just that bad down here when it comes to 1 out of 10 black people is the only motherfucker that might be pleasant enough for you to enjoy. The rest of the niggas is all screwed up. It also goes to show you, if we're in a conscious place and all, how evolved we are for the mere fact that we are in here tonight on a doggone Saturday night and stuff. So the point here is to see, we must understand what's going on at this particular time. Make it not, don't be funny with this mess. I teach what is called eschatology, which is the ending of the damn world. Some people say, well, hell, how you gonna do that or whatever type of thing. It's not, it's a process of consciousness as a rites of passage that we work at. There's got to be some people that's focused on something other than the other dumb shit, because everybody else gonna come, and that's called survival and resistance. We got enough people out here with survival and resistance. We got to have some people that's ready to go on the offense in opposition to shit, but on a spiritual level and bring this thing about. Because the key here is, in all of the books they talk about the elect is supposed to bring this back. There's not no asshole from out of the sky. It's us in the rising of our particular consciousness, which leads us to this conspiracy that's going on. Because you're going to have all these damn new people coming, and they're going to be telling you about the reptilian people coming. And the reptilians is evil and all this kind of thing. You got David Icke that's saying this shit. You got other people saying, you even got Dr. Deborah Blair saying this. And it's about these reptilian people that's coming. And they are so horrible, and we got to fight against these reptilians. Or they're telling you that the people who run in the world, like the Bushes and like the Clintons and like the Gores and like all of those so-called people, the Queen of England and all that kind of shit, they're all reptilian people. And this is a code word to train you against your own self. The reptilian people, when they talk about it, see, the problem here is we keep thinking it's literal. We keep thinking the reptilians is some type of snake-like people. When the last time you seen a snake-like damn person? Come on, you've been on the earth a long damn time and you ain't seen shit but a bunch of damn niggas and some crackers walking around. And all the other people you see. Now, I want to know when in the hell you seen some damn reptilian snake-looking people. So the key here is it's a code word. The reptilian people are talking about the people who have full access to the Kundalini energy. And the Kundalini energy is the serpentine fire, or what you know as the lunar fire snake, which is the unique energy is within black people. And what do they mean when they say the full Kundalini energy? Because we know that the energy, all people have a Kundalini energy, even white people have a subtle form of this particular fire snake. But what happens with us is we have the full Kundalini energy because we have the pineal gland, which is where it filters out as the complete light of God, or the Christ energy, and stuff like that. Now, so we have the complete form of the whole Kundalini energy, which means the shit work. And with them, if too much of this shit shoot up, they'll burn up in internal combustion. And that's what happened back in '97. This girl was just on the floor. Little white girl, and during the summertime, and she just caught on fire. And when it got there, all the mama said, she just sitting there on the floor of this plane, just caught on fire. And the damn fire truck had to come out. And wasn't no shit to it. Wasn't no investigating, because the motherfucker cracker knew what happened. It was the summer solstice, and the energy got too much, and she just burnt the fuck up, because they burn up all the time. You see what I'm saying? That's internal combustion. There's a whole book on that shit, Fires from Heaven. But the key here is we have the full manifestation of the Kundalini energy. We're going to get into some of that also in a few minutes on how this particular stuff also works. Because there's a way to get the full manifestation. But the full manifestation has to come through sex, and it also has to come through lust. Anything the Bible tells you is bad is actually good. You know lust is good because you do the shit. You see somebody, you turn you in. Now how the hell it comes automatic based on your eyes? You know when a goofy looking one of the ass, fine nigga, or whatever the fuck turn you on, whatever the fuck you vote. And it's almost without fault that your human nature is attracted to it, and all of a sudden somebody telling you that shit is bad. But it just so happened that actually this particular part that's telling you bad has to come in a period of time when there's a whole lot of feminine women hatred going on the planet 2,000 years ago, and a whole lot of asexuality There's a difference between homosexuality and asexuality. The asexuality means it's a race of people that just will fuck anything with a hole or whatever. That's just white people. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between homosexuality. That just means that, you know, well, there's something based on incarnation, and there's a whole thing about that too. You know what I'm saying? But asexuality is fuck it. It doesn't matter, you know. That's our nature, period. You see what I'm saying? Whether we macho man or not and shit. Come time for we'll screw anything. But I'm trying to say, isn't it funny that all this particular lust and all this kind of thing was a motherfucker flogging his damn self, come with some damn, you see that shit motherfucker flogging their damn self. Why is it that all that shit coming when fucking white people come up in this shit, beating this shit, or flogging their damn self? This some Catholic church bullshit. Love is good. And that's what rises the Kundalini energy. We'll get into some science on that in a few minutes. Also, too. On a few minutes and all. But also, whenever you see the section in the, if you ever see the Book of the Dead, you see you'll see the judgment scene. You'll see that, if you ever saw the judgment scene, in the Egyptian judgment scene, you'll see there's a whole bunch of gods sitting down, and that's the assembly hall. In all world mythology, they talk about the great assembly hall. The great assembly hall. Whenever you see that great assembly hall, they call the upper room, or the hierarchy, that's nothing but the components of melanin inside of you. The components of melanin inside of you. So, the key, and the reason why that they want you probably heard the tapes, the reason why they're talking about the reptilian people coming, and the reptilian people being the enemy, is because they know that they're even calling them the extraterrestrial reptilian. All of this particular science is talking about what's inside of us. In us, we have 7 major chakras, and then we have the top chakra, because the Kundalini energy lines up with 7 major chakras that shoots up the spine, and the chakras is in front of the actual spinal column. And these 7 major chakras, when it gets to the pineal gland, there's at least 72 other chakras inside of the pineal gland, and those 72 chakras sets over a legion of other, as the last Star Wars movie says, is chlorominions, microscopic organisms, a whole legion of what they call Damians. And the word Damians, you get the word later on degraded in Christianity as demons. Damians are what they call in Christianity demons, are what they call genies. Genies and Damians is what they call in Islam, jinns is components of melanin. So you get the Damian comes from the word Amian, or the word Amen, which means hidden substance. Amen Ra. Hidden God. Amen Ra is the pineal gland, the hidden God. So the Damians is up in there, you have 72 chakras in each chakra, or each seal, which looks like this in the particular book, the Goetia. You've probably seen I talk about this on the tape. See if I can get a good picture of the seal. You got 72 of these particular seals inside of the pineal gland. And throughout the body, when it lines up into the pineal gland, you got 72 of these particular chakras. Each chakra sits over an allegiance of 30 other chakras. And those legions of 30 chakras, but a legion means 10,000. So that means 30 times 10,000 legions. So we're talking about literally an extraterrestrial civilization that's on the inside of us and ain't got shit to do with some shit up out of here. And that's the shit they're calling reptilians. Now, metaphysically, what this is talking about is your own glorified spirit and the different alchemical components of the melanin inside of your own body lining up. And that's what they're calling the reptilian or extraterrestrial invasion, is the black people, the ones that's still alive, and the ones that's even dead when the energy gets to a certain level. That's what they're calling this particular aspect. You see what I'm saying? this particular aspect, and not necessarily some reptilian people out here. So they got people like David Icke and all these particular people coming and saying that we got to fight against these reptilians, and that's a code word is talking about you, black people. You ain't got no crackers in no 2000 and know the science. Up here giving you some fake ass motherfuckers out here. You figure like this, like I said on several videos, if somebody shows up in a damn spaceship, you can at least give a nigga a ride home. At least give a nigga a ride home. You ain't got to take me to no Mars or no Jupiter or whatever, but you can at least give a nigga a ride across town. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is, the whole key to this whole shit is when we look at this thing, it's ludicrous to think that, now first of all, when we talk about the abductions, we know that they do have abductions, but we know that's the government. And the government been building these UFO shits, these man-made shits since 1947. And so that's the government, but ain't nobody coming from out no doggone space to abduct white people and bypass the ghetto with all these, with the ancient black people here. And you know what I'm saying? Ain't gonna bypass the damn ghetto to go to some fucking crackers. It ain't happening. And you know damn well that that's the government doing that shit to counter some stuff also too. And stuff. So they do have these abductions and all that type of stuff is actually happening. You see what I'm saying? What the brain sees as shadows is light of the other world beyond the matrix. So what you see as darkness is beyond the matrix or the illusionary aspect that you think is light. What we see as light in this world is only an illusion because the brain is designed only to pick up illusion. That's what the problem is. The brain, the human brain is the fucking enemy. You have two brains. You have the pineal brain, which is the third eye, which sees the real world, and you have a human brain that is telling you that all this shit is real. And that is the enemy, is the human brain. And you know that there's something that's going on when you can override the human brain just by conditioning yourself. You ever ate something that's so good, you eat too much of the shit and you can't stand it. Smell too much of a damn smell and you can't stand it. So obviously we're talking about a series of programming. You see what I'm saying? And 98% of the time I say, well shit, they cut off my goddamn water. No, they cut off the gas. I said, well shit, I don't need the gas for the summer. Hell, it's 90 degrees. I said, the water coming out lukewarm, because it's so fucking hot out there, so the water coming out the faucet lukewarm, shit, 5 seconds are going, whoa, that's it. I can take the damn shower. I said, well shit, in that case, I got the hell with them, I'll switch over to another company when when the shit get cold. But it's a series of programming. You see what I'm saying? They tell you that you can't do shit. You see what I'm saying? Tell you can't do stuff. What laws say what the hell you can do? There's another thing also too. There's something wrong with a physical binding contract, which you call marriage. There's something wrong with that. First of all, marriage just means a union of two energies. Who you fuck, that's who you marry. Fuck them over 2 months, the energies get to flowing, that's your fucking wife. And that's what the universal thing was in Africa. The ceremony was just a little cute shit, but the ceremony does not marry you. The white man took this shit and made it a binding contract for slavery. And that's why spiritually what's happening is you can flow until when you get the binding contract and all shit start fucking up. How is it that people can stay together for 10 damn years and flow a certain way and get in the binding contract and stay together goddamn 6 weeks? That's because the spiritual aspect is overriding and saying this is some bullshit. And they're trying to tell the people some shit about this whole binding contract. The white man just should not even have the doggone power to marry you. You see what I'm saying? And the only thing he's doing is making cold cash off that shit because he knows sooner or later with the binding contract, your ass gonna start to argue and the next thing you know, you're gonna want to get out of shit. And here come the lawyers and it's a whole system and shit. You see what I'm saying? So, me and my damn wife was literally married for 7 years, but if I'd have had the binding contract, all kind of shit would have broke loose. You see what I'm saying? And somebody said, well, man, she couldn't have left, man, if we had the binding contract. I say, no, you don't get it, man. Shit, I'm happy I didn't have the damn binding contract when she's psychic and the spirit tells us it's time to go. And we chilling, and they say, well, it's time to go. And I'm like, well, shit, in the binding contract, hell, I had 2 couple of raggedy chairs she took out the damn house. I thought she had all that shit. But I said, binding contract and shit, I'd have been out here in this fucking damn trailer park some damn way. You know what I'm saying? With a septic tank and shit. You know what I'm saying, man? That's the damn trick with this shit. You see what I'm saying? So, the pineal brain picks up the real light, which you call darkness. And that's the realm of Satan. You know, Satan simply means melanin. When they studied the realm of what they call Hades, and Hades is supposed to be hell, but Hades is supposed to be this God. Oh yeah, Hades is supposed to be this God. When they studied Hades, they found out that Hades. Oh, you just get your bucket or something? Oh, you cut off the air or something? They found out that Hades and Hermes was damn near identical. Now, Hermes is the Greek Tahuti. And the Greek Tahuti is the study of alchemy, is the system, and the god of wisdom. And the study of alchemy is the study of melanin. So the Greek Hades and the Greek Hermes is the Egyptian Tahuti, which means in actuality Hades, which is supposed to be Satan, or the dark realm, is melanin. That's what this shit is about. You see, that's what this particular shit is about. You see what I'm saying? Whenever you hear the word sorcery, sorcery in the ancient world meant the study of alchemy. And so whenever you see in the Bible, they talk about we turn it against these people based on sorcery. And these people, these sorcerers, they're talking about the people that got on top of this shit and they're studying melanin and alchemy. And when you study alchemy, you become gods other than worshiping a goddamn god. And the gods up there don't like it. Because there's 2 levels of this thing. In the Hindu myths, they tell you, which is very old, that comes out of Typhonian or pre-dynastic Kemet, they tell you that the gods up there, see what it is this here, to go into this particular science. We used to, our world, the physical world, or the world that we live in, a creation that we live in, is built off of several other primal worlds that predated the creation of this particular world we live in now. Our world, or what we call creation, is built off of several other primal creations that preceded it. And those primal worlds lasted about the same amount of time that this particular world has been created, which the white boys say 13 billion years or whatever. Well, we just say that for just the sake of argument, because who knows what time is. Those primal worlds, what happened to them? Those primal worlds, after they was turned into creation, those primal worlds is nothing but the melanin inside of us. It's nothing but, they took the energy or the blood or the actual stuff from the primal worlds and turned it into human beings. So we are higher than the gods who created us. These entities are a lesser repertoire of entities that understands one thing. They like the human body, and they look over the human body, and they love us in the aspect that they love us when we are humans. But when we start rising up to God, they are our enemies. So when you hear God loves you, the motherfuckers love you only if you're human. But when you start rising up to become back to your original primal self, then you are the enemies. So you have your archangels, which are called seraphim, and they look over the humans. That's their job, to look over the humans and care for the humans. The humans, inside of them, is some stuff called the cherubim. And as you know, the cherubim are the arch enemies of the archangels. So, the soul is inside of you. The angels hate. But they like your physical body and they like your conscious mind, as long as you don't understand that you are higher than them. But they don't never intend for you to rise, because that means in actuality you would usurp the power, and they don't want you to doggone rise for the simple fact that they don't want to doggone relinquish the doggone power. So the Bible and all, and this is all in scholarship and shit. We can go into the scholarship. We can go into the scholarship. A lot of it is in that book. O'Flaherty's book, Hindu Myths, is in there. Let me show you another thing too. Now this stuff is very old. Do you know we got it in the coffin text, which is the pre-dynastic coffin text? We got it in the Hindu thing. And this is why the white boy knows some shit. When I told you, when I said, if the white boy say he's going to attack you, and you go, I got God on my side. That motherfucker say, you can go ahead and kill that asshole because he don't know what time it is. That's exactly what's going on in the universe. Now, first of all, you got to be an idiot to think that you can get some later day material like a Bible, a Quran, and a Torah, and think that you can actually get the handle on what's going on when we got material that's 8 times older. That's asinine. To think that you can even go by a damn book that's only been on the planet 2,000 years when we got doggone text that's way older that give you a complete story. Now, based on the coffin text, based on the Gnostic scriptures, based on the Upanishad, the Rig Veda, the Mahabharata, these are old texts, the Ramayana, the Ashtar-veda. We got tons of shit, and we don't even get to read none of that because we stuck in a goddamn Bible, which is probably some of the most inferior shit on the planet. Not just the Bible, any later fragment is only an inferior fragment compared to the ancient shit. And you talking about, no, man, I love my Bible. Well, why the fuck? Do you know these goddamn crackers, you gotta get a, these crackers you get a PhD in fucking mythology? Have any of you all ever had the damn chance to even read some damn mythology? Try reading some goddamn mythology and you'll find out that you better go back to the Bible, because this shit is very hard in the concept if you really get into this shit. And these crackers getting a PhD in mythology, you think it's just stories? You see what I'm saying? They got us so we don't even think. Now, based on the damn Rig Veda and the Hindu myth, and the coffin text and the Gnostic scripture, and even in several Kabbalistic scriptures, the God that created the universe only lived about 1,000 damn years before he died. And then he died. Now, what does it mean by that? It was a force that created, and then it burned itself out like, pow! And it died. And the whole concept was only about 1,000 years. And in actuality, it created, but it trapped the ancient primal worlds, which was us, into the side of the creation. So in actuality, we're the only motherfuckers down here. So when you start lining up with some damn God, that cracker started laughing because he studied this shit. You know these crackers got a damn room. But they'll have about 100 people sitting in these rooms. And the only thing they do is they read every damn book. They take every book that come out. They say, here's a whole scientific, every damn novel, sci-fi novel, horror novel, they read this shit and they research it. Back in '96, they busted the government. They said, wait a minute, hold on. We got $1 billion. No, they said they had $10 million that went in history, U.S. history. The government's U.S. history department. They said, how can you revise U.S. history for $10 million every year? See, that's where the shit that I'm telling you about these people reading and researching this shit is up under that history department, but it's something totally different. You see what I'm saying? It's something totally different. So these people, it is their business to know what's going on on the fucking planet. That's what the white man business is. And when you talk about, I got God on my side, he said, you go ahead and kill that bastard, because that bastard don't even know what time it is. The only God there is down here is your black ass. Now the Kabbalah, I'm going to read this to you right here. The Kabbalah. At opposite poles, both man and God, encompassing in their own being the entire cosmos. However, whereas God contains by all virtue being, it's created, initiated, and everything is rooted in potentiality is hidden, man's role is to take the leftover substance, which is us. Man's role is to complete the process, being an agent through which all the powers of creation is fully activated and manifested. Did you hear that goddamn shit? Did you hear that shit? The only shit that's down here to do some shit is yourself. But it ain't talking about no fucking crackers. That's why these crackers can't do nothing but invent some cell phones. And at best, the worst is, at best, with all his so-called technology, only thing he could invent was some shit for you to damn go shopping. That's the best. Is that the best you can do? You're gonna kill the whole goddamn world. And the only thing you can tell me to do is now we can go shopping on some internet? You think that's superior. I'm online. The only shit the internet is to do is now, you subscribe to that shit, that means they got you all on the same fucking system. That just means Big Brother is watching even closer. But it don't matter, because it don't really matter. You can get on the shit, now there's a lot of beneficial stuff on there based on knowledge and whatever type shit. But the key here is this. Now I'm going to get that again. However, whereas God contains by all virtue, it's created and initiated on whom he initiated it. He ain't around no more. And everything is rooted in all potentiality, is hidden. Man's role is to complete the process, being an agent through which all powers of creation are fully activated and manifested. What exists seemingly in God unfolds and develops in man. Now, Gershom Scholem, one of the chief Kabbalistic people, he says something when he's talking about the perfecting agent is supposed to manifest this stuff, is supposed to be man, but he goes and he goes further. He said it can only be done by a Neoplatonic formula. Now, most motherfuckers don't know what that shit is. Neoplatonism comes from Platonism. Platonism comes from Hermeticism. And Hermeticism comes from Tehuism. And that's talking about melanin, the study of melanin, the study of alchemy. So Neoplatonic formula is talking about a melanin formula. So it's saying it right here that man completes the process of God through a melanin formula. And that ain't talking about nobody but the black man and the black woman, your black ass in this room. That's all it can very well be is you motherfuckers sitting up in here. Because you know the other damn niggas and shit is talking some Jesus shit. You see what I'm saying? Which is fake. It has to be fake. You don't think right now, anytime this cracker even think you getting close to some shit, he comes after your ass and you think you can line up in a damn church every fucking Sunday? You know what I'm saying? This is insanity, you see. This is doggone insanity. Let's go on. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go on. Now the Creator, this is coming from the Hermetic text, and this is very old on the planet. Which you can get also Walter Scott's book, Hermetica. And Walter Scott's book, Hermetica, the Egyptians say, our biggest problem. Right in this book, Walter Scott's Hermetica, if you can get a hold of it. The Egyptians say, our biggest problem, and this is when they was around, or when we were back then, about 3,000 years ago. They say, our biggest problem is we learned how to create another man. Right in the damn book, this is what the Egyptians say out of their own fucking mouth. We learned how to create another man. It also goes in and says, I want to read this particular part. Y'all all right? Now you got it in black and white. Walter Scott's book, Hermetica, which is, Hermetica. It also goes in here and says that, here it is right here. Thus there are two kinds of race of men. That of the birds and that of the beings of the universe contains and generates the individuals from their kind. And there is another kind of living beings. They are devoid of soul, indeed yet without sensation, so that they are gladdened, and that those of them are good. They suffer pain and sorrow or whatever. But it goes in to say that it goes in to say in this particular part that they got a group of people that's down here that do not have souls. Because some people say, well, you don't have a soul, how can you be living? Because everything down here has a spirit. And that's the difference why you can't draw a parallel, why you can have some crap up there burning some goddamn incense. Talking that shit. Because you don't understand the difference between a spirit and a soul. Everything on the earth plane has a spirit. A spirit is what moves upon the earth plane. A roach got a spirit, a dog got a spirit. That's just a spook, something that animates and moves and has a certain consciousness. A soul is something totally different. In order to have a soul, that means that you have to predate existence, because a soul is a sun. You get the word solar? It's a sun. And energy can never be created and destroyed. Well, a soul had to be pre-exist this particular realm. And that which comes millions of years later could not have a soul, because the soul is a pre-existent entity. That is that primal world that I'm talking about, and that is melanin. Now, what is the melanin? The soul is a particle of invisible light that is in the lower gastrointestinal tract. That's all you are. So this whole bullshit you think here is not even you. Called nanotechnology. Your soul is down here. In the gastro, you ever hear, in the shit sack, you ever hear Jesus born in a manger? A manger is shit. That's what a manger is. That's what the whole concept is. Your soul is a little particle of light called the Bindu seed, the Christos, because the word Christ means soul. So you're the Christ. The Christ who is to come is in all of us. It's a little soul. It's a little particle of light. And what does light do? You take this light right here and you do this to it. If I do this with a piece of paper, it'll have a bunch of soot will come on a piece of paper. That soot is the carbon, which is the melanin. And that's what produces this melanin. No shadow, no God. That's Blavatsky's secret doctrines. The soul is what produces the fucking melanin. You see what I'm saying? Now there's a surface melanin and all of that type of stuff, but the type of melanin we're talking about here is produced by the soul. So the shadow is contained with the soul, and what the soul does is produce this particular melanin. You see what I'm saying? It produces this melanin. You know, and this melanin comes up, and as a result, this melanin that it produces activates the damn soul. You see, it activates the doggone soul. So, in here it says, however, the Creator, same Hermetica. It says, however, the Creator has control in the place that is between the heaven and earth. Now look at this shit here. It's just a matter of you studying stuff. That is between the heaven and the earth. He is called Zeus, or Platonic Zeus. That's Zeus, Yahweh, any male deity is a subordinate deity. You know, subordinate means he ain't got the high ups on nothing. Is Zeus, Platon is Zeus, and is the Lord over the earth. That's Ra is a part of that too. There's a difference between Amun and Ra. Because Ra comes in being and he overthrows Apep, the great dragon, which is the great mother, Alpha Draconis, which is the beginning of it all. Or Nut. It says, so this particular male entity, Zeus or Platonist Zeus, is the Lord over the earth and the sea, but does not possess the nourishment for all mortal creatures. It is the core that bears the fruit, which is the core in Greek is called hell. That's where the goddamn Quantum Kingdom is? Not in no motherfucking sky, in hell. See, this is some shit here, man. This shit here predates all that other bullshit you've been hearing. Millions of years, and guess what? This Hermetic shit here is, they use this shit to write the fucking Torah. See, when you're a scholar and you goddamn research this shit, nobody can run no dumb shit on you. That's why you don't hear that shit every day. Do you know that the Torah is a carbon copy of this Hermetic material? And the Torah is the fucking Old Testament? So, just change around a little. It is the core that bears the fruit. Those forces that are all-powerful inner circle on the earth, and the others that are always him who is. So they're talking about in actuality. That in actuality, that it is in the core. Now, what are they also talking about? They're not even talking about up under the earth. They're talking about the core is in the earth. The earth is also known as your body. And the core is talking about the deepest part of your subconscious mind. So in so many words, they're still saying in so many words that we are higher than the God that created us. That's Walter Scott's Hermetica. Going on. I want to read this particular part here to you. I'm going to get this right. Now, one of the permanent fundamental features of the Gnostic thought is indeed in opposition between the world and our creation and God. The entire senseless universe is experienced as a judgment of evil. God is not responsible for the evil that is in the world or the world itself, which is evil. He absolutely transcends the world. So they're talking about another God. Now what? It goes to say he has no relation to it, for any relation that is debased and enslave him. Now I'm going to show the point I'm trying to get to. God did not produce the world and does not rule over it. He is not known by any other word. You see what I'm saying? And so what they're saying is in so many words that God did not create this earth and does not rule over it. Because the true God they're talking about is us that's trapped on the damn earth. This is all, if you study this stuff, you go back, you find that there's a whole, that in actuality our whole concept of what we think is one way is totally different. And in so many words, somebody's playing a trick on us because we are the most ancient gods, because we are the ones of the primal world that is prior to this particular creation. And in all the myths, the Greek myths about the primal worlds and the Titans which we ruled before this creation, and those particular ones was destroyed and turned into human beings. In the Babylonian is Tiamat and Kingu, who is destroyed, which is the great ones beyond. They're destroyed by Marduk, and Marduk creates this particular universe, this particular world, and they take Tiamat and Kingu and take their blood and turn it into human beings. And into human beings. Every mythology prior to religion talks about the humans being the highest of all, including the text in which the Christian shit was stolen from, where they go in and say that when the first it says Adam tells his son Seth that how Eve, when they were both created, Eve took him all over the universe and taught him everything. So Eve is actually the master. And he said that Eve taught him everything, and they said we found out that we were higher than the gods who created us. So we're talking about a process of a force that came and trapped some higher forces down here. And this stuff is over and over and over again. Now let me give you something else too. This is some stuff here coming from England coming from England the last part of 1999. And it talks about this. It's talking about H.P. Lovecraft, which is the guy that wrote all the Necronomicon, or what they call the Cthulhu mysteries and stuff. and he makes an observation on some of his final critical analysis of what the white race is. And he says the last clause is critical, that the general statement concerning the possibility of human beings that might not be entirely human at all. He's talking about those particular people, because he goes on and says that it is logically deductible of a single case of miscegenation. What Lovecraft is appearing to be suggesting is that the inhabitants of a primal state of city in Africa of white apes are not only the missing link between humans, but the ultimate source of white civilization. The entire white race is derived from a primal race in Africa, a race that had corrupted itself by intermingling with apes. Now, I'm going to give you some information on that in a minute. This explanation of the narrator's statement says that if we knew who we were, as Sir Arthur Jennings said, we would commit suicide. We may not have white ape in our immediate ancestry, but we are all a products of an ultimate miscegenation. So in so many words, what they're saying was that they all come from a primal city of white apes. Now, they did this in the movie Congo. They talked about the city and how they had these apes, and the Egyptians or whatever domesticated these apes and all this kind of thing. The apes turned against their masters. Well, in the stuff what they're talking about here, in this particular information here, what they're actually dealing with here is this. The stuff that they're dealing with here is, there's another take on this so-called quote-unquote, this quote-unquote theory that's going on right here. And that is, and based on the Egyptians saying that our biggest problem, we learn how to create another race, is that in actuality what you had as an ancient priesthood, it was dealing with alchemy. And it was taking gene splicing with human DNA and animal DNA, and they came together and made this whole particular hybrid species. And stuff like that. So this whole thing where they was talking about people corrupting themselves with by intermingling with apes and stuff. It's not talking about some people is actually having sex with apes and stuff. It's talking about some priesthood that is basically gene splicing or cloning together hybrid species and stuff, basically what the white boy is doing now. If the white boy is taking the history and taking the knowledge and taking a fragment of what he got from us and is able to do this shit with this stuff, what you think a doggone person, what the hell you think a person with complete knowledge could do? You see what I'm saying? A person with complete knowledge could do. Now, going back to this particular information on why they are now lined up and they're talking about fighting against these so-called reptilians. And the reptilians are being the Kundalini race of people who we are. It all has something to do here with Bulwer Lytton's book, The Coming Race. The Coming Race. And The Coming Race is some stuff that Adolf Hitler and all of those particular people based this particular, their whole Third Reich and everything on based on this whole master race thing. Is because there's a guy named Bulwer Lytton wrote a book called The Coming Race. And he basically, what happened was this guy was a technical scholar that wrote on a lot of history stuff, and he wrote on a lot of political things. And then one day he just wrote this book about the coming race, about this group of people that's going to rise up and going to doggone take over the human race. And everybody was really thinking he was supposed to come back the next time, and he wrote some books and write some more stuff on this. And the next books he came out with was these political books again. So obviously somebody came down, or some type came down, and they used his power as a writer to possess him and write this particular information. Because if he were to continue writing these books, you could say in actuality, that in actuality it was one of those type of things whereas he was just basically trying to change his format for popularity. But he wrote a whole bunch of political books. Then he writes this book on the coming race, which is this mysterious people that's supposed to replace things. And then he goes right back and starts writing these political books again. So that lets you know that it was something that was a spiritual entity that came down and possessed him. But this is what he's talking about here. He talked about this coming race is supposed to have this particular virile power and this force that's supposed to come and replace mankind based on this virile power. Well, it says, it is this vibratory phase, and this is what Blavatsky is saying in Secret Doctrines. It is this vibratory phase that they call Beryl, which is aimed at an army as fixed in the Agni roof on a flying vessel or balloon. So there's some ancient text called the Astar Veda, and all these texts in India that talks about this particular force. And it calls, according to instructions of the Astar Veda, this ancient force will reduce to ashes men and their elephants as easily as it would a dead rat, this particular force. It is alleged in the Vishnu Purana, another ancient text, and the Ramayana and other works, that the fabled sage Kapila, whose glance made mountains of ashes of the king Sara's 60,000 sons, 60,000 sons, and it is explained in an esoteric works called the Kapilia's eye. So this person glanced at these sons and made them into doggone ashes. You know, it goes on to say that this particular satanic force, think of this word again, that our generation will be allowed to add to their stock of Antichrist boy toys known as melanite. Hear this word. Melanite. A clockwork, explosive oranges, flower baskets, in other innocents' name. It is this destructive energy which in the hands of a modern day bloodthirsty Antichrist will reduce Europe in a few days to its primitive chaotic state, which no man will be left alive to tell the truth, to tell the tale. So in so many words, they say this particular force, melanite, will reduce Europe to a chaotic state. Now it's interesting because now we have now located the true origins of the actual Christ. Now, to understand this, this is a book called Shiva, the Erotic Ascetic, coming from India. Now, we know that Jesus is a carbon copy of the god Horus in ancient Kemet. General Massey proves that in ancient Egypt light of the world, where he just literally knocks the sock off the ship. You see what I'm saying? He started it in natural Genesis, but in ancient Egypt light of the world, he really knocks the sock off, and you can clearly see that Jesus is actually the Egyptian Horus. You see what I'm saying? And the carbon copy of that. But he was trying to prove it based on Christian terminologies that it was Horus. But there's a far more implications and a far greater mysteries of Horus. But for some reason, we can't find as much on Horus in the materials that we have available other than the General Massey stuff. There's some materials, but you just don't get that sense of this whole context. You figure if this is the Christ, there should be volumes of this shit so we can get this stuff of what the Christ really is. And that's the great mystery. And that is because we know that in actuality somebody is hiding shit. Now, they got Egyptology going on, but yet you go to the store, you can find all the books you want on Greece, and you find a little section on Egypt, it's still a small section, and all the damn books is old. That means in actuality what they're doing is that they are actually holding on to thousands and thousands and thousands of texts. And they got more books written on Kemet than any subject in the world. But yet you can't find no stuff on it. That means in actuality that it's against the law for you to really read shit. We talking it's unwritten law because they know this stuff is dropping on the real science. So, with that in mind, to search for the origins of the true Christ, you have to go to other places. And there's several aspects of the Christ. There's Hercules in Kemet, Apollo. There's several aspects of the Christ. But the key here is, to really find out the true mysteries of the Christ, you're going to have to go to India and study the mysteries of Shiva. But this is only one thing. First of all, Shiva does one thing, which is key, because it goes with this for real power, because even though this is talking about producing 60,000 sons to ashes, in the mysteries of Shiva, Shiva destroys the universe and everything in it with the third eye. Which, again, is talking about the key to this melanin thing. You see what I'm saying? He destroys everything with the doggone third eye. You see? But also, too, this is an interesting thing. Because the Bible is sometimes damn near, shit, you got to be a person that ain't even living. You can't have sex when you want to. You can't do shit. But isn't it interesting that when you find the true origins of the Christ in India, all this nigga does is fuck and kill. So it seems to me, everything that they telling you that Christ is about in the shit from Rome, when you trace the true Christ, it look more like the damn devil, because that's all this nigga does is spend his time screwing. You see what I'm saying? And killing. So that's more like the devil. You see what I'm saying? But this Shiva here is actually Horus or Heru. You see what I'm saying? It's actually Horus or Heru. And this is the missing links to the whole Christ thing. If you study this, and this is an excellent book, Wendy O'Flaherty's book, Shiva, S-I-V-A, the erotic ascetic, which is very key. What time is it?
11:20.
Huh?
11:20.
11:20? Yeah, we're going. Let's see here. I want to deal with a couple things also, too. I want to put this on the tape also, too, because I don't think I did this the last time I was here and stuff. I want to put this on the tape. And that is, for the people that have, that have some stuff, I wanted to document this also, too. How is it that the Christians can talk all this stuff about everything else being evil and the Egyptians being evil, but yet we can find Osiris 16 times in the damn Bible? In Exodus chapter 6:24, and 1 Corinthians chapter 6, 7, and 8, 24, and chapter 3 and 17, we get the word A-S-S-I-R, which is Osiris. A-S-S-I-R, which is Osiris. We also get it in Isaiah 24:22, and Isaiah 42:7, we get the word A-S-S-I-R. We keep getting these particular words and stuff going on, and it's all through the Bible. It's just that we looking for Osiris, and it's Osir, or Asar, or Usar. And there's different things like that also, too, that's going on. Now, that's going on. Now, what I want to deal with right now is a couple of things. I mentioned to you earlier about, first of all, because I wanted to address this question the sister asked me, and she left, but I guess I could still put it on the tape. There's a lot of things going on about the menstrual cycle and this being abnormal, and the people who had these certain diets did not bleed and all this kind of thing here. But yet I know people that's the ultimate vegetarians here, and I'm yet to see somebody step up to the plate and tell me they changed their diet and they still stop bleeding. So there's a lot of schools of thought that's going around that the doggone menstrual is abnormal and all this kind of thing here. But basically we have the scholarship, and one of the good books that's back out now is the book The Wise Wound. And The Wise Wound is a book, The Wise Wound is like one of the ultimate scholarships on the whole menstrual thing. Just so happens that this book has been out of print for years, but just so happens that the book is now back in print, which is good. The Wise Wound by Peter Redgrave and Penelope Shuttle. Peter Redgrave and Penelope Shuttle, which is like the definitive text on this whole menstrual thing, as well as a book called Dark Moon Mysteries. I can't think of the person who wrote it. Dimitri or something. But it's called The Dark Moon Mysteries. But it was very interesting because basically in so many words what we got is this. Now I know this to happen to work. The minstrel also, aside from other things, one of the key things with the minstrel was that the minstrel was a form of birth control. That a woman had the option at the time of her spiritual height and the knowledge that if she didn't want to have a certain baby, she didn't want to be pregnant at the time or incarnate something down here. That basically she had the option, just like flipping a switch, and her period would come on immediately. Just like you wash some shit down the drain as a form of cleaning out the unwanted pregnancy. But over the years, the knowledge and the science are just the years of patriarchal rule to tell a person that they can't do things, just like all the stuff we can't do now psychically and spiritual. The science was lost, but the minstrel was still there. Among other things that the minstrel was made for. But one of the aspects was it was a quick, short path to birth control, which now you can do yourself if you ever get pregnant and you believe it. You can literally imagine the eggs cleaning out and flowing down. And if you do it every day for a damn week, the shit will come on if you tap into it. And you can literally bring this shit on when you get pregnant. It's still there, and the science is still there as a form of birth control. Number two, also, too, the menstrual blood is highly melanated. All different types of images is in the doggone menstrual blood, like called Kali's, Shakti's, and Ojas. All these particular advanced things and all is in the actual advanced spiritual centers of spiritual images is inside of the actual menstrual fluids. Also, which goes back to the whole sexual thing. Inside of the latent part of the root chakra is some stuff called Kali's, Shakti's, and Ojas. And these are deep part of the melanin. They are probably the most powerful, concentrated part of melanin. But they can only be rose, or they can only be tapped into through sexual energy or lust. So the sexual energy is that either you tap into it through sexual tantra, especially the male, because the whole thing is derived back up to the third eye. And basically what you do is you just imagine this particular semen or this particular stuff going back up like an etheric type form, because it only becomes physical when it comes down. But before it becomes down off the brain and stuff like that, it is spiritual. So the only thing you got to do is imagine it going back up. And basically that takes the practice of not ejaculating. But you can have an orgasm, but it takes the practice of not ejaculating. Or both people, so the women can do it basically because basically you don't ejaculate. You might orgasm and that might be a discharge, but it's still you don't expend the type of energy that a brother does when he ejaculates. Now, one of the keys on unleashing these things on another thing is extreme and severe lust. Now, I don't know how you get yourself to that erotic state. Be somebody just turning you on, or be some pornos or whatever. But the key is to get to a lustful state and then go meditate and then go to a deep sleep by taking you some valerian root or whatever. And then what will happen, when you wake up, these Ojas and these Shaktis of these Kalas will actually unleash into the body and can literally transform the body or actually start to work in the body where it starts. You have a real kundalini burning energy, and this stuff can be all over your body. So there's latent forces that can only be brought out through extreme erotic type of behavior. And that is why the ancient aspect was suppressed based on the religions telling you to stop all that shit, because the ancients, because later on these people knew in order for them to control over people, they had to control the people through shutting down all types of sexual practices and certain thoughts that in actuality is what your body is made for and is supposed to be used for. So in actuality, half the shit that you think is freaky is spiritual. Like some people thinking, so this is another thing going on with the conscious community. And it's interesting because we find so much thing by study of the conscious and stuff like this. Now, for the mere fact that the white boy brought the shit back into practice with the whole eating, come to find out there's an ancient system where the oral sex thing, believe it or not, it's in the book, Dr. John Moffett's book. You can get his book, The Ecstasy Through Tantra. And they show the pictures on the wall. It's called Kundalini. And it was an ancient practice in India and even in Kemet. And they got a papyrus right over there in Europe of them doing this oral sex thing and stuff like this and all. For extreme forms of eroticism, but to get to a spiritual height of spirituality. So there's all types of shit that's actually going on the whole sex tantric thing. And one of the best books to get is this particular book here, this new one, Modern Sex Magic, Secrets of Erotic Spirituality by Donald Michael Craig, which is, I think, is one of the best ones because it got about 4 or 5 other authors working on it. I think this is one of the best ones out now. Is this particular one, because not only does it just deal with the basic aspect of what you call sexual tantra, but it's dealing with a whole lot of magical shit too. You know, now, you know, reading all white books is a grain of salt and shit like that, but still eat with a grain of salt. But still, yeah, this is probably one of the better ones that's also out too at this particular time. Is that particular one. This is very key also too. Here's a book called Kundalini for a New Age. Now the white boy understands one thing. And Farrakhan raised this back in the damn 90s, in the mid 80s, like 85. Farrakhan raised this. He said, Mr. White Man, do you want your slaves to go to war with you? Is that what you want? This before he fell off the wagon. Is that what you want? Because if that's what you want, you know if we went to war with you, we would win. And in actuality, he is right. Now, how is this possible? Because he understands something, I don't know if it was the spiritual part that actually said it, but in actuality, the white boy understands in actuality, he would never openly announce war on you. It will always be sneaking up behind you in a covert system. Especially now. There was a time on the planet that he would announce war on you. Because the energy and the cycle was not right. But now in the end time cycle, he will never announce war on you. Because he knows, and it talks about it in this book by Gopi Krishna, writings of Gopi Krishna, but it says it right in this particular book called Kundalini for a New Age. It says that there are devices that will come into operation that's in our body at the time of a seemingly annihilative nuclear war or annihilation, or what we call Holocaust, that will save the race from extinction. So they know that there's forces that's inside of us that if they have a certain shock value or a certain fear value, like a shock, these shits will come online and kill up everything on the fucking planet that's going against it. Change the atmosphere, none of that shit will work, and kill us and stuff. So they got to come at us, you see what I'm saying, and sneak up behind us because they can't do shit and fool us and kill us on the genocidal path that kind of way. But they can't openly do it by announcing war when we literally see them coming and know that they're coming like that, because these shits will activate in us. You see what I'm saying? Will activate in us. Very key at that particular time. Now, I want to get into something else right now, and that is this. This is what's going down. The white boy, remember those people killed themselves out there in, these people killed themselves out there in Arizona? The Heaven, was it California? Huh? Heaven's Gate in California. Huh? Hale-Bopp Comet and the whole thing, they said it was some ship behind the Hale-Bopp Comet. They had on the Nikes and all that. Well, they killed themselves thinking it was a ship behind the Hale-Bopp Comet. And she probably the only person that got anywhere was a little black fool up in there that ended up following his crackers to death and shit. But anyway,
they called in these people, Courtney Brown and Lieutenant Ed Daines from Emory University, and these people said that they had done what is called remote viewing, which is psychic spying, and they said that this particular ship, or whatever this particular thing was, that they had did this remote viewing, and they had gotten this psychic projection, and they had found out it was something like a cloud, or an intelligence or this cloud, that it was 3 times bigger than the Earth. You see. Then, there was out there that was issued in during the Hale-Bopp comet. Now, you know, your boy had predicted when he wrote a book called Vampires from Heaven, but in actuality, his book, the movie was called, Colin Wilson's movie called Life Force, where they had the Halley's Comet came in and they had this thing behind it that came down to the earth and started sucking the life force from the earth, or from all the people. Which in actuality, the occult world knew about this kind of shit since the turn of the century, because they had did psychic projections, and they had found out that in the last days they'd seen this big mass dark cloud. Even Newton, who died, had talked about it. He had seen this shit coming, or this dark realm. The Indians called it the Kali Yuga, the East Indians and stuff like that. Now, so in so many words, they got this big shit 3 times bigger than the earth. They're supposed to be ushered in by a Hale-Bopp comet. Now, the scientific people say, well, let them fools talk. The people won't panic until they hear us say some shit about it. So, what the scientific community did was, they waited till they got Discover magazine. In November or October, Discover magazine of 1998, and they said, oh yeah, we got a big nasty beast out there brewing, where they said that the solar system was trapped inside of this black hole. But that was one of their ways of saying it based on that. Now, this is the key. The key here is that all this stuff went down, and I think the last of May, or the 1st of June, this shit got so bad until the doggone Nightline had to come out and say some shit because they running scared. And they came on TV on Nightline and said, we've all had all these theories on how the world is going to end, but now we know how it's going to end. And they did this thing about how they looked out in space, and they said that all the doggone people, the physicists, and all the scientists have got to change up all their shit out here just to doggone find out about this thing, because they got to change up all their math and everything just to study this shit. But they had found out that out in space was this big dark void. And this is on Nightline. So you know they're running scared when they put that shit on their national news. Something up. But we'll give you the key to this shit right now, because there ain't no motherfuckers out there. This shit got something to do with you. This is why they're talking about the reptilian shit. But they said that they got this big dark void. This is on Nightline. And they said, we thought that we had this big dark form of empty space. But what we found out, there's something in the empty space like this, and what it's doing, they say the shit is growing rapid and big, rapidly. And they said not only is it increasing rapidly, they say that this dark space is pushing the stars and covering the whole space like the speed of light. And they said eventually all the stars and everything in space will just disappear. At least they say our solar system will be trapped in this shit. And so, now here comes the kick. They told the people about this thing and how it's pushing everything out, and this blackness is coming. Like the movie Pitch Black, they just had out the earlier part of the year. So, then this is how to stop the panicking. What they do is they'll come back and they'll have all that for the people who know what time it is. Y'all get ready, some shit is going down. So they'll come back after the break for all the idiots. You got the guy on there, and he talking, and they say, well, how long we got? All the guys say, we got a couple of 1,000 years before this shit happened. They have to make it ease and shit so they don't have no panic. Oh, we got a couple thousand years before it happened. Well, the man just said the shit was traveling at the speed of light before the goddamn commercial came on. Now, hell, the speed of light, that means it don't take the sun but a couple of damn seconds to light up. That speed of damn light and shit. At 6 o'clock, that shit is one aspect, and by 7, that shit is on another level. So if this shit traveling at the speed of light, what the fuck are you talking about? That it's gonna take a couple thousand years. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, for them to even announce that shit, they're running scared. Now, this is the mystery behind it, because the mystery is, that's called the Tele universe or the holographic universe, and ain't shit out there. That's only a projection of something that's going on inside of us, since the original universe is inside of us. So that means that there's something inside of us that's rising up to the point that they got to tell motherfuckers about it on doggone Nightline right now. Now this is the key. The key is the ancestors, if they ain't going all out there, bouncing around in space, well, where do the ancestors go? Well, if there's nothing out here but us, and we are the ones that have the kingdom of heaven is within. They told you that on Stigmata, the movie. Then where do the ancestors go? The ancestors go as components of energies. They go and live inside of you. Well, they're going to kill so many people. And so many people have died until this particular black cloud that's out there projecting in space is in actuality opening up inside of us. And when they're looking out there talking about this particular black cloud, they're literally looking at us raising up on the inside of this particular melanin shit inside of us manifesting. You see. And we don't need no fucking whole bunch of 1,000 black people that damn utilize this shit. Only people we need to do this shit is the motherfuckers in this room and some people that know what time it is. But this particular consciousness is gonna go down whether we like the shit or not, and it ain't gonna take another million damn years. If this shit take to November, we don't know. It might be next year, maybe 2 years from now. But the point is the key is we're talking about right now, because the whole concept is talking about now. Now, one of the keys here is this, based on the practitioner scale, is we need you to get this book here, The Secrets of Voodoo by Milo McGowan. Secrets of Voodoo by Milo McGowan. Now, here's the book, Voodoo Quantum Leap. Well, this guy is saying that he has done the work, and he has also found out that all this shit they talking about, quantum physics, new physics, new mathematics, he's proven that the voodoo spirits is shadow matter, and all this particular stuff is astrophysics is saying out in space. He's saying that this shit is in the properties of the voodoo aspect, and he's saying that all this doggone science that they're dealing with, the Africans dealt with right in the spiritual religion and stuff. But what the white ball will do is the white ball will have this shit 100 years before and say, well, we won't tell the people this shit exists until we find out our mathematical equation to explain it. So therefore, you'll come out and start explaining that shit, and you go, that white boy sure is hell. And that's the way he makes you and gets you on the mind control shit. He'll have shit about your stuff 100 years, tell you that it's stupid, and that's some crazy old voodoo crazy shit. Meanwhile, he studied and find his little mathematical equation to explain it. Then he come out and explain the shit, and you think it's some new shit that's come out with him. And he done had the shit from you, because you following him while he following your ass. You see. So that's what this book, Voodoo Quantum Leap, is about by Reginald Crosby, MD. He's proven that all this scientific stuff out here, that you can find that shit right in the African aspects of the voodoo. Now this is the key about the voodoo. You won't find no more than 6 or 7 books or maybe 5 books in print at one time on this thing. Because they understand that this is what the elements that went in to freeing Haiti, to kicking Napoleon in the ass in the damn 1800s. The early 1800s, late 1700s, and that's why you have Haiti is a free state now. So therefore they had to outlaw this thing by making it evil. And so that's why you scared of it. You worshiping Allah and Jesus when you supposed to be getting the magic and the science of what Allah and Jesus is made up of, and that's this voodoo thing. The key here is this is the best book on the market right here. Secrets of Voodoo by Milo Rigard, R-I-G-A-U-D. Milo Rigard. And this is one of the best books on the market. You see. So this is one I highly recommend that you get and try to go through it to try to understand the practicing of this particular science. You see what I'm saying? This is the one that comes complete with all of Vevers, which is the one, these particular symbols. You see what I'm saying? This is one that comes complete with all the particular symbols and stuff like this. So this is one I am highly recommending that you also get to also get. A few other things to drive this thing home. Crowley, Alistair Crowley got out a whole bunch of books. But here's a book called Atlantis. It's one that you can't seem to find. And it is interesting about this particular book because he brings something in this particular book. And he says in actuality that Atlas is the true name of the continent. And he goes on to say that the African Atlas is the mere offshoot of the range. And he goes on to say that the word Atlas is supported by the word of the moral magical strength, and hence is the name of the fabled global barrier, and it is the root is Lemurian, the word T-L-A or T-L-A-S, which means black, to appear in due course. He says that the entire A that puts on on what you call A-T-L-A or A-T-L-A-S, black, for the reasons will appear in due course. But the A is the feminine prefix that derives in the shape of the mouth of the uttering sound. The black woman is therefore the translation in English and the Latin equivalent. So in so many words, Alistair Crowley had figured out that the word Atlantis meant, which is supposed to be Lemuria pre-civilization, meant a black woman. And he goes into some stuff called Z-R-O, which is you get the word Z-R-O, which you get the word later on zero. And he said this zero or this Z-R-O is this primal point of black magic and this black violent substance, which you call melanin. And so many words this motherfucker is talking about. Melanin is this point or this zero. There's this vital force coming from Atlantis. And Atlantis is nothing but the name of the black woman. And it's interesting that we can't get this particular book out of all the damn Crowley books they sell. This is the one you can't get, Atlantis. You see what I'm saying? And it always happens that way when it comes to, a lot of very important material that we can't get that particular science and all. Now, the god Shiva in India is the god Dionysus in Greece, which this particular god comes into Greece by the Etruscans, which is the people who founded that particular part, and it is actually Dionysus in Greece. This is a book by Walter F. Otto, O-T-T-O, which explains the Dionysus thing. And Dionysus is Osiris in Kemet. So you trace these particular aspects of Dionysus, Shiva, Osiris, and Horus, and you get a greater aspect of what the Horus is. But here go another motherfucker laying that pipe. You know what I'm talking about. And all of the shit that they say is evil, homeboys doing. Getting drunk, driving women to madness. This one is, and him and Shiva, you would think this is motherfucking the ultimate pimp superfly nigga in the world right here. The way they be carrying on this stuff. But it's interesting, all the stuff that later on attributed to the devil used to be the Christ. Then you get the figure that somebody is turning this whole thing around. So let's go into a question and answer right quick to get the ball rolling, to get some other energy going down right now for the people that still left. Any question and answer? Any questions? What's that, bro? Yeah, good.
Lemuria and Atlantis.
Yeah.
Can you break it down for me?
You just missed the whole shit. I just went through that whole
Oh,
shit.
man, see how I do?
You was out there and I went through the whole thing right there. You missed really, actually, a good part now, because what I was saying was, Crawley wrote a book on Atlantis that proved that the word Atlantis translates into the word black woman. As well as he talked about a magical practice in Atlantis, Z-R-O, which you get the root word zero, which means melanin, this black substance. You see what I'm saying? This black substance. You know, so he deals with a lot of that in this particular book, Atlantis and Lemuria. But there's so many words in another book called Beyond the Big Bang. It goes on to say that Atlantis, or this primal world, before you have the origin of what you have the physical world, means Atlantis is the subconscious mind. It's basically where Atlantis is, or Eden is deep inside of you. That's what you get in the movie The Matrix, and they talk about Zion. Well, the gates of Zion are the pearly gates, and you hear the word the pearly gates is nothing but the pineal pituitary and the thalamus gland and all these glands in your head. Those are your pearly gates, and the gates of Zion is deep within the subconscious mind. All of these particular things reside within inside of the human body more than outside in some mystical place. You see what I'm saying? That's why the white boy tried to find a whole lot of the city of El Dorado. He tried to find that, which is another ancient Western Olmec society, later on Indian society, or what you call city of El Dorado, is a mystical place, and he was looking for a real city of gold, and it's on the inside of you. The city of El Dorado is like the Christ. It's on the inside of you, these mystical places that the white boy tried to find on the earth but can never find because they reside inside of us. So the word, the gates of Zion, or even when they talk about Zion deep in the bowels of the earth that you got it on the doggone movie Matrix, is still talking about the inner self, or the pineal gland, which is the seat of the soul, because the soul travels up, this little seed travels up and sets on the throne, which is the pineal area. Now, as I also said, I could prove it that the Christ has never been on the planet, because the simple fact that this particular cosmic seed, once it travels from the lower gastrointestinal tract up into the pineal gland, it creates a cosmic explosion. And when this one seed is done right in one human being on this planet, that's black. It's like a room full of gasoline and a spark. Once it's set off, the entire world ignites, and those particular ancient spirits that is made up of the same explosion go back to the original glorified form and become masters of the whole universe, or omniverse. But it only takes one person. That's the whole Christ concept. So we don't have to worry about a bunch of asshole niggas walking around out here, can't get their shit together. It's going to come out of one of us. Your consciousness. And it's a timer. You don't have to worry about it. So when we say the shit is close, we don't know how close the shit can be. It can be tomorrow. But you can just check the white man on this shit. And the way he does things. You see what I'm saying? And this particular time, if this seed activates in one of us, we get a new reality and a new paradigm shift into a new dimension. And that's all that's got to come out of one of us. And it can very well be just the same as you wake up one morning, you know, you was a little girl, a little boy, and you woke up one morning, you just had pubic hair. Just a natural process of wisdom teeth. But we're talking about something that's on a timer that can ignite in any of us, any minute, at this particular time. But the white boy ain't gonna push the damn button by coming and openly declaring war on you on an overt fashion, because he knows that this shit can be shot in the dog on all that, kill his ass. And that's why he don't fuck with motherfuckers who know what time it is. He'll only deal with some people talking about, I'm lining up behind Jesus Christ. Or I got God on my damn side. You better tell the motherfucker, I am God. And I'm taking fucking names. And I ain't giving out nothing but ass whipping and bubble gum, and I'm fresh out of goddamn bubble gum. You see what I'm saying? And that's what he knows, the enlightened ones, he ain't gonna fuck with. His game is to keep the masses out here stupid, but it ain't about a mass movement. It ain't about a doggone mass movement. It's about people understanding that the God realm on what you're supposed to be doing at this particular time. And the hell with the masses. Masses they never did nothing but died. It is always the secret society that runs everything, or the inner circle. A circle within a circle. You see what I'm saying? Give me some other more questions. Any more questions? None? You want that, sister?
Mr. talking earlier about Betty Shabazz.
Yeah.
Repeat that, Mr. President.
Betty Shabazz is a part of the links. You can get that in the book, Our Kind of People, by, what's it, Otis Graham. Yeah. Something Otis Graham. Yeah. And in there they got a picture of the links, which is the female boule. And you know, the boule is the people who advise the kings and keep us down, the Uncle Toms. And she's a part of the female boule, which is the links, and she's standing right in the damn front row of that shit. Betty Shabazz. So Betty Shabazz was in the damn sellout crowd. That's why her daughter is calling Mike Wallace Uncle Mike. Lawrence Otis Graham's book, Our Kind of People. You see what I'm saying? So that means that she's a part of the doggone sellout crowd. And that's why she died a horrible death. You see what I'm saying? You know, lining up with the damn cracker. You see what I'm saying? You know, she had to know that it wasn't just no Nation of Islam that will take her husband out. Come on. Like one sister told me, I met a sister from Harlem that was dead that day. She said there wasn't a police in sight. So you could have ripped off and loaded your damn station wagon full. And wasn't a damn police in sight. So the ship was already set up. You see what I'm saying also. Give me some questions. What's that?
Yeah, you back to the homeless people. I live in Augusta.
Yeah.
So you know in Augusta about a Salvation Army, all of a sudden all these people come you've never seen before, right? I mean, on Sunday downtown, they walk the street, right? But they go to the Salvation Army. I mean, you go talk to them from everywhere all over the United States. They're not from Augusta. And so it must be important to you clone them and bring them in.
Another thing that's happening too, that's interesting you say that. Now in Atlanta, I stood by and I counted these people. And I counted up to 300. All black men mostly.
Mostly black men, very few women.
Yeah, very few women. Most of black men, but it's interesting. I saw a pattern. On Friday, I see these men walking around with a band around their hand like it was let out someplace. So they was literally letting crazy people out of the crazy house.
Yeah. I think it's Salvation Army, you gotta do it at the same time, they won't get back in.
But it's another thing also too. There are a lot of crazy black men on the street in Atlanta. And I'm like, wait down. Where the damn paddy wagon or some shit coming to pick these mugs up? But it's interesting, all the crazy white people, they'll be out there crazy about 2 weeks and then the people, and they'll disappear. They'll come and get them. So that means in actuality that somebody's window dressing and give a certain image. A certain image. But that's interesting too that you said that about they not from Augusta.
They're not from Augusta, I was talking about
Well, what happened was is what they did was the people in Atlanta, when the Olympics came down, I rolled up on them, I said, look, if you people are caught on the street next week, they're gonna come get you. Yeah, you know, just, you know, those stupid ass. And they roll up on a bus. They roll up on a bus, and they had crack, herb, liquor, whatever your fancy. What was your poison? Soda pop, whatever. Pop tarts, I don't know. Whatever your fancy was, they had it on that damn bus, and $25. And every nigga known to man climbed on them like 2 or 3 buses. And they took them to Macon first. And they was in Macon all of the Olympics. And from Macon they disappeared. So they took them there and all that, fattened them up, and then slaughtered their ass sometime after that shit. After that time and stuff. and they just disappeared. You know, so yeah, that's interesting because my girl Ginger was getting in there and a whole bunch of people that they have up under the ground. And they bring them up during the daytime and then they take them back down under the ground. And it was interesting because they got these little people called ambassadors. They basically they gave these people jobs during the Olympics and they kept the jobs and they basically showed people around town. One of his brother I know that was a part of that thing said that he literally saw these homeless people going downtown and stuff, going up under the ground. So they're keeping people up under there too. But the whole key is they're trying to put a certain message across. See, what happens is that you got these panhandlers and they coming up bumming you every day. And if some of them are doggone clones that's coming to disrupt you, what it does, it makes you insensitive to pain and suffering. So therefore, by you being insensitive to pain and suffering, what happens is, to poverty, what happens is they can do a greater aspect of poverty because you got this bum in your mind that you think is representing the regular poor people. So in actuality, poor people is no different than criminals in this society. Psychologically, now, if you poor, you are a criminal. You see what I'm saying? And so that's some stuff that's actually going on at this particular time. All kind of experiments and different things that's going on at this particular time. But I'm telling you, these bums in Atlanta is every five fucking inches. You see what I'm saying? Every 5 inches and shit. And these motherfuckers have a sign. One to clock off at a certain time, the other one to grab the sign and clock on in. This shit is like clockwork. They go to work on this thing here. So, yeah, I know the whole homeless thing, and there's a whole lot of stuff going on, you know. Also, give me some questions. What's that, brother?
Dick Gregory had mentioned to me about Jeffrey Dahmer being a government experiment.
And Jeffrey Dahmer was a part of a cult society that eats people. And he got punished because he went out freelancing. Which means he broke away from the order of how the shit was done and started freelancing on his damn own. And then when he got caught, they let his ass on out there. And so they let him get into prison for a man, and then they came in and they killed his ass in the prison. But that's a whole society that eats black people. And that nigga broke off and started doing his own thing. And started freelancing and got in some damn trouble. Just like the whole David Berkowitz thing with the Son of Sam. And that whole 9 yards. That whole cannibal society that does that type of stuff. Now basically the majority of the meat that you're getting now, because what happened was because they was killing so many black bodies. That I was talking about at the beginning of the lecture. The majority, they couldn't burn a lot of this meat and shit because this whole shit would be smelly. They didn't want to contaminate the ocean, so what they did is they started grinding that stuff up and sending that meat back to the inner city fast food joints. And that's why all of a sudden in 98, all of your damn, your Wednesdays, dollar burgers start coming up at Burger King and all these places. That's fucking humans, soil and green, and stuff like that. And they're doing this and filtering it through all types of stuff. Why the hell all of a sudden they gotta have antibacterial everything? The white man been a meat eater for years, but all of a sudden everything is antibacterial. But anybody know that human bodies have more toxins in them and more germs in them than regular meat and cows and all these other things that eat a regular diet based on most of these carnivorous type, beefy type animals are doggone vegetarians. You see what I'm saying? What's that?
Now that you mentioned that, how important is diet in reference to this race?
I'm gonna be frank with you now. I know this for a damn fact. I know this for a fact. I was a vegetarian for 5 years. And then I fell off the wagon. Now I'm telling you what I know for a goddamn fact. There is no difference in my spirituality when I fell off the wagon and started eating meat than when I was a vegetarian. Now one is for dietary purposes based on preserving the human body. But the spiritual thing is activated off of mind alone. Because your body is the fucking meat. And it's a shit sack. This is not the temple of God. The temple of God is on the inside of the body. That's the chakra system. That's the temple, the Kundalini energy. That's the temple of God. This is the tomb of God. You see what I'm saying? So on one aspect, it just makes common sense to have a better diet based on health-wise. You see what I'm saying? Based on health-wise. But even when it comes to raising the Kundalini energy and different things like that, you got to clean out just as much with vegetarian, because vegetarianism produces just as much shit. You see what I'm saying? But in the alchemical process as far as this Christ energy that rises up, it rises up out of putrefaction, because it is the putrefaction that is the force that ferments into something greater. The highest thing on the planet is that which rots, because it's the only thing capable of producing new life. You see what I'm saying? Rising up from the ashes. You see what I'm saying? So on one hand, we're talking about a spiritual process that don't have nothing to do with the physical. The physical body is the goddamn problem in the brain. This is the fucking fucked up shit and the trappings. You see what I'm saying? Now, I want to tell you something else, too. I know now that half the health food shit that the white boy got us into depletes melanin in this particular aspect. Shuts down melanin. You can become so dependent on so much pills and so much herbs and so much stuff that you make the melanin dormant, because the melanin has every ally, every oil, every herb, every chemical in the known universe and outside of the universe already in it. That's the key about the melanin. It is the ultimate elixir of healing. It's in the melanin. Higher than any shit the health food store can give you. But here this shit is based for white people, non-melanated people. And by you taking all of this particular stuff to help you, you make the actual melanin go dormant. Now, how do I know that? Now I eat what the fuck I want. Children have a lot of this going on, where they can heal faster than old people. And that is because I'm a child in the mind. I don't make my motherfucking deal. Literally. And I do this for a reason. I have broken down the things that have made me grown over the last 20 years, the last 30 years, at least the last 20 years. And as a result, because I'm going back to a child, in my whole daily function, I'm not even worried about shit. As a result, I have allowed the spiritual properties to work inside of me, because it is the adulthood that shuts down shit. And the laws that you have given yourself to say, I can't do that because I'm grown. So we're talking about total freedom, and you do this by eliminating all the shit around you that you think is important, minimize it as not being important. And if you figure you got some shit that's going to be important, just don't get to know important shit in the next couple of years. Don't go to the stuff that's going to occupy your mind on that level. So what happened is that I live like I'm in junior high school again, or elementary school. And as a result, I give the energies and the latent forces in me a level to manifest, because I don't have all these blockages in my mind of what I think society is supposed to be and what people are supposed to do. I don't worry about that shit no more. And I got that from my mama. Don't worry about damn shit. You know what I'm saying? You buy my mama a necklace, she might give it to her friend down the street. Buy that bitch a goddamn hunk of cheese. And see what the hell happened. That's her shit. I'm telling you. Buy a hunk of cheese. Buy a gold necklace, it's going to end up in the bottom of the drawer somewhere. You see what I'm saying? She's a child. You know what I'm saying? And she's retired. She taught high school all these years, and everybody loved my mama. Rent the car when they see her. But she was a child. And that's how you got to become a child again. And that's the healing properties. And all. But see, what's happening with the diet thing is a twofold system. That's become a religion now. Now you got niggas on the diet talking about diet, and they start discriminating against people that eat stuff. I know people that sit around that's supposed to be diet people, and their conversation is to look down on people about some nigga ate some pork or some nigga ate some goddamn a Twinkie down the street, and they literally talk about what other people eat. You see what I'm saying? I've seen people get sick off this thing. I've seen people they're so good on their diet, so that if you walk in their damn house and paint your toenails, they'll break out in hives. You see what I'm saying? Because their bodies can't fight off nothing because they don't even let the melanin work. It's a healing process. So I happen to know this shit by literally, by living it. What's that?
What effects does marijuana have?
Huh?
What effects does marijuana have?
I'm gonna be frank with you, man. Let me tell you something on this marijuana shit. White boy gonna fuck you in the ass on this one. He gonna fuck you right up the ass on this one. Let me tell you how this shit works. See, that's why we always niggas. Because we always think that we rolling on some shit. And we don't know the white boy thinks about us when we sleeping. And this how he gonna fuck you in the ass on this motherfucking shit right here. Y'all listen to what the fuck I'm saying. Now naturally the original marijuana, it makes the melanin go off the roof. That's what it says in this thing right here. In this book here, it says melatonin marijuana makes the melanin go off the roof. Right. Now you best believe that marijuana can make the melanin go off the roof. That anything you get in these continental United States is gonna fuck your ass up. Now listen to what the fuck I'm saying. We got to start thinking on a high level. That's the first thing we think, because that's all we about. We like children. Just you gotta think you in a warfare. And this how you gonna get your ass right now. You gotta get some goddamn bullshit seeds and put them in the ground. I'll grow my own shit. White boy got some shit and I call it terminator seed. This means if you grow some corn one year, you can only grow it that year. The next year the damn shit rots. And he tell you now you got to grow this year. It's called a terminator seed. You can't, he control what you do because he genetically altered this shit. This motherfucker now is the marijuana you smoking is crack cocaine. Listen to me, goddammit, I'm telling you what I know. This motherfucker got some shit where he creates the damn seed that's got the same shit in it that's got crack in it, and you grow the seed. You might take the damn seed and grow the goddamn seed, and the seed is crack cocaine. And the shit shuts down all that shit. That fucking marijuana you got, I don't give a shit. You can grow it, so I got my own seeds. Where the hell you get the seeds from? And the shit you buy on the street, that shit fucks up melanin. That shit is anti-melanated marijuana. And it got all kind of shit up in it. You don't need to be fucking with that shit, period. You see what I'm saying? You don't need to be fucking with that shit, period. That's what the white boy got, because he knows that's where you going with the shit. Plus, even if the shit was right, you already know that this is a compulsive society. You didn't smoke shit every damn day. And every hour. You know what I'm saying? But he already know. If marijuana had such great properties, we'd have motherfucking geniuses walking around here. Every black motherfucker I see on the street got a joint in his damn hand. And is a fucking idiot. You figure if you didn't have one person was cloned, seemed to be out of all that damn marijuana smoking in America, we would have somebody flying through some damn walls. But yeah, I see the same asshole niggas out here don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. So marijuana ain't got nothing to do with shit. But some bunch of mythology based on some Rasta bullshit that think that Haile Selassie, who didn't even like black people, is the goddamn Messiah. Hated niggas. Haile Selassie. That bastard. They sucked the white man dick till the day he died. So all that's some bullshit on the real level on this thing here. Marijuana can't do shit. Because even if it did, could do some properties and some stuff. If you smoke anything every day, do you know that they used to take a cup of sugar in ancient Kemet, and the sugar would get you high till you be on another level? And the reason why this shit don't have an effect now because it's our everyday diet. You see what I'm saying? Wine, you would do the same thing. You see what I'm saying? So the whole thing, the whole concept of the marijuana making you go to another level and shit, You see what I'm saying? Number one, the government ain't gonna give you the shit, no, whatever. You see what I'm saying? They even do the doggone thing. But even overconsumption of the stuff would do it anyway. So really, in actuality, the niggas out here that ain't producing nothing already answer that question for you. If marijuana was such a great thing that would put you on a high spiritual level, why is it we don't have no fucking geniuses walking around here now? And I know about 1,000 niggas smoke herb every damn day. You know what I'm saying? And can barely goddamn think, let alone fucking damn some genius stuff. Everything that you need to raise you up is inside of the melanin, and the key to this shit is water and sleep. That's the mystery. Water, non-dehydration, and non-sleep deprivation. Now, yes, based on the book, the marijuana makes melanin go off the rooftop. But then again, it was over there starting that, because even if it was just regular marijuana, and not the white man shit, you smoke it every day, what's the difference? Because all this shit is just a stimulant, it's not the actual thing to do. Melanin is the damn ultimate high in the elixir. And your mind is the stuff to do that and shit. So that's what's going on. I'm not throwing off on you and stuff, but I'm telling you what the white boy doing with this shit. The marijuana got some shit in it, and it's grown from the seeds, so even if you don't plant the seeds, he's already genetically implanted the seeds, and that shit shuts down melanin. It shuts down melanin and stuff. And stuff. Sleep is the ultimate enhancer of this shit anyway. You see what I'm saying? Give me some more questions.
I have a question. You said earlier something about pretty much we're being in the end time.
Yeah.
That we should be preparing for the next
Yeah.
step. What's the next step?
The next step is off of the physical reality. This is an illusion. It doesn't even exist. In so many words, what's going to happen is with this particular energy that's going to make this cosmic explosion, it's like a subtle thing that's going to happen. In actuality, what's going to happen is you're going to just wake up out of a dream one day and going to be on the other side. About like the movie 13th Floor, when they just looked up and they was on the other side. You see what I'm saying? It's about like the Matrix type thing. What's getting ready to happen is in actually all this shit is going to end. As a matter of fact, the nature and the vibration of the earth, the animals, and everything is telling you that it ain't time it's supposed to be. Now, what happened was last year this time, a lot of people in Atlanta was getting hit by cars. I mean, it was ass up. I mean, every damn day somebody getting hit by a damn car. Now, you look at it, you say, now, wait a minute now. That can't be that many people getting hit by cars. But what was happening was this here. The time was damn speeding up. And these motherfuckers was, before they caught on the basic aspect of the time sped up, and these niggas was going across the street and was mistiming the cars. And was getting hit because when they done the study on it, it was the pedestrian's fault. So these people was literally saying, I got X amount of time to get across the street, and was damn timing that shit right in the middle of the fucking grill. And getting bust over. And that's because the time had sped up on their ass and they had not adjusted to the time yet. And then all of a sudden it stopped. So we're talking about things that's actually happening. And we've been in the end times. All the ancient prophecies and all the ancient stuff that we put forth ran out in the damn mid-90s, in the mid to late 90s. So we are beyond that particular time. It's just that he has us in the catechism of impossibility, and you think about your damn future and your children and all kind of shit when you get out of college and shit, and that's what the white boy does. He makes you victims and stuff by thinking of a future that ain't even promised to you. And that's because we are no knowledge civilization and all this kind of thing. Plus, we base the shit off the damn Bible, which is a bad book to go by, but even that, you can find clearly when it tells you certain things start happening in society that is over and stuff like that. But in actuality, we've been in the end times. Even the book, Emil Bach's book, Apocalypse of St. John's, coming out of England, his book says that hell, when the shit come, we would have been in it down there. It says when the apocalypse comes, we would have been in it 10 years and wouldn't even notice it. Even your boy's book, because we have grown so used to bad news until we can't tell nothing. Even your book, The Mark of the Beast by Trevor Ravenscraft, tells you that the people are so numb and dumbed down until they don't even know this shit is going on. Because we are so savage now as a people until the motherfucker turns around and if you don't cut your damn check off, you couldn't give a shit. That means that they could kill 100,000 people here tomorrow. As long as your check coming on Friday, it'll be a conversation, but it wouldn't affect you one damn bit until your fucking lights get cut off. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, yeah, we've been in the end times. We've been in the doggone end times and stuff. You see what I'm saying? The white boy know it and everybody else know, but he understands that it's going to jump, it's us to do it. It's going to jump off with us and not necessarily them. So they're fooling you thinking it's going to be some people in the sky. I'm going to tell you one of the things that's in the shit right now. If everybody in here went home tonight and fucked violently, you can destroy this damn world one time because the images and shit was so powerful and stuff. That's why the whole AIDS thing came out, to scare people. You see what I'm saying? To get people, because they had to stop the sexual revolution of the damn 70s. You see what I'm saying? That free love and free sex thing. Because they knew based on, because guess what? The Kundalini energy that was rising in us, and they're talking about the reptilian energy, is the sexual energy. That's what the energy is. So therefore, they had to stop all of that type of stuff, because the simple fact, you can rumble the sheets and make a violent reaction. Also, too, anything that you want to get, if you and your partner went and made love and thought about the same thing that you wanted to get, right at the time when y'all both climax, you got time to shit, where you both come together. And right at the time when you both coming together, if you think about the same shit, you can literally make it and pull it down on this earth plane and actually make a whole and bring in the focus what the hell you want. Either you want to kill somebody, you want to make a new reality, or you want to manifest something spiritual or physical. You can do it through the whole sex thing. And that sex tantric book there, they deal with some of that and all also too. So there's a lot of mysteries and stuff, but yeah, we are in the last days. As a matter of fact, we're in the late part of the last days. You see what I'm saying? We're in the late part of the last days also too. Give me some questions. What's that?
I heard you say earlier, and I've heard it just a little bit before, that Jesus was never here.
No. The Christ, number one, the Christ is a title.
I mean, the anointed one.
Yeah, the anointed one, but the anointed one is, the anointed one, you break all this stuff down. Christ Christos, the anointed one. The anointed one is not anointed with what? They say in Greece or in Christian, they say olive oil. And olive oil, olives are black, which is carbon in it that makes it black. And chlorophyll is a form of melanin, or green, which is chlorophyll. You see what I'm saying? Which is also a form of melanin. This is alchemical term. The word Christos is an alchemical term, which means it means transmutation or crystallizing something from one state and processed into another state. So the Christos of the Christ, all this is alchemical terminology for your soul. So you are the Christ. That's what that is. Now, this process of the Christ, in order for it to crystallize, it has to have done something. In order for it to crystallize, it had to have taken a process of a mutation. That's what this whole X-Men movie is about. I'm glad you said this. You will see all that about this mutation or transmutation, where you have something original and it turns into something else. The whole process of this act couldn't have come 2,000 years ago. Remember I said about this seed that's inside of us, once it mutates and it explodes and there won't be nothing left? It literally destroys this matrix or breaks through the doorway to the other reality. Well, if Jesus had come, or Christ had come, the Christ is a process in an act called the tikkun it's called the tikkun, this act in the Kabbalistic system. It's called the great work in the alchemical system. This is a process of a transformation or illumination. So, if you did have a historical person, he wasn't the Christ. You see what I'm saying? He wasn't the doggone Christ. That's a whole other greater concept. So the whole concept of that, the whole thing about some man walking around and this whole Jesus thing. First of all, Jesus is not even a Hebrew word. Jesus, Jesus, Jupiter from Jupiter, the J from Jupiter, and Zeus. Zeus, in Greece, his planetary representation is Jupiter. Jupiter, in Rome, his mythological representation in Greece is Zeus. You get the word the J and the Zeus, and you put it together, you get the word Jesus, Jesus. Zeus also is named. Jesus. You see what I'm saying, and all this kind of thing here, which is not a Hebrew word. It's a Greek and Roman word, and I'm saying. So that is not, you know what I'm saying, that has nothing to do with that's like somebody saying, you know, I worship a black savior. He used to live in America in the 20th century. And they said, what's his name? His name is Dumb Child Payne. You would say, wait a minute, what the fuck, huh? We ain't had no Dumb Child Payne motherfucker in America, no black savior. So that whole concept is all off and stuff, and that's an invention of the Roman government. And the story goes, the Roman government needed a new religion because they had lost the original mythology of Romulus and Remus, two children suckling wolves to maturity. And as a result, they had conquered Greece, they had conquered Egypt, and they had and stuff, and they had all these papyruses and stuff that Greece got out of Kemet, and then they conquered Greece, and they said, well, we'll just get these scholars and put them together. And these scholars went in there and translated all these particular texts and came up with the biblical aspect of something called Gnosticism, which is the ancient Christ stuff that came out of Alexandria, Kemet, pre-Christianity. And then the Gnostics was like, hey, that shit ain't, this was our religion, and that shit there is fake, because we got the real religion. The Christ here is talking about the soul, and it's talking about an end-time event, end-time savior at the end of the world. Like the Hebrews knew, the Egyptians knew, like the people in Islam knew, and like everybody around the world knew. And so the Romans tried to damn corner the market on the Christ here, about a 2,000-year-old person, historically 2,000 years ago. So they historicalized the Christos aspect, which is all types of Christ figures. Hercules, Jason, Apollo, Osiris, Horus, you see what I'm saying? Rudra, Shiva, Krishna, Vishnu. It goes on and on and on, these Christ figures. Quoto, and they historicalized something that was a later day principle talking about the illumination of the earth. And the Roman government did that shit. They cornered the market on this shit to enslave people, and that's what we got now with this religion bullshit and the Christianity. What's that?
I guess through your readings and understanding, do you feel that the European or the white man, he was able to, I mean, it seemed like he was a master. When you sit back and look at him, I said, what is a master plan? Was this something that someone gave them this master plan, or something they just kind of played along the fiddle and, you know, worked their way? Because, you know, when you're working with, don't sound that intelligent to come up with this, but yet still they come up with this stuff,
yeah,
to do this stuff.
It was a process over time. So they've always had the aspect to, if you got a diabolical thing, it's not necessarily that somebody just laid down the complete blueprint for them. Because we got a series of time. We got the Moors teaching them in Spain, but we got Christianity coming even before that and stuff. So we just talk about a person that's always at work, just based on his nature, to rule on a supreme level.
Okay.
So his concept is a battle for supremacy, whatever. We see it now. We just saw it in the 20th century, how we invented something in the 50s and the 40s called rock and roll, mainly in the 50s.
Right.
And the only thing he did was, he said, now, we invented this shit. It's real clever. The only thing he did was in 1970, he dropped the roll from it and called it rock and made it a whole other white creation. And people go, man, that rock is white people shit. You don't understand. Before it was the 1970s, it was called rock and roll, which was a black shit. Right. So he's able to do all kinds of things like he does even with the rap now. Hell, you can look up now and your boy will be the damn king of rap. Eminem. You see what I'm saying? And stuff. So that's just the way he does. He always battles for supremacy. And it's like a virus taking over. So this is a series of things where he basically preserves stuff and turns it around to work for him. You see what I'm saying? Turn it around and work for him and stuff like that. No, you know what I'm saying? Martin Luther King can very well be a white person 100 years from now. Right. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. That's just his nature and the way he does things also too. You see. It becomes a master plan over time. Yeah. Any more questions? Any more questions? Think of something, or whatever.
Well, so the mutations that Elijah Muhammad spoke about, like from the island of Patmos and how they...
That's a mythology. See, everybody has a general mythology to explain their particular concept. The concept is real based on this thing being a laboratory experiment. Whether it's the Patmos and all that type, that's just the mythology in which it was given to explain it. You see what I'm saying? We got several mythologies on this. You see what I'm saying? One of the things that make a lot of sense is they say that the caves were an incubation place. They were created right there in the caves. But they gene spliced them, and they didn't have to take thousands of years to do this thing and all. They gene spliced adults. You see what I'm saying? And all this type of thing. So that's not to be taken literal as it is the mythology to explain the point. There's different mythologies on this particular part and all. You see what I'm saying? But we put it this way. We got more shit on this white boy being created. And we have literally nothing in the anthropological, archaeological, and also scriptorial evidence of somebody mutating in the Ice Age. That is clearly a new phenomenon brought on by the white boy and black scholars that work for the university that either can't say that this is some bullshit or still believe in that, as well as this whole ape shit. Now, one thing about me is that I try to study every damn thing I get my hands on with these texts. And I have yet in 10 years of studying found anything that our people said that we came from apes. I'll challenge any motherfucker on that shit. That is Darwin's shit, and Darwin was a member of the Illuminati in them, and they put that there to hide the fact that the black man was the most ancient, because when you ask that question that he's the original, where the fuck you came from? So the key is we got to have a consensus that we all came from apes. You see, and that's a form of a government conspiracy. But we ain't never came from no damn apes. And I have never yet, in all of this studying, I'm telling you, that's how crazy I am. I get every goddamn thing. That I ain't yet seen no shit say we came from no apes. All our shit say we came from a higher realm. And shit like that. So that's so I'm just saying even that, but even the theories and stuff about somebody mutating in the ice, well, an Eskimo up there and he lighter than the black man and he ain't turned white. You see what I'm saying? And the whole concept is our people came from advanced civilization. We would never know 8 people or no damn Nubian or Maul, some asshole named some shit and all these old species. Some people say, well, we got these bones. Yeah, you got the bones of different species of apes, but we were already on the planet. That's the difference. Well, we got bones of these big head men and all. No, you got bones of an evolutionary process of species of whatever that shit was, but it didn't have shit to do with us. You can have different bones of different humanoid type figures and ape type figures, but that didn't have shit to do with the ancient black man. We didn't come from no fucking apes. You see what I'm saying? That kind of stuff. You see, so on the other hand also too, the theory of the, and I tell you, I got so much, I wrote the book, Human Artificial. I got to go back and log in just tons of documents on research on where they say we created these hybrid species. I don't even want to put the word mutant, because a mutation comes from a natural process. When you doggone manufacture something, that's a hybrid. That's a mock. You see what I'm saying? A mutation just can be an albinoid type thing, or albino type thing that mutates after so many millions of 1 in a million occurrence. That can be natural in nature. Everything has a mutation in nature. But what this shit is a hybrid. Because the mutation is now what they're talking about in the X-Men. After the soul is trapped so long until it mutates into a Christos-like, into an advanced being. The key is when you go see the movie The X-Men, each one of those particular people had a talent that limited them because they only had one talent. What the Christ thing is when the thing mutates, we would be able to do all the shit that Wolverine, Rogue, and Storm and them could do. You see what I'm saying? And that's one of the keys, and that's the alchemical part called the great works. Each man will be known by his works. Well, it can't be based on what you do down here, because if you're ignorant, I mean, damn, most people don't do shit. They're just useless eaters. And black people are obsolete farm machinery like the crackers people. So the point I'm trying to make is, everything down here fucked up. You can't be judged with this kind of shit here. Wouldn't be nothing left. But it's talking about judged by your works based on whether your soul works, not called the great works, which is alchemy. And it ain't got shit to do with how you behave. Like I said, we take the Fifth Amendment on that shit, not the Fifth, we take the plea temporary insanity. I'm an African, but I'm thinking I'm Bobby Hemmett. Born here in Mother, South Carolina and shit, I don't know who the hell I am, so I got to plead temporary insanity. You can't fault me for being down here and don't know who the hell I am. Born a doggone cat and thinking I'm a rat. You see, that makes you temporary insanity in the first place. Any more questions?
One more, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be quiet. Philadelphia experiment. What did they do with that knowledge and hasn't been used again?
Well, apparently, whatever it is, it was limited if they could do it and stuff. It was haphazardly. But in actuality, they said there was only a timeline that they could go for so far. Now, in so many words, to rule on the supreme level.
Okay.
So his concept is the battle for supremacy, whatever. We see it now. We just saw it in the 20th century how we invented something in the 50s and the 40s called rock and roll, mainly in the 50s.
Right.
And the only thing he did was, he said, now, we invented this shit. It's real clever. The only thing he did was in 1970, he dropped the roll from it and called it rock and made it a whole other white creation. And people go, man, that rock is white people shit. And you don't understand, before it was the 1970s, it's called rock and roll, which was a black shit.
Right.
So he's able to do all kinds of things like he does even with the rap now. Hell, you can look up now and your boy will be the damn king of rap. Eminem. You see what I'm saying? And stuff. So that's just the way he does. He always battles for supremacy. And it's like a virus taking over. So this is a series of things where he basically preserves stuff and turns it around and work for him. You see what I'm saying? Turn it around and work for him and stuff like that and all, you know what I'm saying? Martin Luther King can very well be a white person 100 years from now.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. That's just his nature and the way he does things also too. You see? It becomes a master plan over time. Yeah. Any more questions? Any more questions? Think of something or whatever.
So the mutations that Elijah Muhammad spoke about, like from the island of Patmos and how they...
That's a mythology. See, everybody has a general mythology to explain their particular concept. The concept is real based on this thing being a laboratory experiment. Whether it's the Patmos and all that type, that's just the mythology in which it was given to explain. You see what I'm saying? We got several mythologies on this. You see what I'm saying? One of the things that make a lot of sense, they say that the caves were an incubation place. They were created right there in the caves. But they gene spliced them, and they didn't have to take thousands of years to do this thing and all. They gene spliced adults. You see what I'm saying? And all this type of thing. So that's not to be taken literal as it is the mythology to explain the point. There's different mythologies on this particular part and all. You see what I'm saying? But we put it this way. We got more shit on this white boy being created. And we have literally nothing in the anthropological, archaeological, and also scriptorial evidence of somebody mutating in the Ice Age. That is clearly a new phenomenon brought on by the white boy and black scholars that work for the university that either can't say that this is some bullshit or still believe in that, as well as this whole ape shit. Now, one thing about me is that I try to study every damn thing I get my hands on with these texts. And I have yet in 10 years of studying found anything that our people said that we came from apes. I'll challenge any motherfucker on that shit. That is Darwin's shit, and Darwin was a member of the Illuminati in them, and they put that there to hide the fact that the black man was the most ancient, because when you ask that question, if he's the original, where the fuck you came from? So the key is we got to have a consensus that we all came from apes. You see, and that's a form of a government conspiracy. But we ain't never came from no damn apes. And I have never yet, in all of this studying, I'm telling you, that's how crazy I am. I get every goddamn thing. That I ain't yet seen no shit say we came from no apes. All our shit said we came from a higher realm. And shit like that. So so I'm just saying, even that, but even the theories and stuff about somebody mutating in the eye, say, well, Eskimo up there, and he lighter than the black man, and he ain't turned white. You see what I'm saying? And the whole concept is, our people came from advanced civilization. We would never know 8 people or no damn Nubian Mall, some asshole named some shit, and all these old species. Some people say, well, we got these bones. Yeah, you got the bones of different species of apes, but we were already on the planet. That's the difference. Well, we got bones of these big head men and all. No, you got bones of an evolutionary process of species of whatever that shit was, but it didn't have shit to do with us. You can have different bones of different humanoid type figures and ape type figures, but that didn't have shit to do with the ancient black man. We didn't come from no fucking apes. You see what I'm saying? That kind of stuff. You see, so on the other hand, also too, the theory of the, and I tell you, I got so much, I wrote the book, The Human Artificial. I got to go back and log in just tons of documents on research on where they say we created these hybrid species. I don't even want to put the word mutant, because a mutation comes from a natural process. When you doggone manufacture something, that's a hybrid. That's a mock. You see what I'm saying? A mutation just can be an albinoid type thing, or albino type thing. It mutates after so many millions of 1 in a million occurrence. That can be natural in nature. Everything has a mutation in nature. But what this shit is a hybrid. Because the mutation is now what they're talking about in the X-Men. After the soul is trapped so long until it mutates into a Christos-like, into an advanced being. The key is when you go see the movie The X-Men, each one of those particular people had a talent that limited them because they only had one talent. What the Christ thing is when the thing mutates, we would be able to do all the shit that Wolverine, Rogue, and Storm and them could do. You see what I'm saying? And that's one of the keys, and that's the alchemical part called the great work. Each man will be known by his works. Well, it can't be based on what you do down here, because if you're ignorant, I mean, damn, most people don't do shit. They're just useless eaters. And black people are obsolete farm machinery like the crackers people. So the point I'm trying to make is, everything down here, fuck, you can't be judged with this kind of shit here. Wouldn't be nothing left. But it's talking about judged by your works based on whether your soul works or not, called the great works, which is alchemy.